internet tough guy I found out a few days ago. Mr. Medicare, my friend Derek told me about him. And basically what this dude does is he openly targets furries and harasses them.
Is this a point where I get sappy and I say something emotional? Am I supposed to give great life advice now? Is this where I tell you something you already know and you all have to pretend like it was insightful and deep? Listen, I just like to laugh at dumb shit on the internet, and I think you do too. I think that's what we all like to do. Life is hard enough. There's a lot of tragic shit out there. The world's a scary place. But it's nice to have the ability to laugh at goofy shit. When it feels like my country has just gone full-on retarded. And I don't know how else to put it. People talked about how they were sick of politics, how they were fucking tired of it. And if you think that's just a right-wing thing, it's not. You idiots have no idea what you've done. Again, that's a eponymous they, like the royal we. Who are we talking about? I think we know who we're talking about. I'm not trying to pin this on every Democrat or every person that's on the left. But there is a large portion that have been allowed to basically act in an uncontrolled manner for far too fucking long. We have allowed our country, our society, to sink to the lowest common denominator. We appease and appeal to the people that take the greatest advantage. And then we close our eyes and pretend it's not happening. We pretend that we just need to just get by to get on by. And that things will somehow magically work themselves out. They aren't. Things aren't magically working themselves out. Things are fucked. Things are really, really fucked. And there's a point where you have to say enough. Just enough. No more. I think we're at that point where you're shooting politicians that are running for president. It feels like the country's gone insane. It feels like lunatics are running the country. And I don't know what their end goal is. Don't know what these people want. Everybody dead and miserable and broke and poor? You know, you are going to eat the bugs and live in the pot. That's a funny joke. But there are people that push this idea of no ownership. You're not going to own a house. You're not going to own a car. You're not going to own a bank account. You're not going to have your own money. Everything's going to be on credit. You're going to be wholly devoted to and dependent upon the state. The state will take care of all your needs. I mean, is that the goal? Make everything so miserable, so fucking broken that you have no choice but to turn to the state? You sit in your house in fear because there are riots everywhere. Nobody gets prosecuted for anything. Cops can't arrest fucking people. You go to a grocery store and a fucking loaf of bread is under lockdown. Any politician that stands up to say otherwise gets shot in his head. Anybody that says something differently gets canceled on fucking social media. Can't make a living. No bank account for you. Can't have a job. Don't try to do this. Don't do that. Don't think this. Don't say that. Not allowed.
I'm only matching tone from the other side. Conservatives don't want peace, or if they do, the definition of peace that we're using here is quite different. But when you say that they might not support that aspect of him, when you vote for a person, you vote for the package and all of the things that flow from that individual.
And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
If you want to change that level playing field of competition to your advantage, basically you give me license to do that also when my opportunity comes around. Because you're the leaders of the community. You set the example. Through your actions, you show the community how things are supposed to be done. There's nothing you can do about it, he says. Well, I'm going to do something about it. It may only change people for a generation. Maybe two. May not change them at all. Maybe make them worse. That's the way it's supposed to be. And that's the way it will be. God's will be done. Through me. All I ever wanted was what I deserved. You denied me of that. But you gave me license to come back at you. You taught me how to act towards your neighbor. And that's how I'm going to do it. You will learn this lesson, that is not the way to do it. I am going to sacrifice my life, my future, to show you, my miserable future that you gave me, to show you that what you did was
just a broken guy. Got a few screws loose, I guess. Never really knew it until now. I think I'm going to try to do a barrel roll. And if that goes good, now I'm just going to nose down and call it a night.
And remember, kids, the next time somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, oh yes, they would.
I saw it written once that the definition of insanity is repeating the same process over and over and expecting the outcome to suddenly be different. I am finally ready to stop this insanity. Well, Mr. Big Brother IRS man, let's try something different. Take my pound of flesh and sleep well. The capitalist creed, from each according to his gullibility, to each according to his greed.
Ta-ta there, retard.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I am back after surgery. I've lived. I'm here. I've changed the setup slightly because I've learned things in college, and apparently there's like this rule of thirds thing that I've just recently learned about that says like basically nobody would have paid attention to the layout, and this is an improved layout that people will pay more attention to. So here's to hopefully hitting 1,000 very quickly. Anyway, hopefully y'all are having a good weekend. I have got a bunch of Spurk stuff going on that I have found and have got to share with you guys. And it's going to start with Mamamax. Mamamax is back. Yeah. And, I mean, he's still the same grifter. There's still a bunch of theatrics and crazy shit and everything else. But, yeah, he's back. I don't know how happy I am about it, but I found a way to make myself happy about it, okay? Because a lot of people are upset and they're not going to like the fact that Mamamax is back. I found a way to make his comeback funny. How? Let's watch the video. Oh, so he does this cringy thing immediately, by the way, with the booing crowd, because it's woe is me like 2 seconds into the video. And, you know, he's going to sit there, and before we even get a full minute in, he's going to be back on the protect the children beat and everything else, but... If you haven't noticed, maybe you'll pick up on it pretty quickly what I did to his video here. He's got to go with the cinematography shit, like, right away. He's still trying to pay off that degree of his. Guys. So here's how you make this funny. You drop this shit down to half speed, and he just sounds like a rambling drunk guy in a fucking bar. And if you don't believe me, this shit had me laughing so hard. I was literally holding where I had just had surgery because it fucking was killing me.
I just want to talk. There's a
Tell me he doesn't sound like a drunk guy immediately.
lot. I have to share with you over the next few uploads. It may be decades
The pauses are way more dramatic this way too.
before the truth around this case comes to light. And the survivors will speak up when they are ready.
I'm sorry. I think it's fucking funny. I think it's hilarious.
Uploading again. Now, you've probably heard...
Okay, personal gripe, like 2 seconds into this, well, I guess, 46 seconds into this, I am annoyed as fuck because I did not make this thumbnail lineup, okay? And I feel I put enough effort into this. I have, like, I don't even know, 10, 15 videos on this fucking guy. I went hard.
a lot of different things about me. Distinguishing between what's real and what's not is a challenge in the year 2024. And it's probably only gonna...
What do you guys think of my drunk Mamamax? Oh, I think Jim's still sitting in the audience. Hold on. I've got to adjust because I barely heard you come in. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pissed. Okay, well, why are you guys not picking up on Discord audio on the freaking thing? On the stream. At least I caught it quickly this time. Okay, we're... What the hell? Okay, why is it not there? We're just gonna put you guys on this, and then you'll be on desktop audio, which works for me because I gotta use desktop audio later. So they should hear you now.
Oh man, I can't believe this motherfucker came back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But I swear to God, it is funnier to watch him this way. Way fucking funnier.
You know, Pat, you said you were going to try and make this like 5 hours. Just having it at halftime speed is going to make it like 8 easy.
Yeah, and I've got a lot of Spurg shit to go over. And you have no idea about any of it. And Jim does. And Jim was like, holy shit.
Yeah, because I was like watching some of it live while Beckett was covering it. And like the dude DFE'd as Beckett was going over it. Like, so it's like, are you fucking serious? Like, this is insane.
This man has totally imploded while I was researching it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
This is a great setup we got here. We're the three monkeys. I'm the one who hasn't seen anything. Jim's the one who can't doesn't really speak, but you hear everything, Pat.
Yeah,
right.
Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
At first, like I was gonna say, like we're kind of like Walmart EFAP, but like no, I kind of like the monkey analogy better than Walmart EFAP.
Great value EFAP. Okay, I can go with that. Yeah. I guess. Oh man.
Harder as time goes on.
By the way, you can
totally psychosis.
I just want to say his entire complexion has gone to shit.
Oh,
he looks like he drank like a bottle of Listerine before doing this.
That's why putting him at half speed makes this so much better, because then he sounds as drunk as he looks.
Right. See, I am.
If anyone doesn't get the Listerine comment, that's like what a poor drunk would get if he can't buy alcohol.
Well, after Spencer ate all his money.
Yeah.
Well, it was the dog, guys.
Spencer ate the dog that ate all the money.
The whole time I was watching this, the dog's in the background. I'm like, I wonder which one of those is Spencer's.
Well, you don't see Spencer's because Spencer's ate it. Like,
went full Shaolin on the puppy.
Yeah, Max won't buy me McDonald's. Must eat dog. It's like, what are you doing? We have a whole cabinet full of rice-a-roni. Must eat dog. Oh, okay. I guess. Yeah. I guess you're really dead set on eating the dog.
Oh man. Yeah. What's really funny is it actually works out really well when he goes into his delusional fucking little cinematography things that he does here. Like, it actually works because I figured out really quickly he reused all the same graphics from another video. I have the video that he reused the graphics from.
Just asset flipping his content now.
Yes.
This is very real. And I'm sure you all can pretty much feel it at this point. Now, people have taken my silence as an admission of guilt.
He sounds like a total fucking drunk.
That is not.
No, hold up, Mamamax. We take your admission of guilt as an admission of guilt.
Oh man!
I mean, you practically admitted to everything. Like, some of the stories I use, I completely make up whole cloth.
I've stretched his 4-minute video into 10 minutes of content before our fucking stuff goes into it. So he cannot say shit about not fair use in this.
Well, I mean, putting at 50 times speed is, or like not 50 times, but half times speed is already transformative enough.
Yeah, I'm transported from a sober, well-adjusted human into the drunk that I think he actually is.
You're adding context to like how he actually truly is. Like,
oh man.
Like,
respecting the wishes of those I was advocating for. But I am not the
This is how he sees himself.
monstrous villain that I've been caricaturized as. I don't care. I don't care who says I'm doing this for money or clout. I have lost that. And
it's the laugh that got me the first time watching this. Because it sounds like such a fucking drunk laugh when he
still doing
you know what,
this
like,
work.
He just pisses me off so hard. Right? Because, like, alright, so how many times have we flung out the criticism of, like, don't do dumb shit like this, like, actually go out into the world.
Yeah.
Right? And he actually goes out into the world and starts helping kids. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, he's actually doing something. Like he's actually making a difference, not making these, like, ridiculous art house films. And then he makes this. And it's like, dude, every ounce of goodwill you had with me, you just lost.
Gone.
Yeah, because, like, you come back with, like, your phantom rape, right? It's like Phantom Limb, but with, like, sexual assault. Like, you just make up these crimes and then be like, we went after Pablo Sonny. It's like, well, have you confirmed that he's even a person?
Yeah.
He did stuff. Like, oh, okay. Like, what did he do? Stuff. Watch the video that you staged. Yes. Oh, okay. Like,
I swear to God, like, his stories, like, the way how he does his videos is that he takes, like, stories that he's heard and just puts it through a fucking funhouse mirror. It gets all distorted.
Oh, yeah.
Because it truly matters. Because it is very important work. We need to refocus our...
By the way, you can tell one dog's been with him long enough to not take his bullshit and is literally staring out the window and could not be bothered.
Conversation.
He's probably waiting for Spencer to come back to be like, am I next? Like,
look, I submit myself. Kill me, please. Take me out.
We've seen her eat one dog. Am I next? Please, Max, don't let her eat me.
Get a goddamn job, Max. She's looking hungry.
Hey, buy her the damn McDonald's, Max.
On future generations that are facing multiple global threats. That we are
Max,
all
put down the Listerine and feed the woman.
And there's so much work we have to do to help them. So if you take away
Name one thing. Name one thing that you are going to do to help them that's going to work.
Well, I want to know if this is now, like, if this is something new that he's onto, or if he's still on the fucking werewolf vampire from Alabama or whatever the hell it was, Atlanta, Georgia or something, I think. Like...
Camden Gerard Davis, we're coming for you. We are the Leviathan.
Thing from this channel. Let it be this.
Here we go. Here's the graphic flip.
Crime.
All these were used before.
Children.
All of them.
Remains one of the most devastating sources of injustice and suffering for humanity. That is a fact. So yes, absolutely call the police when you have been harmed or your children have been harmed.
Sound advice.
Yeah.
However, that
Only the soundest advice from Mamamax.
I mean, that's, yeah, like, go to the police. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, you know what else is like a fucking epidemic, according to your side of the aisle there, Mamamax?
What?
Or, yeah, gun violence. So why don't you go out and take a bullet for the team?
Like he posts these statistics, right? And
Oh,
he
yeah.
makes it sound like your kid's gonna walk out and just get raped. like
Little
I'm
Jimmy
gonna like
left.
take my kid to I'm gonna take my kid to school and like he's just gonna get molested like in the car on the way there.
Yeah.
Like while I'm driving. like it's fucking insane. Like it reminds me of the 90s, like when we were like basically taught like quicksand was around every corner. But like listen, it's like that, but like now in like 2024 it's child rape. Like that's this generation's quicksand.
By the way,
Like
Rough McGruff lied. I've yet to see fucking free drugs in my lifetime. Every drug that I've encountered,
they want me to buy.
Yeah. Like, I feel like our entire childhood is a lie. Pluto wasn't a planet. Rough McGruff lied about the drugs. Quicksand everywhere. Like, what the hell was real?
Seriously. I mean, the only free drugs in the world are the ones that the FDA have yet to, approve of.
Yeah.
In clinic trials.
That is just the first step in a very long and difficult process that most victims give up on. And most children go without seeing justice. However,
By the way, this graphic immediately bothered me. Because I don't think Mamamax understands how scales work.
So what's on the? So is he trying to say that like money is like worth less than children?
Yes, that is what the graphic is showing. But what
if
he's
children
saying...
are being sex trafficked, isn't that the opposite?
Yes.
Like he's like literally like freaking doing the whole like reverse thing here. It's like, what are you in bizarro Mamamax land?
Yeah.
Well,
like, is
I
that
think
how it works?
We
Like,
have to devalue the
Hotline
children.
Miami?
Well, let me try and interpret what Twilight Miami's trying to say here.
Miami?
I think this whole scale business is him trying to emphasize that we're selling kids down the river for a quick profit.
But the money's worth less.
Yeah, but we've been doing that in the 90s with freaking cereal promos.
He thinks that the scale, like, one goes down and it makes it easier to grab out the top.
Oh.
Like a weight transfer, not like an actual standpoint of value transfer.
No, it's a shame we don't have, like...
we put the kids downstream on the scale and the money comes up. Easier for us to grab.
I've been watching a lot of paranormal stuff since we did the Conjuring stuff, right?
Yep.
And what we really need to do is we really need to find, like, J Station, and at 3 a.m. get him to contact the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein and ask him. Like, I think we need an expert on this.
See, this was that damn Wayfair. Wayfair devalued the children, and now the money's devalued. We've got entirely too many children, entirely too little money. That's what I read from this graphic.
Seriously, why couldn't it have been IKEA? Why did it have to be Wayfair?
I don't know. Oh man, But yeah, this whole time I watched this, I didn't even pay attention to anything he said. I'm like, this graphic is wrong. This graphic. Like, I'm just like, you should have fucking flipped it. Did you not watch your own video? Like, this is me watching his video. Like, for the cinematographer, did you not see how this was supposed to go?
Wait a minute. We just have another crossover.
What?
When Gigi mentioned IKEA,
Yeah.
what if the meatballs are now children and Brian Mullins is right?
Okay, hold up.
This is how we get
Those
the scales
meatballs
back in
are-
balance.
Okay, first off, those meatballs aren't real meatballs. They're just basically lint and wood splinters
They taste all right.
with glue.
I'm okay with all of these ingredients.
Well, now they're children. Now they're children, and Brian Mullins was dog whistling the whole time.
Dog whistling. He was trying to alert us to big IKEA.
Yeah, big cannibalism.
Big cannibalism.
We can rebuild the infrastructural issues with law enforcement.
See what I mean?
and legal process.
We need to reverse the downriver trend of kids.
We need
more
polarity. We need
We need to reverse the
Marty.
polarities.
kids are getting restorative justice that they deserve. And hopefully one day we can prevent crimes from happening to children at all.
Yes, and step one is eliminating retards like yourself.
I don't think
Mr.
he
Twilight
understands
Miami,
any
you
of
need
it.
to go.
I'm waiting for his like insane doc moment where it's like, we need to reverse the polarity. We need to rape more adults and less children. It's like, wait, what? How about no rape, Max? Like, let's not cut out the rape.
I kind of want to do a fucking Back to the Future reference. It's like, Doc, what happens to us in the future? It's your kids, Marty. It's about your kids. What happens to them? They get raped.
And then they fall into quicksand.
Oh god, Mama Max moonlights as Doc Brown.
He certainly
That
looks
is
insane enough to
my
pull it
name.
off.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Because justice is not freely given.
Depends if you're the
It is
Punisher.
something we must
It does if you
fight
have a
for.
case.
And
You
that
wouldn't know that because all your shit's fake, Max.
Because a lot of kids can't fight. They don't even know where to begin. They probably don't.
This graphic also annoyed me. I'm like, why are you even showing a DNA card? Like, I don't even know if a lot of people are gonna realize it's like a DNA readout, like for markers and shit.
I don't know. It kind of looked like the answer sheet for an iStep test to me.
I do that too.
You know what I would like really laugh at? Like if you like look at it and it's his DNA and it is like for like a member of a certain small hat wearing people. But it's like, oh great, now Mamamax is on his Nazi arc. Okay, we have anti-Semitic Mamamax now. Okay, like this is a plot twist.
You know, it kind of almost looked like it went that way when we get to the end of this graphic.
Don't even know that a crime is being committed against them
I was waiting for that guy to have a hat on.
most times. Cyber crimes against children continues to rise at an unprecedented scale. And the psychological exploitation of technology will destroy us if we do not correct these patterns. That is my belief. Those who have a voice must speak for those who are voiceless.
Oh my god.
You need to shut the fuck up.
So that's
Now he's trying to
I
like
will
label
see
himself as CM Punk. I am the voice for the voiceless. It's like, yeah, but CM Punk's actually entertaining, and he doesn't think that he's doing good work, like trying to like stop child rape by making cringy like art house deco films on the internet once a year. Like,
Oh man. All right. Well, that's it.
This guy's a boob.
That's the Mamamax. His newest video that dropped like what 13 hours ago. And like everybody's going over it. There's not enough to really go over. I mean, it's basically like exactly where he left off. So I don't see anything. I mean, he's continuing to grift. He's going to go back to grifting. Is basically all I take from it. Big surprise.
yeah, brave take. Child rape is bad.
Yes.
You're so like an innovative, Max. Like, yes, we should stop abusing children as a society.
Now,
Whoa.
Now for the flip side of the coin. Do you guys, okay, I'll leave it up to you two. Because Jim, I don't even think you know all of this unless there was stuff with Cope and Steve. But okay, do you want to go through this as far as like looking at who Scarlet Reaper is, and then show you how stuff happened with FPS Diesel? Or do you want to look at it how FPS Diesel found this guy, and then everything around this guy?
Oh, that's a good one. It's oh man. Oh man. Because I kind of want to like tell Gigi like the part like his origin story with VR chat. Just because I feel like that is just so delicious that like he needs to know that.
Wait, hold up. I want to preface this before you tell me anything of it. But
Okay.
is it similar to the guy that I found called Sonic Owo?
I haven't watched on that yet. I've still got that on my list. This would be similar to Brian Mullins, though.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you know who Sonic Owo is?
No.
There, Jim?
no, I heard the name, but it's something that I never looked into yet.
He's a fucking gooner from VR chat shit, and he's like, a fucking rabid pedophile.
Oh well. Well then, maybe okay. Do you mind if I take this one and we just do it? We just give him the backstory rather than doing it with the way Diesel then did it.
Okay. All right. We can do that, and then I'll show the Diesel stuff last.
Yeah, because like with him speaking that, like that kind of makes me want to like. Okay, so child groomers, right?
Yes.
Well, now reverse that. Scarlet Reaper
Adult groomers?
was groomed by a 16-year-old girl on VR chat. He was the victim.
Yeah, that kind of lines up with Sonic Owo's defense.
Oh yeah.
That's why I'm like, you know what? I think this is actually a perfect lead-in to do it this way.
Okay.
Because like he claimed that she tried to groom him, and he role plays. He's like 22, but he role plays as a 36-year-old man.
Oh my god! All right, we need.
Tipster.
Yeah, imagine Tipster without like the trans porn.
So Tipster.
Like,
all right.
like, that's basically it. Like,
I've got
because he's also Puerto Rican too, so it makes sense. Like the whole, he's like he's LARPing as Tipster.
Wait a minute, that lines up with the Sonic Owo guy because he's black.
Damn it! It's all lining into place. Like,
I wonder if that's what this guy's previous account
Hold
was.
up, I gotta ask: is this Scarlet Reaper person? Are they into Five Nights at Freddy's?
no Call of Duty.
Well, yeah, now Call of Duty.
Okay, well that's where they split because that's what Sonic Owo's into.
Okay.
Well, but he's autistically into COD Zombies as he would be into Sonic.
Yeah.
So like you do have the autistic focus towards a video game.
All right. So I have this. It should be set up as a playlist and literally play video after video after video. So the whole thing with this guy is he actually is involved with, or involved himself anyway, with the Mr. T Lexify stuff. Have you seen any of that stuff? Do you know anything going on there?
All I know is that he's tied to Destiny in some weird way.
Okay. All right. To kind of lay this out, Mr. T Lexify was accused by ex-girlfriend, was it Jim?
Yeah.
Okay, by his ex-girlfriend of being a PDF file, and was like, I'm launching a video and all this stuff against him. Well, does all these allegations, and Mr. T Lexify responds and basically says, no, actually, she's the problem here, and blows up her spot and shows how when she was in her early 20s, how she was fucking around with a 17-year-old. And so now they've both accused each other of being pedophiles. And so from there, we then get another response from her, another response from him, and he ends up calling out all the people who didn't come to defend him, all his friends. In this friend group, there is a guy named Noah. Noah is called out for cheating on his wife. Noah calls out Mr. T Lexify for not saying that his girlfriend at the time that eventually rapes or screws her with the 17-year-old was 16 years old when they met, and they weren't okay with it. It's kind of one of them fucking stories. I'm not going to go over it other than that, but you're going to learn bits and pieces through this.
Yeah, and this all has to do with the Call of Duty Zombies community, right? So, like, that's how Scarlet Reaper is linked to that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just given that short description, it kind of calls in to question, couples therapy. Find common ground. Unless it's fucking kids.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, the common ground that they found was
pedophilia.
Right? And also, it's also worth mentioning, too, Scarlet Reaper came out and defended Dr. Disrespect and also said that Dr. Disrespect was groomed by a minor.
Oh, yeah, I've got that in here, too.
So, he's just like me, guys, and everybody's like, what? And that's like how they started looking at him like, what do you mean? What the fuck? And he was like, oh, yeah, this isn't a good look.
By the way, when we get into the FPS Diesel stuff, it is actually pretty funny. Because FPS Diesel just naturally comes across this guy. I'll show exactly what happens. But they totally fucking tear this guy's world apart. In a matter of 2 days, they've destroyed this guy's channel.
Do you have the stream where Diesel goes on and confronts him and basically pulls the legs off of him like a spider?
I've got
with a fly?
lot of clips from that we're gonna go through.
It's so good.
I've got a
Wait
whole
till you
doc.
see this.
I've got a whole doc to go with all these videos.
It's so good. I can't wait to just hear Gigi's reaction to this.
See. How many? It's 6 pages. This doc. Okay, so God. I have a little forward, but we're not going to read that because I don't know the context with that and why Diesel has that in here. But I have doubled the amount of clips that Diesel even pulled. From there, it kind of we'll go into the we'll do his little intro here.
Well, I mean, given what Jim said, you want to hear what my initial reaction sounds like?
Sure.
It sounds like I'm going to have to buy ammo in bulk.
Yes.
Very likely. Very likely. All right. So, the intro here is, who is Scar or Scarlet Reaper? If we examine who Scar is, we see that he is a perpetual victim who has found clout through his victimhood and trolling. He talks as a person with excellent knowledge and authority, which may first come off as narcissism. However, this insecurity. Hold on, I want to zoom this in because I gotta have it on the opposite side of my screen. This is insecurity, not just insecurity with himself and the type of content he wants to make work. What it is sad. He doesn't identify with the alt-right vitriol that he is peddling, because this is his worldview. He thrives off of reactionary content and the feelings of others, his peers and his idols, because that's what fills the hole in his heart. He is trapped. Sorry. He is trapped by trauma, hate, and misery. The level of cognitive dissonance to hate children is because he does not know how to deal with the slight taste of clout he achieved. In this psychosis, we examine how this has affected the way he creates content and the views he holds today. So, with that, we're going to go into the videos here. I've got a bunch of points with each video that I'll point out at the maybe as we get through them, we'll see. By the way, we don't have to be very kind with the whole fair use on this stuff, because his channel's deleted and he can't get these videos back.
You
know what?
Yeah.
No, he DFP'd. Well, I was watching Beckett, and Beckett was going over, and Beckett was roasting him. And after he took massive L from Diesel, and then getting roasted by Beckett, and he was in chat watching Beckett,
Yes.
he deleted his channel.
Yes.
And then blamed YouTube.
Yes. I didn't even have that on here. But yeah, he falsely blames that YouTube took down his channel. Although when you go to the channel, it says it was deleted by the owner.
Yeah. I want to contact Mamamax and be like, Max, I know somebody that really hates children. You should really look into this guy. His name is Scarlet Reaper.
You guys, it might be something you're interested in.
Scarlet Reaper, I am the one who will reap you.
Leviathans are coming, Scarlet. Oh yeah,
Scarlet Reaper, I am the Reaper.
Let me throw this little fun fact in that's at the end here. I thought it was at the end. I want to find it. Sorry. I don't know where it is. I if I come across it, I'll let you know.
You guys, today we got a new video on the channel. This is the first time I ever do this style of video. Even though you might be familiar with this video style with a certain someone, this video is the same style. Anyway, the topic we're going to talk about is, about the title of the video. So, there's this e-girl who we can say messed around with a 13-year-old kid. If you guys want to know what she did, she essentially gave this kid head. Now, this is where I have to bring up who she is and why are we talking about this problem. So, the random e-girl in question was Vampire, I really don't know how to pronounce the name. But it's simple that her name is Coco online, but her actual name is Chloe. So, this random e-girl got over 130,000 followers on Instagram and 71,000 followers on TikTok. Well, 70,000 on the image. Not going to lie, she has relatable videos and shit, and I joined her Discord server, and everything went fine until new shit dropped in. So, one of the people from that server.
Okay, we hit one of the points already.
Everything was fine until she realized I wasn't 13. And then all of a sudden I was banned.
So he joins underage e-girls Discord unprompted. And he's 20, what did you say, Jim? 22?
Yeah, he said he was 20. Well, his Twitter bio was 22-year-old Puerto Rican making Call of Duty zombie content. But then he LARPed the 36-year-old, so I don't know.
I gotta ask, because that person's account looks familiar. Didn't they get exposed months ago?
Yeah, this person?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is Mr. Telexify's girlfriend.
Okie doke. Because I remember seeing that going around on Twitter like maybe 3 months ago.
Yep. Yeah, I think that might be when like a lot of this started. It's been going on for a while. These videos, oh god, I have a document that I can get, but I literally actually took screenshots and when all these videos premiered. And this one, let's go here. This one, keep. Oh, it would have been the 7th of June that he came out with this video.
Seventh of June.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah, and the title of this video is "An E-girl Eugene messes with someone and it gets deeper." Let me read what the rest of the title was. And it gets deeper. I'm tired of these e-girls, part 1. You'll slowly pick up on what Eugenes mean, by the way.
On Instagram and 71,000 followers on TikTok. Well, 70,000 on the image. Not going to lie, she has relatable videos and shit, and I joined her Discord server, and everything went fine until new shit dropped in.
Relatable videos. What? That you're a gooner or that you're a pedophile?
Well, funny you should say something. Because he actually LARPs as a woman online quite often. I don't even know if Jim knows that. But
it's one of his alt accounts. He's like this notorious, like,
in adult sites, he likes to LARP as a female. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and he like has like multiple alt accounts that all have their own personality, and he LARPs as all of them, like not just like roleplay, but like actually LARPs.
Wait a minute. So he's like a mix of what's his name? The Danny Phantom shooter.
Yes. Randy Stair. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like Randy Stair meets Deaf Noodles.
Gotcha.
like it's just a character, bro. It's just a character. Like, yeah,
Dev.
but you have like multiple personalities. Like,
poor Dev catching strays.
So like, how far does like his fucking fantasies go? Does he like want a ghost vagina or what?
I didn't care to investigate further, other than what we saw.
He DF'd before we could ask him hard-hitting questions.
That was the thing about Randy Stairs, that he was like, having those kinds of thoughts, and it got turned into ghost vagina.
What? Randy wanted to be Mandy, and then just ended up shooting a white grocery store.
No, Rikita, no. Oh man.
So one of the people from that server sent me some evidence about her being an actual groomer. Now, I was in shock because this was a new revelation that wasn't brought to my eyes. Or my attention. And after some of my guys got banned from her server by a SoundCloud nobody, we took matters into our own hands and found...
Okay, first off, based on how he's talking, how big do you think his channel was?
I'd say probably right around 7,000.
Okay.
He sounds like a slug-ass kind of person.
Okay, Jim, do you know?
Yes.
Okay.
You want me to say it?
Yeah, go for it.
342.
He had 7 more followers or subscribers than I do.
342 was the exact, and 2 hours before he DF'd, because I looked at it before I started watching Beckett's stream.
On some new information that wasn't revealed to the public about this. Like, bro, this is some insane shit I've been seeing. Like, this shit ain't adding up. Now, most of the evidence can be seen through my Discord server under the channel Vampire Evidence. And this shit is kind of incriminating if you think about it. The only reason why some of the evidence won't be posted on this video is because of like YouTube guidelines. So I really do not want to get a strike. So the first evidence that we got is about the 13-year-old boy situation, which I'm going to read out here for all of you. She says, "I'm gonna cry. What happened?" Bro, so like this guy lied about his age. Like he said he was 14 and I was 16, but his friends told me that he was 13 and just turned 14.
So, okay, this is not okay. Correction, first of all, I don't think this is actually Mr. T. Lexify's girlfriend. I think this is somebody else completely, if I remember right. Sorry, I'm trying to like go off notes and like I've got 15 fucking windows open right now. But
Is
no,
she Lexi? Because his girlfriend was Lexi.
I don't think so. This is Chloe.
Okay, then this would be someone different, but I think
Okay.
if I remember right, they bring her up.
Okay.
Like Lexi brings her up and tries to like, I think if I remember right, use her like a weapon.
Okay. But yeah,
If I remember right, I'm a little hazy on it though.
This is basically the allegations in this one is that she is 16 or 17 grooming a 13-year-old who lied about being 14. Thoughts?
High school context.
Why do I keep thinking of what's his name? Pedo Forsyth.
Natty. There's so much worse. Wait till
they said they were 14, but it turned out they were 12. Therefore, I'm in the clear, says Pedo Forsyth.
Yeah, but I don't think she has the Down syndrome voice that Natty does.
Oh man, I'm trying to see. So there's this video and the next video. Let's see. Video 1, video 2, video 3. Okay, I saved the his grooming story till the end. But technically his grooming story comes out after video 2 and before the final of 3-part series that he's doing here. Because this is part 1 of a 3-part series.
So like, bro, it was 3 years and I gave him the gawk. I'm gonna cry. What? She says. The guy who was replying. And she says, he said he was 14.
Okay, hold
now,
up.
Now, notice how
have these
she says...
I gotta ask. Have these people met IRL?
I don't even know.
Because, I mean, in order to give someone the quote-unquote gawk,
yeah,
I don't know how you could do that virtually. Like, I mean, unless if you're in like, you know, some kind of video call with a person and they're simulating it with a fucking dildo.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't trust anything from this guy, and you'll see why.
I mean, none of this fucking makes sense. Like, it sounds like it's just fucking role playing, and they're treating like it's actually real.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing too. It's like I heard about this, and I sort of like, I could look into this, but he's the Spurg, so my eyes naturally turned towards the Spurg and started going in that direction.
Yeah.
Because it's like, this is gonna be entertaining, and then he just self implodes gloriously like the Hindenburg. Like,
wait till we get around the 6-minute mark. You're gonna love it.
She was 16 at the time of the whole, you know, but it's still a federal crime, bro. Like, she was giving out gawks to kids back in the day, and we don't even know how many of these are victims. Like, maybe 10 or 12 kids, who knows? After that whole shit, she even said herself,
no evidence
in this screenshot that I'm going to show you guys. I would do like 3 years if they are turning, you know, like older, not just turned. This is an excuse to literally go after more kids, bro. I'm not making this up. If she were to turn 18, she's going to go after 15-year-olds,
Hold up.
dude. I feel sorry
Now I
for the
gotta
people who
ask. Let me get this straight. Like,
Yeah.
is she an older age than what she's presenting?
No.
Okay, so she
No,
has an
he
Instagram
literally
where
just
she has...
made the summation that when she turns 18, she's going to go after the 15-year-olds.
No. I'm asking, like, what's her actual age?
16.
16.
Yes.
And she has an Instagram where she's posting lewd images.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's. I think that is her now. I think she's over 18 now, but I think
okay.
she's talking about when she was 16, and those screenshots were from a few years beforehand that it was sort of like leaking out.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes more sense, because I'm like, how the fuck would Instagram allow that to go through? And he's acting like this is a recent revelation. Like, it happened in Twine, and he's like, wait until she turns 18. She'll be fucking 15-year-olds. And I'm like, excuse me? Like, she's still underage? What? And she has an Instagram and all this other horse shit?
Yeah, he's like heavily projecting these things onto her, like, and then just saying like, yeah, I'm sure she raped like 12 people. Like,
Yeah, she's definitely rounded out a dozen.
no evidence or anything to that. Sort of throwing this out there, like, she's a total whore. By the way, I'm a feminist.
But all the stuff that like people are going at Dogpack for, this guy actually did. He just is
Jesus Christ.
throwing out allegations and shit, and it's like, no, dude, nope, doesn't work that way. You'll find out later on, he used third-hand information, and posted it, and it got reposted by Mr. T Lexify as like actual evidence. Yeah, it's bad.
It's funny as hell though. Like,
Oh,
it's
God.
bad for them.
Oh, but no,
for us,
Dogpack.
it's glorious.
But Dogpack is like the worst offender.
Yes.
Yeah, how dare he whistleblow?
And the worst part, and I have evidence to this, but she is literally dating a fascist illegal medicine ex-dealer. I can't say the word again. Her
Objection,
videos and
hearsay.
pictures are all edited, with her hips being the most heavily edited out of anything we see. And to top it off, this is like promoting
Her hips or
unhealthy.
her tits? Like,
Hips.
what are you talking about?
Hips.
Oh.
Like, her hips don't lie. I'm starting to feel just right. Yeah, hips.
Yeah, can you see her hips? Her edited hips for all that pixelation? Can you see the edited hips? Can you see which pixels are fake?
I mean,
I
it
think
looks
it's
like
these
she's
four
bent
over here.
forward. It's like, it looks like she's bent forward while hiking up a knee to her chest.
I mean, could be. Who knows?
I can't tell. It's all blurry. Like I can't. I just see like a dark figure there, but he knows that she edited her hips, like added like some Lara Croft pixels.
He was able to analyze all 10 of these pixels and figured out that it's enhanced.
Right? He's like the
Zoom.
CSI guy. Enhance. Like,
standards
like
for
this
that
one
bloody
doesn't
shit.
match.
This is hella wrong, and no one should be doing this to get attention, dude. And overall, I just think it's fucking terrible, and that's not exactly a good thing. Like, man, just seeing all that shit from you, and then saying, oh, you would date somebody that's like 3 years younger than you, like, that's not how it works, dude. Like, the length of this shit, man. And we're still trying to grab more evidence as we speak, so we can actually post more videos about this. Which,
this guy sounds like Mamamax on halftime speed.
Yeah, and this is normal. This is totally different browser. Didn't slow it down. This is how he is. Now, mind you, he gets squeakier later on. You'll enjoy that.
Oh my God.
But I have more evidence, right? It's like a third party. But anybody here know Asmongold, right? Asmongold's like a very popular streamer, like a little cuckold streamer. And dude, he follows like Coco. He literally follows her on Instagram and shit, and we have evidence for that shit. Hell, even she follows him back. I don't know what he's doing, but I do know he's on some freaking shit right now. And like, dude, Coco she's just there complaining, right? That she's trying to, like she's getting groomed and shit or whatever. Like, there's actually some freaks on her shit. But when you look at her profile, dude, like all you see is nothing but sexualization. And that's it. Not getting me wrong, she looked nice and all, whatever, but she's not my type.
So in all of this,
I'm glad we asked you, Scarlet Reaper.
In all of this, he's now accused Asmongold of possibly being a predator, while saying she looks nice and is a minor.
Right? And like, let me ask you this too. It's like I follow people on Twitter. I follow Mint and Salad. Does that make me an autist?
Yes, it does. It means you're going to go after Eric July next.
First of all, that is racist. I support him. All right?
I know.
All right?
We autistically went through his and Vito's website. By the way, Vito, speaking of pedophiles, where the fuck is the comic?
Right?
Just saying.
Where's the comic? Where's the comic? But like, no, I'm autistic for a completely separate reason. Okay? My autism has nothing to do with mint salad, alright? I'm just waiting to watch the glorious implosion. Alright? Like, I'm just edging that close to the abyss.
You're here for chat. Okay, I tied the noose. What do I do next, chat?
Yeah, okay, I think young Clipper has it around his neck, chat. Oh, chat, he just kicked out the stool, chat. Oh, he's so fat. Oh my god, the ceiling is starting to fall in.
Ceiling gateway, chat. We're gonna have to try this again another time.
I think
like, subscribe, and we'll get back to you with this.
What should we do? Should we call Dick? Should we call Dick and have him call 911? No, just.
Oh, chat's saying that we got to secure it to a rafter. Duh.
What's a rafter, chat? Can somebody tell me what a rafter is, chat?
Someone post a definition of a rafter in the chat.
So, literally, all these freaks, the only reason why there's freaks in those comments and in the Discord server is because she keeps posting pictures of herself trying to, like, get attention and whatever, trying to sexualize herself in the most unrealistic way.
By the way, I am not a COD player, but I am going to point out, whoever's playing, and I hope it's him, sucks ass. And literally has walked into the line of fire so many times.
I was going to say that about 4 minutes ago, but I held my tongue. But, like, this is the worst. And this is, like, the original Modern Warfare 2 that I played, like, when I was in high school in, like, 2009. Like, this game is old. You should know how to play this shit by now.
He walked into gunfire twice now.
Well, here's the thing.
Entire career.
Here's the thing, Pat. Normal people can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. He can barely speak, think, and play COD at the same time.
I think it's pre-recorded. That's the bad thing. I don't think he was playing.
He's probably sitting in front of his computer with his controller and trying to like think he was playing and forgot he wasn't. like he's like one of those dogs that you just sit in front of the TV and they think they're outside in the car, and you just put like a video of a window up, like scrolling, and they think they're in the car. They haven't realized that you just sat them in front of the TV. I think that's what he did with Call of Duty. They just sat him in front of the TV. And he's like, "Ooh, I must be playing." Like,
I don't like these insinuations you're making about dogs right now because of who you're comparing it to.
And trying to show cleavage as well, dude. Like, what? Oh man, but like. It's fucking unbelievable, man. It doesn't make shit. I just don't understand. What's the point with all the I'm tired of these damn e-girls, man. I'm seriously tired of these damn e-girls. Also, that voice recording you guys heard, that was made a few hours earlier because I made the first version of the video, but because there wasn't enough evidence being presented on screen, I had to make the revision. So before I end the video, I want to showcase some more evidence that we found that Coco was messing with a 13-year-old on Instagram DMs. In these DMs, she called the kid named G a good boy, and there's like many results of these two words. What kind of freak is this shit, bro? I think we may have found the first instance of a female Eugene that's like underaged. Holy shit. Anyway,
I can
that's
tell
all.
he's never talked to a woman before. like he's never like actually had like any sort of dynamic relationship whatsoever.
What? Female
Like-
contact? You're surprised, Jim?
Right, and mind you, GG, when he's saying this, he's LARPing as a 36-year-old feminist, going on how much he hates e-girls.
While also LARPing as a female in adult spaces.
He's like this, like the typical like misogynist. I hate women, but like I also want to like say I support them while also secretly hating them on the inside.
By the way, I'm so excited for the touch of
So a typical male feminist.
Yeah,
basically, like with incel rage and all. Like
I'm excited for the touch of racism we have next.
Raged. Holy shit. Anyway, that's all for the video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And don't forget to share the videos. Peace out for now. Bye.
Okay. Oh, is this gonna do this every time? I'm gonna have to resize? Okay. Just because we'll get to all this later, and that way you guys just only see my desktop, and then it's easier for me to resize. It's easier for me to resize. Oh my god. I hate this. I officially hate this. Okay, we're just gonna go there. That look good? Looks good enough. So he's got this disclaimer in the beginning of this. Meanwhile, the title of this video is The E-Girl Eugene and Mexican Creep, or Mexicreep.
A few days
Eugene's
ago,
final
I made a
ride.
video talking about how the 17-year-old who was messing with a 13-year-old, and well, that shit got a lot of fucking traction.
Too.
We're talking about...
Huh?
But the top left, it said gameplay provided by, so it's like now he's realizing how dog shit he is at Call of Duty. He doesn't even use his own gameplay. He's like, well, shit, like my commentary sucks, my gameplay sucks. Maybe it can at least increase one thing. Well, I have to put the effort into asking my friends who are better than me, so I'll leave the commentary shit and get some decent gameplay, I guess.
Yeah, yes.
Like,
900 views and going up. So I'm pretty excited about the video so far, and I'd like to say thank you guys so much for watching the video, and I really hope you guys do understand that I'd like to make more videos about this sooner or later, but right now, because this is going to be the last video I'm going to be making on this girl, the female Eugene, as I like to call her. So, female Eugene, before we even start to begin with, but she deleted the server to prevent any fucking drama whatsoever. She was saying, thank you for joining my server, it's been a cool time, but for majority of the time in the server it's been stressful, arguments on top of arguments, allegations, beef, drama, negative shit.
By the way, this guy's reading ability makes me look like a fucking collegiate fucking order, okay? Like, I get it. When I have things on certain sides of the screen, I can't see them, and I have a hard time reading them. But, like, this man... I feel very proud of my narration ability after listening to him for like 2 seconds.
Right.
Not very good.
Like if he ever comes back to YouTube, like we have AI, just use text to speech.
I know. I literally
Like,
started doing that, and I was
easier.
like, this is lazy, and I feel like I'm bankrupting, and I know I can speak well enough. Let me reread it.
That's the thing. You know you can speak well enough. He can't. Right? Like, to him, the lazy way out is increasing the quality. Believe it or not. Like, like the less he touches his own shit, the better it is.
Right.
The game, farm the gameplay out, farm the text, the script out. Let ChatGPT write the script, text to speech it, and just maybe you can hire somebody to edit it for you, and then you can just sort of sit there and be like, "This is mine." Like, and that
This
could be your
mine.
contribution. That could be your contribution. You just pay everyone. Like, there you go. Like,
For me or anyone, I'm sick and tired of this and dealing with people who can't take responsibility for their own actions. By the way, hypocritical. I'm not sorry for sticking up for myself in any situation that I have, and I am not sorry for outing people for their true colors. You did not do that. I refuse to apologize for nothing. She did not apologize whatsoever, which is true. The server has gone to shit. It's true. It did go to shit. Speaking how people you don't know never talk to or have a connection is also pathetic. Grow up. Like, I don't really know. If you guys really want to read that, just pause the video. Just go on a timestamp and read it or whatever.
Oh, thank God, he gave up at reading.
But what she's trying to say is that she's essentially tired of all the arguments that's been happening on the server, which was caused by her and then the rest of the Eugenes. Everybody remembers Javen from the last video. I literally talked about him. And, you know, we both resolved shit like men. I made my own apology video right here if anybody wants to watch it. And, you know, everything went smoothly. Aside from the fact that Eugene decided to pop out of nowhere and decided to speak some shit about me, which, it was kind of a little bit terrible. Like, let's look at the footage. Let's look at the footage and see. It literally does promote unhealthy body standards. You know? So, yeah.
What the fuck are we talking about? This guy's a pedophile.
Yo. See?
Alright, so for those who don't know, Eugene decided to scream about me, saying I'm a pedophile. Well, guys, as it turns out, apparently I'm a fucking pedophile now, everybody, which does not make any sense.
Long play, I feel like that guy called it.
Coming from Eugene himself. Let me get this straight. So, if I cause problems with somebody, does that actually make me that? I don't know. It really doesn't make any sense to begin with. Because, like, look, Eugene, I get it, but it seems a little bit too ridiculous. Think about it. So, when it comes to that shit, you're supposed to have evidence that this kind of thing happened. And so far, there's been no evidence whatsoever to me doing this type of shit. Which kind of already says, oh hey, this shit didn't happen to begin with. And if there was evidence, if there was a key witness and whatever, guess what? I was trying to be a friendly person, trying to make them feel happy and appreciated. So they know that everybody appreciates them for who they are. But apparently so, they did not take that very kindly. They thought of it as flirting. So, I don't know. To top it off, you also put in a member. You tried to out them out as well, even though you never got to listen to his side. Like, how the fuck are you going to do that? Like, how are you not going to listen to his side? Which, by the way, as I said, the pictures were sent unsolicited, and at the end of the day, when it comes to unsolicited shit, you can't really say anything. Because a girl receiving a dick pic from a guy is the same fucking thing. It's the same scenario. You get sent an unsolicited picture, and of course you're gonna feel disgusted. You did not need to see that shit. But of course, you want to label him as this and that. Go ahead, fine. Do whatever you want. But at this point, this is more of a legal case. Because what you're doing is spreading defamation. Like, you're doing defamation of my character, you're doing defamation of his character, and spreading lies just so you can get everybody on your side. And I mean, look at this. I'm just going to drag this picture up where essentially he says, and I'm not making this up, Scarlet, if you're reading this right now...
So did you catch anything in like the first couple minutes here?
Just barely.
Okay, what'd you catch?
He kind of foreshadowed his own doom.
Yeah, he basically sits there and says at one point that he was called a pedophile. And if there was evidence, it was there wasn't evidence, it was just him being nice.
That makes no sense.
I'm sure Dr. Disrespect was also nice when he was talking. It's like no, I was being really nice to the 16-year-old when I said I wanted to do things sexually to their body. Like I totally was I was trying to make them feel good.
You know,
yeah, okay.
Call this a wild guess. I think most pedophiles are nice. I don't think they would get anywhere if they were mean.
Well, see, that's the thing. You know what? Like, I heard that same excuse from some guy. You know, you know what happened?
What?
He said that to Chris Hansen. He was told he was free to go, and then when he walked out the door, he got tackled by a police officer with 3 other officers pointing a gun at the guy as he tumbled to the ground with the other officer literally on top of him.
So what you're saying is that I'm right, and it's the police that are mean.
Yeah, that's definitely what you should take from that. That's definitely right, Patrick. Yeah. The mean old federal government protecting our kids, doing more than that's Mama Max's job. Okay, he needs to go hotline Miami on him and just leave the police out of it.
You know, I've heard it from a trusted online lawyer that the government's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that same lawyer is the one that helped Mama Max use ChatGPT to teach it the legal system.
I don't know. He's helped some comics people before.
Yeah, but you know what? Just small little tangent. Did you see what happened with Nick Rekieta?
What thing? There's been many.
Yeah. So apparently, Aaron Amhole is now, you know, how he has that warrant out for his arrest.
He's been arrested. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. That case, I don't think is gonna go anywhere.
Well, he didn't do a half bad job, according to Sean, at like the statements that he did give, even though he probably shouldn't have gave them. So, like, it very likely isn't.
Well, see, and the thing is, legal mindset went into it. And he was like, the thing is, with them posting all that shit on locals and stuff, that gives Aaron the reasonable doubt that she didn't care if it was shared because she's already disseminating images of herself.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So, like, there's an easy out to be like, well, I didn't know because look, they talk about their sex lives publicly all the time. You know, she's on stream with Nick, and sometimes Nick is talking all about it. And if you look on locals, they posted things every Wednesday. They posted themselves with like questionable imagery. So how is this any different than you know, showing a buddy? Like,
you know, there's another wise online lawyer that I've heard from that at one point in time, long ago, beginning of 2024, had said, you know, don't post any of that kind of stuff online, and don't be a monogamous or a non-monogamous relationship and stuff like that too. So
yeah.
When I think of the name of him, I'll let you know.
But I just love it now that like he had a Maddox moment where he now had to admit to the court that yes, he was cucked. Like legally, he is cucked.
Yeah.
Like in a legal document, like he is a cuck.
Yeah.
And that is just so amazing that like he's like, yeah, revenge porn, but now I just accidentally just revealed all of the lies about the polycule and now makes everything I've said come into question, and oh, I really hope this doesn't backfire on me later.
But yeah, did you also see that his motion got basically dismissed? Well, not dismissed yet by the judge, but the response was pretty fucking not in his favor.
Yeah, no, it's probably
it's probably going to be dismissed. I just can't say dismissed yet.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you might want to start talking to your lawyer about the plea deal. You know, see if you can't get in there before the prosecution's like, you know what, fuck it.
We're not offering anything anymore.
Right? Like, you better hope that like Amhole doesn't turn like state's witness.
Yeah.
Because like, you know, they're pressuring her. I would imagine, especially with the evidence of like, yeah, no, there was like your credit cards there and they were covered in cocaine residue. Like,
yeah. Well, speaking of which, did you see that she did her court thing from
his streaming room?
His streaming room, office, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yeah, and on her bond though, she said that she was still living with Aaron.
Yeah.
And she isn't.
Yeah.
So that could get her completely fucked.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like, oh no.
I that whole thing with April's fucking hearing on Zoom, it's like it reminded me of a Family Guy bit. from like the early days of Family Guy, where they would be more creative with their jokes. You know, the whole Mexican Superman bit where he's being visited by his landlord.
Oh God.
It's like, oh, they're not living here, they're just visiting. And then Mexican Batman comes in with all the keys.
Oh my God. Well, speaking of Mexicans, let's get back to this.
Puerto Rican.
You are a pedophile.
This video has the title Mexicreep, so it applies, okay?
I guess so, when he's projecting that hard. I mean, oops, covering somebody that's Mexican, I guess.
Yeah?
He's totally not projecting. Totally not.
And should honestly kill yourself. You too, Javen, you are a complete loser. So, Eugene over here tried to call us D1 pedophiles over here when we were doing absolutely nothing. We didn't flirt with anybody. Hell, there were even rumors about the both of us saying that we tried to hit up on the 17-year-old, but we do not have anything. Even before the server got deleted, there was no messages whatsoever of any flirting. So Eugene is there like, bro, because they're literal like D1 pedos and just don't care, all of them over 18, like, real shit, go do something, like, honestly, do y'all even got jobs? Eugene, think, like, dude, you kind of have to think about this. What about you? Do you have a real job? Because as far as I know, seeing your YouTube channel, dude, I don't even think it's an actual job. You also try to say that your videos...
Again, this is coming from a guy with, like, subscribers, like... the same subscribers that I have. Like, bro, get the fuck over yourself. It ain't a job for you either.
Well, you know what pisses me off?
Like,
He's over there talking about D1 pedophiles, right? Like you're using the Call of Duty rank system to like rank pedophiles. Like, are you just that autistic that you just that you're using the ranking system for Call of Duty to rank your pedophiles? Like,
Jesus Christ. Sorry to interrupt, but Ricada owned himself again.
I'm not surprised.
He says, the United States is the best economy in the world at convincing you to enjoy watching other people have fun. Then someone replies to him, going to jail, embarrassing my family, and destroying my life with alcohol, coke, and infidelity doesn't sound like fun. And then Ricada replies, what level of autistic reasoning thinks that sounds fun?
Why did you engage with it, retard?
I mean, the dude that was replying to him says that it doesn't sound like fun, and then he thinks that he's saying it does sound like fun.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, practicing lawyer, you know.
Yeah, it's just you completely expose yourself for doing all of that, and then
he has to be drunk or high right now because like his brain isn't even functioning. It's almost like Ralph level.
I guarantee you his lawyer's hoping he is.
You know, I think
because he just admitted to all of that.
Is there a hall of fame for lawyers like there is like wrestling? Because like we need to put his lawyer in there because his lawyer must be a champ for just having to deal with this shit. Like,
I mean, it's almost as bad as like Dick Masterson quoting someone else, telling them to get off the Xannies, and then Ralph just comes in and quote tweets him. It's not as easy as it sounds.
That was amazing. Right? That was fucking amazing. Oh,
like, Jesus Christ, Ralph, we weren't talking about you. Way to fucking project.
It was just Dick quote tweeting someone else, and he sees it. It's like, oh, you're talking shit about me. It isn't easy as it sounds, Dick.
Were better than mine, and mine's just literal minutes longer than yours. Like, dude, you got videos of like 1 minute, whatever. You know, I'm not saying those videos are bad, because I literally made a video of 2 minutes 45 seconds. There is a particular video I want to showcase, which represents what you really are. Let's check it out.
Explain to me why every single... Let me not say every single. 98% of teenagers or people around my age, they're just fucking stupid. What is with this stupidity pandemic that's going on right now? I feel like common sense is out the fucking window by now. It's like these people, they somehow live catastrophic events that should have killed them. How are these people slipping through the cracks of the gene pool and making it to life? How are you being born this stupid? Why am I so red right now? My point is, how are people born this fucking dumb?
So, after watching that video, guys, what do we think about this guy? Like, first glance. Do we think he's right? Or do we think he's just an outright stupid person, as he literally just said? He says that stupid people are leaking through the cracks, and I do agree with him on that. However, he's being a fucking hypocrite because he himself is a stupid person for making those comments. And the fact that he also said about Congress, like,
for example, everyone on Congress, all of them. Now, maybe they weren't stupid 40 years ago, but they're stupid now. Why are they in positions of power? Why? I say we get rid of all these fucking corpses that are rotting away
government
on the pedestals we have them on. We put them in a box down the river. Sayonara. That's all I'm suggesting. All right, I'm not gonna.
Yes,
I'm not a terrorist.
file stills.
I'm not gonna do it myself.
Right.
Maybe someone else will. Hopefully.
yeah, buddy, that's really funny to say. I'm an actual terrorist, and I would like to kill everybody in Congress. Like, dude, you don't even know what you just.
Clip it. Send it to the president. We got him.
Okay. It's like I do agree that's really stupid. Like, let's send all of the politicians down the river so the ineffective government can be even more ineffective by having nobody doing anything. Like, I agree that that's a stupid statement, but I don't think Captain groomed by a 16-year-old should be the one calling people stupid when apparently he was outsmarted by a 16-year-old weeb on like VR chat. So like I really don't think that he has any room to talk. Oh, and this is a delayed thought because my brain is autistic. But do you think that like Mundane Matt, like, do you think Ralph has Google Alerts set for Xanax?
He might.
Anytime he sees the word Xanax pop on the internet, he gets a buzz on his phone and he just frantically opens it up.
I sent the other day. I sent a message to Gigi showing Ralph like holding out for pesos to hit 20 pesos equaling $1 American just so he can be back to 2022.
You serious?
I'm not lying.
Yeah, it was really pathetic. It was like 19 point something pesos. It equals $1. It's like, we're so close to 2022 numbers. Come on, bring back the good times.
Are you? What? You've broken me. What?
Hold on. I think I can find it.
He wants more tortas in his life, Jim. He wants more tortas.
He should have run from the country his daddy gave him. He could have all the Walmart tortas if he was getting them gringo dollars.
Damn Walmart tortas ain't the real thing, Jim.
Yeah, because the water that will give you like E. coli if you look at it wrong is certainly the way you should go. Silly me, as I live in my American housing with air conditioning and, water that won't give me at least 3 infectious parasites. Silly me.
Check the side chat here. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh god.
Oh my god, so close to 20. Jesus Christ.
If I didn't have to switch like 15 screens, I would show it on stream.
Oh my god. So close to 20.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ, like you hit it bad when you're like longing for your like third world country money to go towards like a better rate for your like original like country of origin money to like
Your conversion rate, Jim. He's wanting that conversion rate.
yeah. It's like imagine that like when it gets up to 20 pesos, I can get me another Xanax and torta. Do you think he wraps the Xanax in the torta like a sort of like Mexican
he randomly
medicated
throws it
burrito?
somewhere in the torta, and that way there's one magical bite.
Yeah, it's like like some sort of like happy like happy burrito like
It's the Ralph Ethan Ralph Happy Meal.
yeah, it's kind of like when you used to open the prize.
Except the
cereal
toys in the
make-
sandwich.
Yeah, except for instead of a temporary tattoo, it's like your problems melt away for about 2.5 hours. Like,
oh man. Speaking of Xanax, I really need to talk to my doctor about getting some soon. What do I have?
well, you could just take your gringo dollars down to Ralph, but I'm sure if you'd be willing to pay, he'll split it with you.
I got like 3 months still. Well, 2.5 months before I need to worry about it. In 2.5 months, I'm taking a trip. I'm going to be gone for all of Thanksgiving week. I am going to be in the Caribbean, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
That's a funny way to say Mexico for cheap Xanax. You want to live that Ralph Amel life for a week, but unlike Ralph, that you're doing it for a vacation, you can go home back to the country your daddy gave you.
You have no idea how excited I am to nerd out to go to Tortola. I'm going to Tortola, and I'm extremely excited about it. And I've had to explain to everybody what the island of Tortola is, to everybody that I've said that I'm excited to go there for. So it makes me think that I'm really in a niche part of the world of liking this island and wanting to go there.
Well, I mean, like, you just imagine it, like, it's like, where do you want to go? Rome. Yeah, I want to go to Rome. I want to go to, like, Paris. Where do you want to go? Tortoise Island. Like, okay. I mean, that's one hell of a, not stereotypical. You can definitely see you're not like other boys. Like,
I'm gonna build a country on that land. It's gonna be Tortistan.
Oh my god. The Tortola tortoise stand. It sells itself.
You'll just buy a small plot of land and call it strictly land, and we can have Hitler Hour all the time without any legal repercussion. Like, it's like.
By the way, through the power of the freedom of the internet, I'm working towards that.
See, no, that makes me like cringe because Boogie used to say that.
Oh
and
God!
Like, you know what?
Oh
Unlike
God!
Boogie, though, you actually have it. So it's like.
Well, I'm going
like
through like so.
Prime.
So my classes right now are Photoshop, and I've got CSS and HTML, which is ironic because a lot of it harkens back to being on fucking MySpace for me. I'm like, I learned how to do HTML coding at like 13 just out of the sheer necessity if I wanted a cool page for my top 8 people.
It's like, you don't understand. I learned this because I wanted to embed My Chemical Romance onto my page. Fuck you.
I will have you know it was Slipknot.
Ah, damn. I'm so close.
I learned how to build like playlists. I did the full background, actual looping backgrounds and stuff. Like, my shit was fire.
See, I was going to do that, then I realized I had no friends to look at my page, so I just gave up and went back to RuneScape. Like,
oh man, yeah.
Start my rune crafting baronism.
You could say that MySpace sent me down a path because then I learned how to like disk partition and install a basically disk partition, reformat, and install a copy of my Windows boot drive and everything else from my computer on my iPod. so that basically my computer wouldn't work without my iPod attached.
That's one hell of a security feature.
Yeah, I also learned how to hack the school network. By the way, if I could offer any advice out there to the technical security people of schools and general government, please pick something other than password exclamation point or password 1 exclamation point administrator administrator exclamation point administrator 1 exclamation point admin 1 exclamation point and the like.
Jesus Christ, are you serious?
I'm not lying. Oh my god. It even worked. It even worked when I was poor and living in an apartment in a certain space of the world that I'm not going to claim, and knew a guy that attached himself to a school network and was downloading things through the school network through a non-VPN accessing a P2P file sharing.
Did you go to Mexico? Did you inspire Ralph?
No, but I'm pretty sure that school's internet provider sent out a few letters about downloading different videos and stuff because they changed their password, which might be how I know about this list.
What kind of school was it?
Elementary.
It's like, parents, we think that we're concerned that there was downloads on our network for Teen Meets BBC and Back Alley. Could you make sure that none of your children are downloading illicit materials, please? Thank you.
Oh man. No, I was mainly getting like blockbuster movies that were still in theaters from this friend. In this unknown location, in this unknown area of the world. Let's play.
Mexico.
Said, and that shit is documented on your YouTube video, which, keep that in mind, that's a digital footprint, dude. And if you tried to find a fucking job, dude, you would not be able to qualify for this shit.
I say we get rid of all these fucking corpses that are rotting away on the pedestals we have them on. We put them in a box down the river. Sayonara.
This is some leftist shit. I'm sorry, guys, but what the fuck? Like, I don't understand. Why the fuck are you so stupid? Trying to say that people are stupid, but then here you are one yourself.
Speaking of, there you are, one yourself, buddy, because that is not how politics work. Why is this guy a leftist? Let me ask you that. When leftists are for big government and rightists, or the right, would be for little government. Wouldn't it make sense, like, if you're getting rid of all the people in government, you'd want a diminished government? And I mean, truthfully, you could actually sit there and say that he's a centralist and he's an anarchist, but, you know, let's not be picky.
Like, and to top it off, you're also, like, naming your videos, like, 1, 2, 3, and you have it, like, up to 66, bro. Like, pick a title, seriously. Like, why do you have to number your shit? You should not be numbering your fucking videos unless if it's, like, a specific video in a series.
Buddy, let's talk about your video titles here again, you know, because you definitely went through SEO, I don't know the word, search engine optimization, when picking out the title, The E-Girl Eugene and the Mexic Creep Eugene's Final Ride. You know, that all of that peaks in the algorithms of YouTube, for sure. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. It's okay. We're somewhere around here, I think.
Yeah, buddy, that's really funny to say. I'm an actual terrorist, and I would like to kill everybody in Congress. Like, dude, you don't even know what you just said. And that shit is documented on your YouTube video. Which, keep that in mind, that's a digital footprint, dude. And if you tried to find a fucking job, dude, you would not be able to qualify for this shit.
I say we get rid of all these fucking corpses that are rotting away on the pedestals we have them on. We put them in a box down the river. Sayonara.
By the way, I could probably make a case for this person being drunk. I don't know if it's legal or illegal, but they look pretty young. But the rosy, flushed cheeks and everything else, I'm guessing the speech, the nonlinear thought process and all that, they're probably a bit drunk making this video.
This is some leftist shit. I'm sorry, guys, but what the fuck? Like, I don't understand.
By the way, nice black screen in the middle of your video.
And why the fuck are you so stupid? Trying to say that people are stupid, but then here you are one yourself. Like, and to top it
Beautiful mastery of the English language, too, if I'm going to be nitpicky.
off, you're also, like, naming your videos, like, 1, 2, 3, and you have, like, up to 66, bro. Like, pick a title, seriously. Like, why do you have to number your shit? You should not be numbering your fucking videos, unless if it's, like, a specific video in a series. Like, I don't understand. Why the fuck are you saying all this shit, but then you literally just, you're embarrassing yourself in the process? I mean, like, come on.
You're so embarrassing you had to get somebody else's gameplay.
Yeah, number 47 actually is pretty interesting.
Alright, the bane of my existence. I could be talking to the most prettiest girl, but if she has even one, maybe, no, one, because even one is pushing it, all the feelings gone. They, what the fuck just happened? They're gone. I immediately emotionally detach myself from that person. Because my thing is, you are who you surround yourself with, right? Like that holds true, because me and my friends are all the same. I'd say I'm a little bit better, but anyways, so you are who you surround yourself with. So you're friends with a hoe. What does that make you? A hoe. Case closed. That's how it works. I don't know what to tell you, but yeah.
Because he says if you're friends with a hoe, then that must mean you're also a hoe. Hold on, this shit ain't adding up. This shit ain't adding up real quick. So what you're saying is that if you're friends with a hoe, then that makes you a hoe. Like, this shit don't make no sense at all. Like, this shit ain't adding up. Seriously, like, Eugene, this shit ain't adding up. Because if you think about it, right, you're also contradicting yourself in the process. Because Coco, the literal 17-year-old I talk about, also happens to be a hoe. And guess what? She sucked dicks off of many, many guys. That is not something you should be, amazed of. Because we both know what happened with Coco and whatever. We both know what happened during her high school days, and we both know about that 13-year-old, which, by the way, guys, she keeps saying it's a 14-year-old to twist the narrative, but it was a 13-year-old that she sucked off, and then his friends came to her saying after he turned 14, he was 13 at the time. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And to top it off, let's just say this, she also sucked another guy's thingamabob off. So I'm not exactly sure about what type of thing you're talking about. Like, if we can use your logic, right? If we can use your logic, like, if you're friends with a hoe, that makes you a hoe. So if that means if you're friends with Coco, doesn't that make you the hoe?
Wait, by that logic, what does that make the people that you are friends with? Are they all what the fuck, reverse groomer bullshit that you're talking about? Like, do we have to be concerned that they're just going to allow themselves to be groomed by children? Like, that they're just going to be taken advantage of the next time they walk past a preschool?
Yes.
I mean,
That's exactly what that means.
it makes sense. Alright, let's check out another video of his. Number 59, Things I Consider Lying. Like, let's check this out real quick. I want to see what's going on.
Number 1, if you're showing me affection, talking about some, I like blah blah blah, you know, just being whatever, and then you leave me undelivered for hours, I am just assuming that you lied to me and you don't actually feel that way towards me, right? Like, that's, for example, if I'm talking to a girl, right, and she goes, oh, I love talking to you, you know, whatever, and then since, you know, I've said this so many times, since I reply instantly, I text back, and I'm like, oh, I like talking to you too. And then they disappear. Magically, like fucking poof, vanish, like on some Houdini shit. You don't like talking to me. You're a liar. You're a fraud.
Okay, this one makes a little bit of sense, you know?
Number 2. I gotta think about it first. Alright, second one. Not reciprocating the same emotions. This is number 2. This is kind of like the last one, you know, number 1. But it's different because for one, if I'm like, first of all, if you start, you know, flirting or whatever, right? And I, you know, being nice because I like you, flirt
These
back.
people are
and
boring.
Then you don't.
It gets better, trust me.
Why the hell did we go down this route of the choose your own adventure book?
It does get better, but you need to see some of this stuff. I could maybe like skip forward a bit.
This is brain dead and brain deader. Like this dude here, he looks Mexican to me, but he's a fucking blonde. You know, number 1, if you,
I just put it up to he's a kid.
He's
Like,
so fucking stupid.
GG finally snapped. He's like, I hate both of these people. I just want to fucking kick both of them in the face.
Oh man, hold on, I'll reorganize.
This is like the Wings Boogie boxing fight, but with like words. Neither of these are like verbal like judo masters. They're just like smacking each other with no use.
All right, let's do this. We'll call this folder GG hates these. And we'll put these 3 in there, and then here, hold on. We'll turn off me showing my desktop for a second. You guys can look at space.
You mean you don't want to show off your tax folder like Vosh?
I don't have a tax folder of concern. Let's just put it that way. We'll make this rename.
Well, where do you store your horse lolly?
I don't.
Then?
I don't.
Wait. I was told that all normally adjusted people like Vosh have horse lolly. You telling me that humans cannot be creeps and weirdos? Like, are you telling me?
You know,
what?
it's probably surprising to you, but I'm actually not into horses.
You didn't deny the lolly part, which terrifies me. You know what I mean? Like,
I thought that would go without saying, but okay, if I have to say it, I'm also not into lollies. I'm not into horse lolly. I'm not in any configuration of any of those words in any way.
Thank you. You not into horses, and my brain is like, he didn't say the thing. He didn't say the thing.
I thought this thing went without saying, okay?
You should know what the communities we're in. The thing without saying is the thing that needs to be said.
Oh man. Alright, now I gotta fight with the window. Do I gotta reopen it for you guys, or can you still see it?
No, you have to reopen
You're gonna have to
it.
reopen.
All this work.
Like seriously, I went away to go get something to eat, and it sounded like these people were on fucking repeat.
Yeah. Even Chad said that.
I was like,
at one
am I
point.
hallucinating? Is there a glitch with the system? Like, what the fuck's going on?
This is like you had a meme moment where you gaslit yourself into being like, is this the same thing? Did I just step back in time?
It was like quite literally. It was like I don't know. It was a less zanied version of fucking Ralph. It was like, we need more. Yes. Just like on fucking repeat for 10, 20 fucking minutes.
Oh, man.
He did point out, though, that his face was red, so we don't know if the Zanny allocations are there. I wouldn't say that he's not on Zannies.
I don't
Just like
know.
I wouldn't say that he is.
Like, I was trying to be patient, waiting for these bumblefucks to spit out whatever the fuck they were talking about. And it's like, we're already like 2 hours, or what would be like almost 2 hours into this stream, which you said would end in like 5 because you're stitches.
Yeah.
We're gonna go into the fucking like 9th inning with this shit. It's
We
gonna be
are.
like 8 in the morning.
I've removed a couple videos. We're starting at the story. We'll start with that one, and then we'll go from there. And you can hear the story of how he was groomed by a child.
Alright, what's going on, you guys? Today we got a new video on the channel. This is the first time I ever do this
Great,
style
his
of video.
gameplay is back.
Even though you might be familiar with this video style with a certain someone, this video is the same style.
Wait a minute.
Anyway, the topic we're going to talk about
This is the first video again,
about the
Pat.
title of the video. So there's this
Yeah, I know
Negro
it is.
who we can say.
Why is it the same video again?
Did you get duplicates?
If I
Gigi's
do,
like,
if
"Are
I
you
do, it's
really fucking
named
with me?"
something totally different. No, it just didn't open. What? Okay, let's totally exit out. No, that totally messed with me because I'm like, no, I don't think there was duplicates. I didn't get a chance to watch all of them, but media open folder. Maybe that one.
Alright, what's going on,
Nope.
you guys?
Why is it opening those? Let's move this up a level. Here. Okay, try this again, because now it's out of the folder. Now it shouldn't have an excuse. I'm trying to play it. Media. Open folder.
Alright, what's going on, you guys? Today...
Got it. It didn't like the GG hates these videos folder being in there. It wanted to play them first. They were literally in their own folder. But nope, didn't matter. Didn't care. I guess that's what I get for VLC viewer. Okay, is it still working for you?
Is it, Jim? I'm playing a game.
No, you need to open the thing up.
Okay.
What game you playing?
I'm trying to build a new ship design in Starfield.
Oh, I hate that game.
I know, it's like the shipbuilder's the only good thing in this fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, and I never played enough to even get there. I had problems.
All you had to do was just like, what is it? Just get a bunch of fucking money and then build shit.
You know, all Starfield had to do was make the game fucking, disability compliant and make it easier to play, but, they couldn't do that either.
All I wanted for the game was to be playable and fun enough that I could get the money to build the ship. Todd Howard forgot the fun.
Oh, man.
Todd Howard let this be designed by fucking retards, both narratively and,
I doubt it, because there's no disability accessible features you have to play to unlock.
Well, I'm sorry, but even the disabled forget about the disabled.
Yeah. He must have had mentally disabled because he forgot about the visually impaired people.
Can you imagine the fact that, like, in order to, like, get to the disability features, you have to play the non-disability version? So that way you have to struggle
Yes.
through that?
Yes, and that's literally why I stopped playing it.
I thought you were going to say, in order to get to the disability version of it, you'd have to send in paperwork proving you have one.
No, they didn't even do that. Like, I could actually do that.
It's like, look, I will literally fucking send in papers so they can give me, like, a DLC code for the disability option.
Yeah, no.
They don't even
and
offer that.
And they just said we're never going to fix that either. They're like, suffer. And that's it.
If you're disabled, we don't want you playing our
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Like,
We
wow, that's the latest.
We don't like your kind around here. It's like, oh, well, fuck you. Yeah, I couldn't read half the fucking text. And then, like, I don't know. The HUD system's, like, manageable. I could get by. But it's, like, super, like, clunky. At least when I played it, but that was, like, when it was new. I don't know. Maybe shit updated, but Jesus fucking Christ.
It's still the same old schlock.
Okay, well, it sold me on playing it again.
I mean, not even, like, the Shattered Space DLC is going to save this fucking bitch from anything.
I was hoping they were going to pull off, like, a what is it? Cyberpunk 2077, No Man's Sky, any of them, and, like, actually fix the game. Just
nope. They decided to pull a Todd Howard and just lie.
Can't be fucked.
All they have to do is, like, pull a Fallout 76, like, which they made. Like, just, you know, like,
wait long enough for enough people to be mad, and then literally boycott the game for them to fix it.
Yeah. Well, joke's on you, Todd. I pay for Game Pass, so I can just uninstall your shitty game, and you didn't get my 60.
Yeah.
So it sucks. Yeah, suck to suck, Todd.
Yeah. Jesus
now I'm just worried about Elder Scrolls 6.
I am excited for Outer Worlds too, though. That's getting closer. I'm really happy and excited for that.
Well, that's because Obsidian did it, and Todd Howard didn't have his stink hands on it.
I enjoyed the first one. A lot of people were like, I don't get the game. I played it through and loved it.
Yeah, it really feels like they sort of were like, hey, you know what? We can't make Fallout. We're going to make our own Fallout in space. And it was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it really was. And
it
like
been a better Fallout 4 than what Bethesda made.
The humor to it I actually like too, because there is, like, as much of the story that's there, I found it humorous the way they played it off. Like the high, like, what's fucking capitalization of things and stuff like that, like the big business and all that.
Being a meme, basically.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I think it did commentary on that too. As like the dystopian future company, like
yes, yeah. They don't give a shit about their customers, actually.
But welcome to Telemarketing 101.
Yeah, but they played it off like funny, like you actually enjoyed it in the game. Oh man! All right.
I don't know. Some of it just seemed like it was just there for just it being there. You know what I mean? Like it was just like it wasn't planned out. They were just going like, "Ooh, corporation bad." Ugh.
Well, yeah, I thought that was some of the joke of it.
Yeah, I'll take that though over Preston Garby telling me that another settlement needs your help for the 9 millionth time. I'll take Spacer's Choice being a little overdone, rather than having to save some fucking hellhole from a rad roach because they can't pick up fucking Raid. Like,
well, I mean, a lot of like fucking Outer Worlds, like I 100%ed that game. I think
I've done it too. Yeah.
They're coming out with a second one, and it just seems like it's more of the same schlock, but it really didn't have anything to build off of to justify like that kind of cartoonishness.
I'm fine with it. Like, I genuinely liked it. I mean, like, I feel like a funnier route would be like High on Life. High on Life was like a much funnier space storyline, and I just think that comes from what's his name from Rick and Morty. But like,
Justin Roiland.
yes, Roiland. Like I thought it was way funnier. But I like the over the top, the excessive, like literally as people are dying, sitting there saying, "Spacer's choice is the best."
Yeah.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
And
so
then,
it's one of those things too. Like I like how that's like it sort of like reminds me of like sort of like newspeak, where it's they sort of like condition you to feel like Spacer's choice is a lesser quality but still better than actual quality products.
yeah. By the way, I love the fact that every good choice in that game is the opposite choice from what you should logically make.
Yeah,
Like-
by the in-game universe. Like, apply antibiotics to the wound. It's like, rub shit in it.
Yes.
Like,
They literally they had a plague house for people that were literally exhausted from working to death. Like, I loved it.
Yeah, it's like they were suffering from the flu of all things.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it was so dumb.
Hand starving child a box of cereal, put the child out of its misery with a 45 caliber handgun. And it's like
Yeah.
you take the good choice, which is like icing the kid so that way you can resell the cereal. It's like, oh, this is disturbing, but it's like
You find
disturbing
out
in that sort of like way of like, oh, this actually kind of makes me think.
Yeah, like the first time I played through, like the first main choice in the whole story, where it's, you know, you got to divert power from one settlement or the other, and it's like, well, all these people are like sitting there saying that they're happy, and these people are defectors, and like they're literally eating stuff that grows out of corpses, like
fertilizer.
And it's like, no, the logical choice sounds like to go with canning factory and keep everybody happy and employed over there. And if you do that, it's like dystopian future, but Spacer's choice, you get better discounts.
Right? And like, you know me, I love a good discount.
The board.
You know, let's actually make the Strictly Tangents episode right now on fucking Outer Worlds.
What makes a good Fallout game starring Outer World?
So the whole thing, like the premise of the game, or at least the story in the game, is that they've lost contact with Earth, and the places that they're at currently, they're trying to grow like food in the soil, and it's like lacking essentials for the human body to function.
Yeah.
And that's like the big bad of the entire story.
Yeah. Yeah, they're desolated, they're on these desolated Martian planets, and they're not able to grow food because there's not really any normal Earth-based ecosystem in order to sustain Earth-based type foods.
Like the whole thing is like they've got all these scientists, instead of trying to figure out like, how do we add in these nutrients, they're coming up with retarded inventions such as like diet toothpaste, where it's like toothpaste that like gets rid of your need to eat.
Shit like that though, I love because it reminds me of like Portal, of like shit that Aperture Science would make.
You know, I just enjoyed it because I can see the reality of that stuff actually applying, and people going, "Oh no, I love it." Like, I don't have to diet. I can just brush my teeth.
Right? Like, and then I don't need to eat. That's amazing. Like, but like, I don't know. I like shit like that. Like the charming sort of like. It's one of the reasons I love Portal so much, right? Is like you have like the Aperture Science like weighted companion cube, which is just this useless box with a heart. But it's just so funny, you know what I mean? Like having diet toothpaste, like I think that's so like kind of charming and adorable, as opposed to like Starfield.
Yep, you're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up real bad.
Oh my mic is doing that stupid shit again. But like where it's like dying, but it's plugged in, so it's like, no, you're eating right now, idiot. Just fucking work. Like, you're literally eating right now, you stupid headset. Stop screwing with me. Like, what do you want? More voltage? I can't give you any. Like the socket is already at its max.
I love the whole distrustful main scientist thing. The like when you first encounter people, they're already starting to say this shit, and you're like, the fuck is off with this guy? Like, I enjoyed that stuff all the way through. Like, things I didn't enjoy was finding out about landmines the hard way. When like you hear and it's like for like 3 seconds and you're like, the fuck is that? And like you gotta look around.
Yeah, it's too late.
And if you're like me, you've walked into a field of them. And it's like the William Tell overture going off around you.
It's like, oh god, this is like the equivalent of like walking into a forest with drop bears. Like I'm just gonna like each step is like is like rolling the dice for being murdered. Like,
and then figuring out how far you have to be to blow them up, like how to shoot them, you know, like. But like I don't know, I enjoyed it. Like I liked that like the creatures in the world were dangerous and that like there was a scale system to it. Like even like the raiders, the actual physical monsters, all of that, and then being able to go to like different planets and you encounter completely different ecosystems with different monsters to them and everything else. Like that shit was fun.
yeah, compared to like Starfield where it's like everywhere is like you can land and then there's like 200 kilometers of walking and then you might find the same copy paste space.
Well, even with Starfield, okay, like the whole thing with that, and I was like, okay, I'm okay with this. When it came to that game was when I found out that I had made it farther than 80% of people that play that game by literally leaving the first planet.
Because it sucked. I couldn't even get to the tutorial. It's like I don't even care about this. And it's like I could play this, or I could go play like Outer Worlds, which does this shit better, or I could go play No Man's Sky, which does the exploration part better. Like I was like, it's like it was like one of those things that like, I remember being a kid, right? And like Elder Scrolls Oblivion was coming out, and that was like amazing. And then Skyrim and Fallout 3, and they were all huge events. And then Starfield comes out, and I'm like, wow, I'm glad like 13-year-old Tim died years ago. Because
13-year-old Tim died.
This would really suck if I was excited for a Bethesda game and this is what I got.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know?
Well, what like really sucked for me is like I thought, okay, Bethesda, like, all right, this is the company that's made a couple games that I liked. Like I liked Battlefield 3 and 4. I was heavy into 3. And like so I was like, okay, so even if they got some of the mechanics pulled over from that, I'm like, I could enjoy it. And then like they've done some other, you know, notable games and all that, and I'm like, I don't know, this could work. It looked good, you know. And so I always like to like at least give games the benefit of the doubt, but like when I found out like I'm not able to do anything to enhance reading the speeches or like text on screen and shit like that, I'm like, okay, well this sucks. And then like if you miss that stuff, it gets so diluted in like your missions area and like the HUD, the guiding and all that was just so fucking shitty. I think I ended up enlisting in some paramilitary group that was like a charity group. I ended up going to another planet, died in 5 minutes, and I'm like, I'm never playing this game again.
Yeah, you joined the Space Red Cross?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
The Space Red
Cross. That's basically what it is, though. It's like, and then it's like, it's funny because like they screwed Obsidian out of, you know, with the New Vegas stuff. And it's amazing how Obsidian has sort of overtaken them as like the darlings of RPGs.
Yeah.
Because I'm really excited for Avowed because it takes place in the Pillars of Eternity universe, and those were, I think, solid games. And I really hope that Microsoft buys the rights for Tyranny, because I don't have either of you ever played Tyranny?
I've not.
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, it is such a good game. So it was done by Obsidian, and you basically play as the bad guy, and there's this like land that's this evil like dictator god has all of the entire world conquered except for this one area, and they send you there as one of the people to conquer it. And there's like two different factions there, and you basically play as like this harbinger for the evil god Kairos, and it has this system where you make your own spells, where you will take like fire, and then there's like projectile area of effect cone or whatever, so you can choose like fire, projectile, more element, or like a status effect, so you can make a fireball that like puts on like a burn, and you could combine all this shit, and it was so cool. And then you have fucking Bethesda, which is like, we do settlement but with space boat. Like, you want space boat? You make space boat. You want to build Serenity from Firefly, so you can think of a better IP than what we gave you? You can build Serenity. You can go. We won't let you play as Malcolm Reynolds because that would be giving you player choice. But you could make Serenity. You could pretend real hard.
You could pretend.
Right? Like,
just use your imagination, but not too much because we can't do everything.
yeah, like it's just like, it's like, if anything makes you other than a Boy Scout, no. But I want to play as like some like rough and tumbler bounty hunter. You can do that as long as you play Dog the Bounty Hunter in space. But I don't want to like, fly up to a ship, blow it up, load onto it, tap the guy on the shoulder, give him a cigarette, and say "Go with Christ" as I put him in the airlock and shoot him into the sun. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to be cool.
I mean, seriously, they could have expanded on the whole ship thing for Starfield, because what do you really need as like a ship? Like, you want something that's compact and easy for you to travel in, kind of like an X-wing or something.
I don't know. I've seen people build Star Destroyers in the game, and I was kind of jealous. But then it broke the game.
I've seen that too, but I'm talking about like functionality for the story. Like, you don't need like some fucking Star Destroyer to go to a planet to land on for like 5 seconds.
I mean, GG brings up a good point. Like, you could like literally build a Star Destroyer, but what would you fucking use it for? Because there's no content there.
Yeah, and it's like, why have 10 ship slots? Wouldn't you want like more ships? Like, you could create a fleet, but what are you gonna do with it? Like, I mean, you could build like a shipping company. Like, I mean, seriously, you could create freighters for each planet. Like, I mean, come on, there was so much shit there that they could have worked on, and they just didn't implement it.
Oh man, the irony
like,
of this is,
like, they literally have. No, this is the funny thing. In the game, they have this armor called Space Trucker. And they have no, like, fucking setup where you could actually roleplay as a space trucker.
Aw, is it sleeveless armor?
Nah. It's just like fucking... It's just like... It almost looks like the fucking Michelin Man, but with a space suit. But the whole thing is, like, they couldn't expand on that. However, you get, like, these different ships that are basically semis or freighters for space and everything.
Yeah.
It's like, you couldn't do any of that shit. Like,
it's almost there.
Well, yeah, but the whole thing is, like, the one thing that killed it is the New Game Plus issue.
Oh.
It's like the whole main story adds up to this multiverse fucking horse shit, where you restart from the beginning, but as a Starborn. They don't go into any explanation, and the ending's pretty much lackluster. It's like, there are great videos on it that explain it better than I could, but it boils down to, like, the writing is so fucking immature that a kid must have, like, gone in and did some script writing for him. Because one of the things is, at the end of the game, you're confronted with an alternate universe version of yourself, the main character that you build. And you ask it, like, questions before you jump in and become a Starborn. And one of them is like, what created all of this? Why, the creators.
Oh God.
Whoa.
They went to with the Matrix line. Oh no.
Yeah. It's so fucking dumb.
We must find the creator.
The sad
And you know
thing-
what's even dumber is how this universe got started in the first place. Somehow humanity discovers the FTL drive, or the grav drive in this game. And the way how Earth gets destroyed is quite literally through a software glitch. Because apparently these grab drives would fuck with the magnetosphere of the planet, and they didn't realize it until like the magnetosphere started to weaken on the Earth, and they're like, "Oh, we could fix that. It's just a glitch in the software. We just had to patch a bug."
Well, you know how Bethesda is with patching bugs, so that we're fucked.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
It's based off real life.
They literally just patched out like the fucking thing that destroyed the Earth, and they're like, "Oh well." And then the person who created the fucking FTL drive that destroys the Earth is in the future is like a Starborn, but comes back and tells a younger version of himself about the technology that leads to the creation of the grav drive.
So it's
he doesn't tell him like, "Hey, there's this software glitch. You might want to sidestep it." He's like, "No, I want to see this future again." And then it's just like it's an endless fucking loop of retardation.
It's like a Todd Howard stand-in. Like,
Yeah.
it's a Todd Howard self-insert. Holy fuck.
Oh my God. I just
so
I think
dumb.
it's kind of funny because this was literally the first game that I talked about for the first video on this channel.
I know. You still won't let me see that video, and I am upset over it.
Well, because like I talked about pumpkin spice lattes, Starfield, and
Oh, there's the title for you.
well, I literally called it literally what it was, like, because I didn't know like SEO or anything, and like so it was literally like Starfield, M&M, maybe, and pumpkin spice.
Pumpkin spice Starfield.
No, it's because they brought out the pumpkin spice frosty, and I was irate over it.
Pumpkin spice field.
Such a white girl.
Pumpkin spice field.
I was like, this is enough. They're taking over. We can't allow this. We cannot allow the pumpkin spice to permeate the Wendy's.
Right? It's like the Jedi thought it was the Sith, but it was turns out it was pumpkin spice the whole time.
It was. It really was. Oh my God.
I swear. Yeah, it's like this is some of the dumbest horseshit I've ever seen in a long time. And like the only thing that kept me into it was like, okay, I gotta see this through to the end just to see how fucking mind-rendingly retarded it is. And the thing that carried me through was the shipbuilder.
Yeah.
Because like you would get a bunch of fucking credits. You could either you could decorate a fucking house or an apartment with it, or you could just spend it on a ship. Like that's it. Like there's there's like no real like economy worth of buying anything in game for your character to use, because a lot of the combat mechanics, a lot of the healing items just come down to like, here's what you do. You max out medicine, which the perk system is like a fucking breeze if you just spam like create a bunch of shit to level up real quick.
Huh.
You basically max out your medicine skill in order to create or research the drug Panacea. So any environmental effects like radiation, burns, broken bones, infections could just be wiped away with this one drug that we called Panacea.
How original.
By the way, I'm starting to think that I do actually have a problem with Bethesda because I also didn't like Skyrim.
Yeah, no.
Didn't like it.
I've always said that Obsidian was better than them, and people thought I was crazy. And then it's like, yeah, where's that? I'm crazy. Like,
Yeah.
because I was saying that they were overrated since like Fallout 3. Because I even thought that like Fallout 3, for as good as it was like sort of teetering on that line.
Yeah.
And then like Starfield sort of pushed it over the edge for me because it's like, okay, so I want exploration. No Man's Sky does it better. I want my best space life. Elite Dangerous does it better. I want role-playing game. Call of Duty does role-playing better at this point. Like, so it's like, what? Who is this for? It's like, what is this? Like, I can't see anybody like.
Well, I mean,
This is for like.
they totally fucking shot me out of the fucking Battlefield thing, and like I'm talking about, I was a person that on Battlefield 3, so you're talking about Xbox 360, dropped $120 for that game back then.
Yeah.
And like, so I spent money. I was big. I was on a lot of private servers. I did a lot of like private arranged matches, rank stuff, everything. Like I literally was, I don't know, somewhere in the top 20 at one point for like just destroying tanks. I was a one-man destroy fucking tanks person. Like if there was a problem, yo, I solve it. Check out the hook while the DJ revolves it. And like would go up and fucking
my hero, because I was a sniper, so I couldn't fuck with tanks.
Like I would literally.
I can't believe you pulled that.
I mean, that would be the time period too. Like.
Yeah. But like that was my thing. Like, and then they developed like the armor and everything to make it harder and stuff. Like as people like ranked up their tanks, and I could get up and over that shit too. I had people sitting there being like, "You're cheating." I would get that all the time. Loved it because I wasn't. I was on console. I was sitting there and I just learned well, and then I learned how to fly, and I could hover helicopters and just sit under a bridge. Oh, that would piss people off to no tomorrow. But like, I still got you with that, didn't I?
that was like a fucking throwback.
Yeah, I just slid Ice Ice Baby into a fucking discussion about Battlefield 3.
Hey, if you can, you know, throw Vanilla Ice when talking about tanks.
I was like the tank ice machine, and then I became the helicopter dude, and then I became like the jet dude. When I got into jets, oh, I was.
You know, since you were doing the whole Vanilla Ice, I thought you were gonna do like a twirl around your head like a helicopter. You know that shit.
Oh god, that was atrocious.
I guess better Vanilla Ice than Milli Vanilli.
Oh, I'd have to have somebody else say it.
It's like, I have a program flying my helicopter.
Oh, there's a section of YouTube that'll ever watch this video and they will have no idea what we're talking about right now.
There's gonna be people that are too young to that watch this that don't know what the early Battlefields were.
Oh man. Yeah, no, like I was in a team. We were trying to become a ranked team. We actually like had talked to a couple people who were the number one UK British ranked, which they were called Ace. I remember that. And they actually like their number one in the world ranked flyer was the one that like he sat down and he taught me how to fly and everything. I'm like sat there. I put probably close to 40 hours into learning to fly, like stuff that you wouldn't think of, because then it became like, okay, the basics, and then like intermediate stuff like fly through a bridge and all that, but then like figuring out all my sensitivity settings and everything for my controllers, so like I can manipulate an aircraft to like turn on a fucking dime and shit. Oh. I was good. And then I'd sit there and I'd go on YouTube and watch what is it? Oh god, what was the big MDN? Or MCN, sorry.
Machinima?
Machinima.
Yeah,
Yeah,
machinima.
I'd watch Battlefield Friends and shit and laugh at that shit because it's true. Watch fucking CNanners and shit. Yeah, you're getting into the point of like where I really got into YouTube early, and then I went away for a bit. But yeah,
Like I was when I got into it, it was still like the machinima days, but I was watching like Red versus Blue, like when it was coming out on Halo 2 and everything.
oh yeah. Well, shit, I was on Miniclip, E-Bombs, World Newgrounds, all of that. Like that was my prime. Yeah. Oh shit. You want to really like scar people, sit there and tell the art people, yeah, this used to be a great porn site and you guys destroyed it. When talking about Tumblr.
Oh my god. But I just miss those early days, right? Like, because like it seemed like I feel like I've had this discussion so much with people that like the more that gaming became popular, it became like this really gross industry focused now on money.
Yeah, microtransactions and monetization and all that. Yeah.
We've seen it happen with movies because if you remember how movies were, and then it started becoming like big dollars, and then like you see all like nowadays, you see all the soulless movies come out, and it kind of sucks because it's like I remember playing like shit like Blasto on PS1 and like the old NES games like the Tiny Toons game and Bomberman, and now you go on these games and you see like Call of Duty with the $120 special editions wanting $40 for a battle pass with like a store filled with $30 skin bundles. And it's like, Christ, like, what do you like?
What happened?
Yeah, because then you boot up the game and you can barely run. It's like I'm running a 10990K with like a MSI board and like a 4060, and I struggle to get 60 frames per second on medium.
Jesus.
You know what I mean? And
Wow.
it's like you're perfect. Like, but don't worry, we can have like a shop with like $1,200 of microtransactions. But God forbid,
I see you there,
you want to
Huggy.
run it.
I see you there. I'll Huggy. Y'all speak blasphemy against Bethesda. No, we speak the truth about Bethesda.
Yeah,
It's a shit fucking company.
Unfortunately, the Bethesda that we fell in love with, like, with like the old days of like Morrowind and Oblivion, they're gone.
Yeah.
They're just
I
gone.
was actually. This is like still on the Bethesda shit, but I was watching a video essay a couple months back, that was titled "Fallout was not saved; it was sold."
Mm-hmm.
And like it is a fucking rip and a tear into the asshole of Bethesda. Like
yeah,
the
how
dude
they got
completely
the
eviscerates
IP,
them.
how they got the IP was really fucking scummy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like shit. Like when you read stories like that, it sort of like taints things for you. You know what I mean? Because it's like I loved this growing up, and then you realize that like Todd Howard literally came in and just like cut these people by the balls, and it's like, damn.
Yeah, but again, it's like one of the it's like the original creators of the show, or not show, but of the game. Specifically Tim Kaine. He was slobbering fucking Todd Howard's knob over the TV show. And like he was like completely ignoring the entire fucking lore from the first game of how the Great War happened.
Yeah.
And it specifically states in that game that China was the one who lobbed the nukes first. It wasn't Vault Tech and some like, ooh, evil corporations, mustache twirling villains or shit that he was like supporting. That was when the show came out. Now, a few months after the show came out, he's beginning to retract his horse shit.
Like, wow.
And I've been referring to him as Tin Can because, you know, if lore to a game is like history to humanity, if it could be so easily rewritten, then your name is no longer Tim Kaine. It's Tin Can.
Well, I'm going to pose a
Yeah.
question to you guys. Okay, would you rather Bethesda has gone the way that it's gone with the games that it's done, or the Ubisoft style that's going on presently?
They're basically copying Ubisoft to a degree.
I know they are now, but like you've had decent games with like the Assassin's Creed series and everything else. Like they were pretty good up and beyond when Bethesda kind of had that sold out feeling.
Well, I mean, the Assassin's Creed games, like,
And now
they were more.
Well, now you've got the
they
Black
were more
Asia
of like,
dude.
yeah, they were more historical fiction when it came to the main characters, but we've already had that discussion before. But they were more like competing with COD with yearly releases.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, would you rather Bethesda with the way they've gone? I mean, their games suck. Sorry, Huggy. But like now you've got like Ubisoft with all the stuff that they're pulling now. I feel like it's almost like I would have rathered Ubisoft have done what Bethesda did back when Bethesda did it than do the shit that they're doing now, if that makes sense.
Well,
with the,
I mean,
with
a lot
the
of the,
getting
a lot
rid
of the
of
stuff that
they're moving everything to the digital stuff, and now they're saying that they can get rid of games that you paid and purchased. Like, there's a lot of shit with the Ubisoft stuff. They're
Well, like the executive coming out and saying that like you don't own your games and you have to be okay with that.
yeah, like I would have rathered Ubisoft gone the route Bethesda did when Bethesda did it, and had two companies that suck. Then like, Jesus Christ, they're competing to outdo each other for the worst company of the fucking gaming industry.
That says a lot when you're also competing against Activision and EA.
Yeah.
Like, well, I think it depends on what you're asking me, right? Like, are you asking me from a logistical business standpoint? Or are you asking for me from a purely game design standpoint?
From a gamer perspective, would you rather sit there and have okay, so if you typically most gamers are dedicated to different series, so say like if you're happy with a game series, would you rather with a company, would you rather that company go the route that Bethesda did or the route that Ubisoft is going presently?
I mean, it's
I'd
hard
rather
to
them go
say.
bankrupt.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with that because, like, at this point though, like, they're kind of the same, right?
They're getting the big, yeah.
Well, I mean, the way how I see it, I can point out like 3 different game companies and 3 different series of games that they control that have gone spectacularly belly up, and it all follows the same Star Wars horse shit with The Last Jedi. Halo and 343 Industries. That shit should have never even happened in the first place because the guy who was put in charge originally wasn't a lead writer, wasn't a lead designer for the games. He literally ran the fucking forum. And he was put in charge of 343 Industries and the future of Halo. And that's how we got the fucking the Forerunner enemy class, the Prometheans.
Okay.
Because apparently this guy didn't understand that the original story of Halo, the way how it was intended before they had to rewrite Halo 2 a bit, because they left it with a cliffhanger and they couldn't get all the shit they wanted done, is that humanity was the direct descendant of Forerunners. Not a separate species. Like, you know, Forerunners were their own species, and then there was ancient humanity, which came down to humanity.
By the way, I'm sitting here trying to like understand what's going on with this conversation. I haven't played Halo since 2. On the Xbox.
Well, to boil it down, basically 343. Bungie leaves, gets goes self-publishing because they want to leave Microsoft to make Destiny. So Microsoft creates 343 Industries, which is a successor studio, and then what they do is they decide that they do the typical thing. We want to create our own Halo, sort of make their own mark on history. So they sort of start twisting, retconning certain bits of lore from Bungie,
Were they the
sort of
ones that
adding their
developed
own
Reach?
spin on it. No,
No,
Bungie was
Bungie developed Reach.
that,
Reach was like
Reach
their
was their
swan
last.
song.
That was
Okay.
their last game before they broke off to do Destiny 1.
Yeah, and there's like a bit of controversy with Reach. Like when they were making that game as their final game, they were basically it's basically like the pre-runner engine to what's in Destiny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember playing Reach and I was like, this is fucking horrible, and didn't even play through the game. By the way, I know
Dude,
that I am.
loved Reach.
I am part of a
great.
dying subsect of people, I feel like, when it comes to gamers. I am a huge solo gamer. And that whole sect of gaming is dying, which is making me more and more disinterested in gaming as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is like Reach kind of had like a mix of basically everything that Halo was, but it was like a different take on it with squad-based mechanics.
Okay.
It was
because
like
they didn't. Well, basically, you know the what is it? The TV show Firefly.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, like the show. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they tried doing. Well, they did like a similar version of that show with Nathan Fillion as Buck in Halo 3 ODST.
Okay.
And they based that game's main story as an homage to Dante's Inferno.
Okay.
What they did with Reach is that they kind of transplanted that whole Firefly aesthetic to it, where you have like multiple main characters or like protagonists.
Yep.
I guess you could say, as your teammates, and they slowly get picked off, like throughout the story, and you're basically watching the fall of like
the glassing of Reach.
Basically it's their version of the fall of Rome in the Halo universe. Like it doesn't happen in a day, it happens slowly over time for about a month.
Yeah.
Until you're the last person on the planet and you're surrounded by Covenant. So it's like very depressing, but you know how the story is going to end. However, the way how they tell the story, where they have all these like different environmental shots, like you've got video cameras, like from security cameras picking up your character when they're doing the cutscenes and everything. It's basically like environmental storytelling rather than like an actual story, like traditionally speaking.
Okay.
Like you can literally feel the dread and like the planet dying and this impending sense of doom. And it just like brings out like all those primal fears in you.
Okay.
If you're like really into it.
The story was great. Like,
yeah.
If you can go back and play it for the story, I would recommend it. Like, it is fantastic because
that's in the Master Chief Collection, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a DLC. I mean, the Master Chief Collection has Halos 1, 2, 3, and 4, but you can get ODST and Reach is like $5 DLCs.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
it's worth it because it's like it
yeah,
goes
definitely.
through the glassing of Reach, where like that was like the big point of the Human Covenant War. So it's kind of interesting, like, because the tagline was "You know how it ends, but see how it begins," and it's what I really liked about it. I think Bungie did a fairly good job, especially with them adding the squad, trying to make it like Halo, but feel like almost like a tactical based thing. So it's like this mesh of Halo meets like Rainbow Six.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, there's no like giving out commands to your team members, but they will work like their own AIs will work with you to a certain extent. However, like when the game came out, and I think it's still a thing to this day, where Kat, who's a one-armed Spartan 3, she's a terrible driver.
Okay.
Yeah,
and it kind of fits like the whole like woman driving meme and everything because there's a mission where you're doing like a battalion charge in warthogs, tanks, and like not helicopters, they call them Falcons in the game. And you are trying to get to this bridge and it goes out because like a bomb goes off. You ramp over it and you get into the starting point where you're being fired upon by a bunch of Covenant troopers and some AA guns. You got to take them out. Then your Pelican, the Pelican that resupplies you, comes in with like a rocket hog. And if you get up on the turret, Kat will get into the driver's seat.
Don't do
and
that.
She will drive you off the edge of the cliff. Like she won't follow the road or anything. She'll just drive off the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll have to check it out. I've actually been watching a lot of Halo speedrunning. Not because of Chibi, but I've re-encountered Chibi watching a lot of stuff.
Oh my god!
But Chibi and are not Chibi was the other game. But no, what's the other dude that like was like a professional speedrunner for Halo, and like he tanked playing the game at like one of the fucking gaming conventions. Oh my god, it's gonna bother me. I gotta look it up.
But like there's more to talk about the story. It's just that in Halo Reach, like the characters in your squad, they die off at like what is it? Mission 5, I believe. Long Night of Solace would be the mission name.
Okay.
Where you're basically trying to take out this Covenant carrier that's like got cloaked troop deployment units on the ground on Reach. And it's like the big threat that's taking out like any UNSC ship that comes close to wiping out like these Covenant deployment spots on the planet. And you basically come up with this bomb that's built from a slip space drive. And the one guy that you have with you, his name is George. He's a Spartan too, and he's like the big guy.
Okay.
You know, like stereotypical.
Yep.
Big guy, carries the fucking machine gun.
An HMG.
Like, not an HMG. He carries like the turret, you know, like the one that you could rip
Gatling
off.
gun, yeah.
Yeah, the Gatling turret. And he dies. This is one of the things the story does is that there's true to the character deaths.
Okay.
Because George is like the big guy who's soft at heart, but he's like, you know, menacing on the outset.
Yep.
He goes out like detonating the bomb because the detonator is fried, so it has to be fired manually.
Oh, okay.
So he sacrifices himself thinking he saved the planet Reach or bought it some time. However, immediately after, there's an entire Covenant fleet coming in. Like more carriers, more cruisers, more troops and everything.
Okay. Yeah.
So like his sacrifice meant nothing.
Oh, fuck.
Like in the time that it happens.
Cody Miller, by the way. Cody Miller is the guy. I had to find his name really quick. I'm sorry if you've ever seen
Cody Miller.
Yeah, have you ever seen his Halo speedrun stuff?
Mm-hmm. I've seen him.
Oh god, do you know that story, Jim?
No.
To abbreviate, this guy was at a gaming convention. He's doing a speedrun. It's actually a speedrunning convention, and it's the first time Halo's been speedrun. Like, it's welcome into the community, right? So they're like, okay, how long does it take you to speedrun this? And he's like, it should take me about 2 hours, right? So they book him for 2.5 hours to speedrun this game. He fucks up so badly, it takes him 4.5 hours to play the game. And he goes from playing on Elite. By the time he's done, he's playing on normal. He had to skill down twice.
Bro.
Yeah, wait, did he go from legendary to heroic down to normal?
Yes, yeah.
Because those are the difficulties.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah, and then
bro.
it was so fucking atrocious. There's some great videos on it if you look up his name.
I'm gonna have to. Oh my god, it's amazing.
But it's like a first in the industry, and he totally fucks it up. Go on, sorry.
I was gonna say the next a lot of people call this ironic deaths, but it's like true to the character deaths because there's like one part of their like identity that ends up costing them their life. Like George is the caring one who wants to save Reach. He thinks he does, but it doesn't happen. The next death is Kat, who's like the brainiac of the group. She's the hacker. She gets killed after a glassing beam comes down next to the skyscraper, knocking out the Spartan shield system for like a Covenant elite to come and snipe her in the head.
And she's always taking off her helmet.
Yeah,
she's always taking off her helmet, which is like foreshadowing.
Yeah, the smart one gets taken out by a headshot. Then there's Carter, who's the commander of the group. He goes down with the ship, literally, because in the second to last mission, which is like the last mission is Lone Wolf, the second to last is Pillar of Autumn.
Okay.
And this is where you deliver like the other Cortana fragment to the Pillar of Autumn before they head off and escape Reach.
Yeah, it basically starts Halo 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's how they tie in the story. Carter is in the Pelican and is being harassed by phantoms and banshees, and it's pretty badly damaged. He drops you and Emil off, who's like this close quarters combat shotgun, gritty, like fucking grizzled veteran with a skull over his like visor that he carved into it.
Okay.
Carter comes down and he's like he's basically providing overwatch, I guess you could say, for up until like halfway to the mission through the mission, where you get cornered by a scarab. And he's like Emil's like, sir, you don't have the firepower to take it out. And he's like, but I have the math. And basically he just 9/11's the scarab. He goes down with the ship, the bird, you know, the commander.
Yeah. I love how you described that as 9/11ing.
Then Emil, like towards the end of the mission, dies because he's up operating the Mac gun, providing covering fire from incoming like aerial threats, and he gets cornered by two elites with energy swords who are trying to pry him out of the cockpit of the gun. And he's like fighting them off. He gets knifed by an energy sword through the back. Then he swings around with his own kukri knife and stabs the elite in the face and then dies. So it's like one attribute of the characters. And there's a sniper who doesn't die because he like sticks to the shadows, is on the high ground, and he just like escapes from Reach with Dr. Halsey. Because, like, the mission previous, he becomes, like, her personal escort to another base where she gets evacuated. So, that leaves you, what is it? Noble Team?
Noble 6.
Yeah, Noble 6. You're the Lone Wolf, which is the penultimate level, where it's kind of like the firefight mode, but in campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as you like continue like fighting wave after wave of Covenant, it gets significantly harder. The more damage you take, the more shit you lose from your heads-up display, like your ammo counter, your health bar, your shield, everything, and your visor begins to crack. And until your health gets like down to maybe 1 bar, then it goes to a cutscene where your character's fending off like 4 different elites.
He's like 1v15ing. Like there's like
he's got an assault rifle in one hand and he's got his magnum in the other, and he's like trying to take down as many like enemies before he gets pinned and then gets stabbed through the heart.
And the best scene of that is at the very end when he's looking up and you hear like, you were a hero. You know, you helped.
Well, that wasn't
long enough.
That wasn't the thing. It's like the cutscene that shows it is that he takes off, Noble 6 takes off his helmet as he's taking fire. And they angle it in such a way that you never see the face of the character. Kind of like what they do with Master Chief in cutscenes where he takes off the helmet.
Yeah.
So it's like all these Dutch angle shots and everything from the fight scene as your character goes down.
Yeah, like it's low really angle stuff or super high angle behind and things like that. Yeah.
It's really great environmental storytelling.
Nice.
And then it's like your helmet is the only thing that survives the planet mostly intact from the glassing. And as it's like being re-terraformed, you see your helmet there at the end.
Wow.
Yeah. But the final shots are like you just see all of the Covenant glassing lasers just on Reach. And it's one of those like powerful moments where it's like, damn, you know, you read the book The Fall of Reach, but like it doesn't do it justice like the game.
I mean, the game tells a much like whole picture of like the battle for Reach, whereas The Fall of Reach is like the book itself is the story of Master Chief and the Spartan program and everything.
Blue Team,
I have
pretty much.
never, ever gotten into additional media for any game.
The books
You've
are
never
good.
read?
I
the
like
books
the
are
books.
the
Any
books
game.
are solid.
Yeah.
I mean, you should actually read Halo First Strike, because that ties that basically bridges what happens in between Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2.
Okay.
And how Chief and Sergeant Johnson got back to Earth.
I would say First Strike and The Fall of Reach are probably some of the greatest like video game tie-in books ever written. Like I would say that they could. They could. I know. I just heard the damn thing beep. It's like you're already eating from the cord headset. What more do you freaking want? But it's like, but I would say like those are so good enough.
They should have been made into movies. Like First Strike should have been made into a movie.
Not just that, but like if you were reading it, like you could set that in front of anyone that wasn't a Halo fan, and be like, read this book, and it would hold up. Like it would, like you wouldn't need to be a Halo fan. Like it's a book.
It's a standalone property, basically.
Yeah, it's entertaining enough that you don't need to be a Halo fan to like it. They're just great. Like.
And then there's like the book that basically is Halo Combat Evolved, but novella, which is Halo the Flood. And the way how that was written was like some of it was freeform ideas that the guy came up with, and most of it was just him playing the levels of the game when he was writing it. And there's like it's the level where the Flood gets introduced, where he basically gives Master Chief a shotgun at the beginning of the level, because apparently this is something people piece together after reading the book and playing the game. The dude was playing on easy mode.
Oh,
because
really?
There's like a bunch of shotgun ammo right where Echo 419 drops you off, but there's no shotgun. However, you play on easy mode, there's a shotgun there.
Okay.
So it was kind of like a neat little thing about the book. It's like the dude was playing easy mode and then was writing the book as he went.
Huh.
But I mean, that book by itself isn't as great as like Fall of Reach or First Strike. Actually, the first 6 set of books, which is The Fall of Reach, The Flood, First Strike, The Cole Protocol, Contact Harvest, and Ghost of Onyx. Those are the top 6 books from the Halo universe.
Okay.
I mean, everything that came after, like that was written by 343, has been hit or fucking miss.
We don't talk about those.
I mean, there are a few good ones. However, I'm really fucking pissed with the Thursday War, because it was the precursor to Halo New Blood, which takes the characters from Halo 3 ODST and basically kills the character you play as in that game at the end of the book. The rookie, he basically gets headshotted after being taken hostage by Mickey, who turns into a turncoat terrorist.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, there's
what?
Yeah. Halo
what?
New Blood.
What? What?
Yeah.
I'm so angry. I am so angry that you told me that, because like
there's like 3 books in it. There's the Thursday War, New Blood, and I forget what the other one is, but they call it the Kilo 5 trilogy because it deals with the ODSTs from Halo 3 ODST. Because the name of their ODST trooper group was Kilo 5.
Okay.
That's why I just hate 343.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, this is tying into another YouTuber. You know the Act Man, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. This is back when he was actually good and not a fucking schizophrenic piece of shit. He did a 5-part series tearing the fucking ever-loving shit out of 343 Industries for Halo 5 Guardians.
Okay.
And there was this, and he basically explained the different sets of material that you would have to read in order to understand anything that was happening within the game's story.
Yeah, and if you're like me, then you're never gonna know.
Yeah, and the funny line that he put in it was like, no, you can't just play the game and understand and pick up what they're putting down. You got to do your homework, because there was 10 fucking books that you had to read to even understand what these characters were, because they added in like 2 new female characters for Buck's team, or Team Osiris, I think it was called. Or was it Team Osiris? I forget which one Locke was in, but it was the opposing team to Blue Team in that game. And it was just so fucking ridiculous because they were doing the whole gender equality. It was the Last Jedi horseshit that fucking happened with Halo 5 Guardians. Because they turned like Cortana into like an Alex Jones AI villain.
Okay.
I was sad for that. It's like you just had to make. It's like you just had to like hit on that and make Cortana that BPD crazy bitch. Where it's like, it's
like seriously, it was basically like feminist. It's like feminist doctrine for AI, but with the schizophrenia of Alex Jones as a character.
It's like somebody ran like Cortana through Grok, and instead of going down the right rabbit hole and becoming a Nazi like Tay, like it went the other way. Like it just went to the other side.
Because
Like,
here's the retarded thing about it, is that Halo 5 Guardians literally led into Halo Infinite taking so fucking long in development. And when 343 took over the helms for Halo, they made some very questionable decisions when it came to certain characters. Like in Halo 4, they had a good story, although it's a bit, if you don't like love stories or if you have like a intolerance form, you'll hate it. But I can understand where the writer was coming from, because he had lost a loved one to what was it? Dementia.
Okay.
And basically they played up Cortana's character since she was coming up on her 7-year life cycle before she went into rampancy, as like a person with dementia, where they have like anger spout or like fits of anger. They lose their memory. They lose like their identity and whatnot.
Okay.
And this is a personal story from the writer who lost his mother to dementia. So I can understand that. However, there was a corporate reason for why they killed off Cortana. Care to guess what it was?
I don't even know. There's a lot of things I can think of.
Hello, Cortana, Windows search engine AI. Literally, they thought the best way how to get Cortana to be from Halo to the fucking desktop helper was to kill her off in the game.
Oh, thank God they didn't kill off the paperclip. Oh, thank fucking God.
you know what bothered me there? You know what really bothered me? It's like, okay, so here's what we're going to do. This is going to be our search engine, right? It's called Cortana. By the way, you're a Halo fan, so you know that Cortana went fucking mad and insane and crazy. Here's the search engine. Why don't you try searching for something with our rampant AI? Like, who marketed that? Like, yeah,
I don't know.
that was just
that wasn't even the worst one.
Some
that
IT
like
person with a pretty fucking good sense of humor, if I'm going to be honest.
Either that or I think they're crazy chicks.
That wasn't the most egregious corporate decision that came down from like on high from Microsoft to 343, because the same dude who basically became the president of 343, who ran the fucking web page back when Bungie controlled the IP.
Okay.
His excuse for Halo 5 Guardians as to why Sergeant Locke and Fireteam Osiris ended up getting basically 85% of the fucking screen time in the game instead of Master Chief is because, and I quote, "We didn't think the audience thought that Master Chief was the main character."
Yeah, imagine that. Like,
Jesus
Master Chief not being the main character of Halo. It's this random new character we just introduced.
Yeah, and this is like following like after Gamergate, with all the fucking feminists and the equality and diversity horseshit really began ramping up. And it infected Star Wars the same way with The Last Jedi, because they came out I think in the same year, right, Jim? 2015.
I think so. If not, it was at the very tail end of 14. Like, it was right around that time.
I'm thinking it was 2015, 2016, because it literally followed the same pattern of destruction as The Last Jedi.
Yeah, it did.
Oh
it
my
really
God.
Where it left the story on a fucking retarded cliffhanger with, like, the giant pendulum of doom.
We gotta save our BPD crazy chick.
By the way, all this Halo talk has made me think of a video. And, okay, I've got to share it with you guys. I don't know if you've seen it. I would hope that you've seen it in the 15 years it's been around. Have you ever seen The Website Is Down?
Yes.
All the Halo talk.
Horrified.
All the Halo talk has just made me think of this. I fucking still love this video 15 years later just because I can vibe with this.
Bitches, let's go. That's right. Oh snap.
That's Halo 2.
Oh, not now.
Or no, is it Halo 1?
That's Halo.
Hello? Nothing. I'm working. What's
I'm working.
Hey, you here at Building 3?
Yeah, I'm in Building 3.
Well, why don't I call an outside number to get you a desk?
Well, look, I don't want to get in an IP telephony conversation with you right now.
IP telephony? IP urine.
IP telepathy.
IP urine.
Alright, so we got a problem. The website's down.
I'm sorry, what?
The website is down. Black hole. I can't get anything.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Fuck. Hold on.
As he's searching for jobs on Monster.
Well, it's up to me.
Well, I rebooted my PC and it's still that way.
How many times did you reboot?
3, man. You always want to do 3.
Well, it's up. I mean, I can check to see if Apache's running.
Oh god, Apache.
Apache is running.
Oh god.
I don't know if Apache is, but either way, I'm still not able to get money.
Or you can get HTML, like it's running.
Okay, well, I'm still not able to get what I'm looking for. Nancy said that you guys rebooted last time. I don't know. I mean,
You want me to reboot the web server, even though it's
I'm just saying that that's what Nancy said you guys did last time. Okay?
Silence.
Well, I can reboot it now. It doesn't make any sense to reboot something that's
Okay, well,
running.
I'm telling you what Nancy said. That you guys,
It doesn't make
you
sense to
guys-
reboot something that's running.
I'm not saying anything about you guys. I
Sure,
don't
why
know.
not? Let's reboot it. I mean,
I don't know
it's
that
just fun to
I
reboot a web server. And I'll take 15 minutes, so, you know, I can get back to
Wait,
the
something just happened. I can't get to the homepage.
What do you mean you can't get to the homepage?
I just tried to get to the homepage. I
You
can't
could get to the homepage before?
Yeah, I'm getting to the homepage now. I can't get to the homepage.
You told me that the website was down. Fuck. So the website wasn't
well,
down.
Well, maybe that's not what I meant, okay?
The website's down now.
Whatever it's called, the World Wide Web.
The internet?
It's slow. Everything is just slow.
You don't know the difference between the internet and our website?
Nancy, is your web working? No, I know. Rebooted the website.
The fact is, I've worked with people that they do exist like this. This is a thing.
Hello?
Yeah, this is Trevor.
Freaking Skype call.
Arvada, population 10,000. And I was just looking at our website, www.arvada.org/Arvada Harvest. And I get this error message, page cannot be displayed.
Well, it's because the website's down.
Huh?
Oh, my God. Look, the sales guys upstairs took down the website, so we're waiting for it to come back.
And then I tried
The grind shots.
pumpkin patch, and that wasn't on there. And I tried harvest hole /bean.raise, and nothing's coming up. And I literally have the mayor.
Pumpkin patch?
Yeah. Right now, so we need to get this back up.
Well, it should be up by now, honestly.
They call it online. We gotta get this page online.
Alright, Trevor. Well, let me, can I call you back when it's up?
You know what? Phone back at this number. Literally have the mayor reach out on it. Pumpkinpatch.org.
Okay. Sure. Alright, I'll see you there. Okay.
So, say that again?
Listen, what was your name again? Chip?
Chip.
Can you
I didn't have
hold on
to
a second? Hello?
Did you take down the website?
No.
Well, that's because you did.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
No, I mean, yeah.
Those guys.
Can you my email about not taking down the web server?
This is the best. Do not reboot the web server. Yeah, I never saw that email.
I don't see it.
Well, this is weird. I don't see it here. Okay, well, maybe I didn't send it to you.
Stop forwarding the chain mail.
You know, but don't take it down because it won't come back up without being powered off.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry.
Thanks a lot.
This is where it gets fucking great.
Chip?
Yeah.
Look. Okay, Wizard's not coming up now because you made me take it down in the wrong way.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get Laszlo to power it off. Can you hold on a minute?
Alright.
What the fuck? Windows XP.
Yeah. That's how old this shit is.
Look, Derek, you fucking idiot. What rack is this in?
I'm sorry, what?
What rack is the system in?
It's in rack 5. Yes. Rack 5. Yes. There's an accident. Just reboot it.
You need the system rebooted.
Yes.
Which one is it?
It's gray. It's on the. It's like third down.
They're all gray.
No, it's third down. You see the gray on the bottom.
From the top or the
On the top. It's.
From the
It's
top, gray on the bottom.
No, shut up. It's gray on the bottom. It's gray on the bottom. It's on the bottom of the rack.
Damn, I forgot how
Yes.
loud those servers
You just
are.
powered off the exchanger.
Or were, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know if they've gotten any silent.
Well, size not really. Capacity is improved substantially.
He just team killed everybody.
Yeah, and the server operator boots him from the server.
Chip.
Hey.
Well, you managed to take the email system down as well.
Really? The email server?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with
You
the
just
web
shut off
server.
all our email. Okay.
Laszlo at the data center rebooted it when he was trying to fix the web server that you asked me to take down. So.
Oh, dude, he's playing on GameSpy back then.
What?
How many times did you reboot it?
Halo Custom Edition.
Well, you need to try a few more times.
Look at.
We're having a quarterly sales call in 2 minutes. I need to get on the website, or the internet, or whatever. That's why I called you in the first place. How to roll it off.
What's your asset tag, Chip?
This is
The asset
fucking
tag is
hilarious.
287 JTC and the number 2.
Is that P as in Paul?
Okay, chat, if y'all aren't ready for this, this is the best desktop that you could ever fucking log into. And it is just so fucking error specific. Oh my fucking god.
The P is in Paul.
Okay.
So he's remote access.
Is this your desktop? Is that
Whoa, my mouse is moved.
Okay.
Again. Oh my god, you're moving my mouse.
It's remote desktop. What is your password?
It's just the letter A. Apple. Are you looking at my desktop right now?
Dude, how many programs do you have running? You're totally overloading your box. That's probably part of the reason.
Well, I use all these programs. You know, I got a lot of work to do during the day. Whoa, hey, no! No, I need to take this.
Chip.
This is all my work.
He's got total solitaire.
All my windows, okay? Love you, you gotta
AOL.
That thing is
Don't
so
use AOL.
true.
Dial-up networking.
This is so fucking accurate.
Well, how am I gonna get to the internet without AOL?
It's broadband.
But I got like 4,000 hours for free.
That is such a fucking throwback. I got 4,000 hours free.
Right? Oh my god, dial up was the shit.
I remember AOL sending out like the prize thing was to find the 10,000 hour disc.
God.
The old days of playing RuneScape and then being pissed off because someone tried to call my mom when I was in the wilderness. And she's like, I'm sorry, your aunt needed to call me, and it's like, well, tell her to call back later. It's like, I'm in school most of the day. I got 3 hours of my life,
This
and you're
is me
trying to
time,
rob them
Ma.
from me. Yeah, this is me time. Not that you know what it's like to have me time.
I'm working on the computer. It's got a virus.
I mean, we did because I downloaded a lot of shit from LimeWire. Like,
Oh man, yeah. This desktop chat. Be prepared.
$1,000 a month, so don't use AOL. Whoa.
Can you carry over my hours?
They're icons. They spell fuck you, and there's a picture of a penis.
Patricia did that when I took over a computer. She wasn't very happy.
How long has it been like that?
8 or 9 years.
8 or 9 years.
God.
You know, I just got so used to it. I didn't want to change it.
That's fucking awesome. Hold on. Alright, I'm taking a picture of this.
Screenshots it.
Seriously though, I've got like a meeting in 5 minutes, so whatever we gotta do to get my PC back.
Oh, this is going right onto Boing Boing.
Boing boing.
Here's the thing. This is a problem. You can't have people looking at this. Okay, arrange your icons by name.
Yeah, well, no, I can't find anything.
What do you mean? It's alphabetical.
Oh man, I had everything exactly where I knew where it was. I knew that our website was at the very tip of the penis. And now I don't know where anything is. I don't know
tip of the penis.
Our website was the very tip of the penis. His solution for this is amazing.
Anymore.
Well,
my Salesforce.com was on the right testicle. I'm not gonna be able to find anything. I got a meeting in 2 minutes, and I need the icons back to where they were.
Oh my god, wait. Does he say what I think he does? I missed that.
No, it's not that one. It's not that one anymore.
Well,
my Salesforce.com was on the right testicle.
Holy shit, my Salesforce.com. Man, holy shit. I am super proficient in that fucking program too. Oh god.
I'm not gonna be able to find anything. I got a meeting in 2 minutes, and I need the icons back the way they were.
Well, I can't go back. There's no way to go back. You can't arrange my penis.
You can't arrange my
Every
penis.
time I call you tech support people, every fucking time.
You can't arrange
something
my
entirely
penis.
different, you know? You don't fix the problem that I call.
Oh, his solution is
all I wanted was to
amazing.
get a website back. That's all I needed. When you restored it, you said you had a picture of it. Restore it.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could just make that the background for your desktop.
I don't care what you have to do. Whatever you gotta do to get this thing back.
Honestly, that probably won't solve the problem completely. But
Well, the icons in the
It
same
will
spot.
solve the problem completely.
Alright.
Oh, that cuts off. Oh my god. Okay, so the end of the call, he hides all the desktop icons. And the guy's like, oh, thank God you fixed it. He's like, yeah, is that all you need? Yeah, all right. And he hangs up and goes back to fucking playing Halo. Oh,
I knew
my
it. It was in
God.
the right testicle.
Oh, man.
All right, I do gotta do a shout out. Devoured, I appreciate it. Like I said, the money that I saved up, it's actually going towards this movie. I've been wanting to buy this. This has been like a brain worm for me for only about like 4 years. I watched this movie 4 years ago. Didn't remember the name. Really enjoyed the movie. Reddit was useless with tip of my tongue bullshit. Didn't help me at all.
Reddit being useless? No. No. How? Reddit's always useful. What?
But what I'll probably do is once I get this movie, it's kind of a Halloween movie, but it's not really horror. And like I'll probably play it in the server and people can come and watch if y'all want to. So if you're not in the Discord, I could send the link, or it should be in the link tree in the description. But yeah, this movie is fucking amazing because the whole movie is on the premise of come on. It's Australian or New Zealand. And so it's about that guy that you just saw, that young kid. He's with a new friend group now. And his old friend from his old friend group kind of comes around. And he's like half hanging out with his old friend group. This kid that just got punched. Him. And this kid comes around on Halloween night and he's like hanging out with them, spending time. They're kind of like recanting and retelling old stuff and everything else. He hangs out with them for the whole movie, and at the end, there is the craziest twist I've seen in a movie. And it was really fucking good, but it's like really fucking heartbreaking. But yeah, he's in this red hoodie and like is dressed as a ghost. But it was really for his skull mask, but it's fucking amazing. So thank you, Devoured. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I would totally recommend somebody like going and watching this movie. Right now it's not on any streaming platforms, which is why I have to buy it. But yeah. It's not Twilight-ish, I promise. It's actually really fucking good, aside from them all having either New Zealand or Australian. I forget. I think it's Australia is where the movie's based. But
It's really good outside of the fact that they're all Australian.
yeah. Once you get past the accents, no, cinematography on this is amazing. And it's kind of like described as like one of those coming of age kind of movies, which some of them are great, some of them are atrocious. This was like legit pretty good, and it all takes place in like 1997 or 97. So like it's all pre-technology, and like it really hits. It really does. But yeah, I totally recommend it. Like I said, I'll get it. I'll probably stream it on the server. But yeah,
I'll have to jump in then.
it's really fucking good. I think you'll enjoy it. But yeah, like
Okay, back to Halo.
But yeah, this is all cinematography from the movie. Like, just this scene was fucking cool as hell. But yeah, it's got like a creep vibe factor to it, but at the same time, I don't know, it's a good movie. It's a good drama movie.
It's like Stranger Things, but it's down under things.
Down under things.
It's like Stranger Things,
That
but
sounds
not
like
heavily overrated.
that sounds like a porn title.
I mean, in case if their careers ever die.
Oh my god.
But one other thing I wanted to point out, because I didn't even get to the other two companies and things, but the last thing I wanted to point out about Halo, that 343 deserved to die in a pit of fire, is that they went out and literally hired people who hated Halo and wanted to be more like Call of Duty.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also, half the people that worked on Infinite were 3-month contractors. So they would hire people for like this limited time.
Oh my god,
and
that's
then
atrocious.
for like 6 months at a time, and then like they would have to spend 3 months training on the engine, and then do 3 months of work, and then they'd be let go.
Mm-hmm.
And then just bring in another round, rather than hiring somebody that you would train on the engine.
You know what that
and then leave
sounds
them
like
work
to me?
on it.
That sounds like to me they were working off H1B1 visas.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, not to shit on anybody working on a visa, but holy fuck, that makes things so much harder. Oh god.
And you know, the crazy thing is, like, I didn't even know this about Halo for the longest time.
Yeah.
But they were basically using the same formula as fucking Bethesda, where they would have their own proprietary engine, and they would just constantly update it.
Yeah.
The engine that runs Halo Infinite is called the Slipspace engine, which is like the newest iteration of what they've been constantly upgrading, which was the Blam engine.
Yeah. And it's so bad that they had to pull a dice where DICE dropped Frostbite for Unreal 5. Their next Halo game is going to be in Unreal 5 because, like, Frostbite with Battlefield, Slipspace just couldn't handle Halo and what it needed to do. They had to rewrite the entire back end to add different gameplay menus for, like, Team Slayer. They had to rewrite
not
the back
only
end.
that, but just like different mechanics for like to be implemented. It's like the whole like hiring contractors for 6 months, where it's like 3 months training, 3 months working, created so much fucking technical debt that they couldn't even get split screen to work, even though they fucking promised it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, because
However,
then you have people coming in where other people left off, and there's a fucking fill gap with that of at least 30 days to like try and figure
Yeah, the
out how
spaghetti
things
code.
are working. And yeah, and then you get like fragmented code and everything else. Oh my god, that sounds like a mess.
Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
why it crashed, and it took them like 2 months to add Team Slayer because they had to go in and rearrange the entire backend because their menu screen literally at the time was bound to how many options there were. They literally couldn't add another option onto the menu.
Oh my
That they had to
god.
redo the menus just to add Team Slayer into the playlist.
Mm-hmm. It was a complete and utter shit show.
Oh my god, that sounds fucking awful. And you're talking to a person that solo developed a CRM and an ERP for a company. Well, the CRM twice, the ERP once.
Yeah, it's just like it's been mistake after mistake after mistake because of 343 Industries, because they're practically beholden to Microsoft. Like, they aren't so much as a developer as they are just like a bitch boy studio.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Well, at this point too, they've been pretty much taken off of Halo. They've been told that Microsoft said that they're a support studio, that they literally are there just to make sure, like, the next Halo game is like going
Lore accurate.
okay. Yeah, and lore accurate, and that it's going okay, but they're not actually going to be the main developers on it.
Yeah, they went to developers to being proofreaders, basically. That's how bad they fucked up.
Yeah, that they've become a support studio.
My god.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: their relationship is basically like Bethesda when it came to Fallout 76, where they had their Texas branch build the game.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, what was it called? It was like Bethesda Houston or something. Like it was the B team or something. It was like based out of Texas, and they were the ones who built like Fallout 76 off of the Fallout 4 engine, which allowed people to hack in and steal all your shit and whatnot.
Yeah.
And run black markets and everything. It was just
amazing.
Fucking nuts.
Oh my god. Talk about taking all your problems and extrapolating them. Oh my god. Oh. This sounds awful. And like I don't know, I don't think you guys really know this much about me, but like, yeah, I've done like full program development stuff. So like I know a lot from that standpoint of what you guys are talking about, even though I don't know like exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, like I've done, like when I say a CRM and ERP, an ERP is enterprise resource program, and then a CRM is a customer relationship management system. These are like key things for any company. And I was doing this for like a $4.3 million a year company, and it was solo me. And I'm talking to people in like Singapore, India. I actually had to have time zones on my computer just so I knew when I could contact certain like support groups for like walking through or getting a code or something like that. And then I built and implemented it and put everything together and designed it. So yeah, I know again, how much it goes into that, and to the fact that like when you're talking about like doing the fragmented coding the way they were doing it, they could have just extended visas if they were working off of H-1B1 visas type situation.
Well, I mean,
like
the situation came about because of COVID. Like they weren't doing the whole, what was it, the contractor shit until after COVID happened. Like during lockdowns, they were doing the contractor shit, and they had people working from home. So they restructured how they had the company working with its employees during the pandemic, which extended like the time they needed to develop the game, and it was just worse for it.
Jesus. It just sounds like a total mishandling of shit. And like, it doesn't have to be that way. Like, oh my god, it just sounds like people got fucking lazy because of COVID. I'll be honest.
Well, I mean, and they wanted to cut costs.
Yeah, I mean, the only good Halo games, at least story-wise, that doesn't fuck with the lore too much, is Halo Wars, a spin-off.
Yeah.
And that's an RTS game. Not a first-person shooter, not an open worlder like Halo Infinite, but just a straight-up RTS, like a very dumbed-down one.
Huh.
I mean, those games are more adhering to the lore to a certain extent, although they do jump the shark a bit when it comes to vehicle designs and how like they got the technology and the blueprints for them. Specifically, given that the ship in the game called Spirit of Fire was adrift for 20 fucking years, devoid of human contact, with everyone in cryo sleep.
Okay.
So they completely missed out on the rest of the Human Covenant War, the outbreak of the Flood, and just appear at Installation 00, which is the Ark. And they've got like all these new radical updated vehicles that don't appear in any of the other games. So that's like where they jump the shark on design for me, but I pretty much like ignore it for the most part because it isn't like a major part of the game. It's just like one of those weird asides. But as far as like lore is concerned, it was supposed to be its own standalone game, like spinoff, where it wasn't supposed to connect, but the way how they worked it into the main game universe worked.
Okay.
And that's the only game or set of games within the Halo franchise that make any sense as of late.
How sad is that?
Yeah,
and the crossover to it came with Halo Infinite, where they have the Banished as the main enemy, like they did in Halo Wars 2. However, the Banished isn't being led by the original leader from Halo Wars 2, but like one of his like sub-lieutenants or something. And then they add in like another creature class that like expands the lore into another fucking branching path where you don't have like the Prometheans, the Forerunners, the Ancient Humanity, and the Precursors, which was like the group that got hunted by the Forerunners into extinction, and then what was left of them turned into the Flood to get their revenge against the Forerunners. Now you got like these time-traveling aliens that were somehow like fucking what's the word
That's
here?
the solution every time, like in the gaming industry. Oh, they time traveled. Like I feel like that is the biggest fucking sellout.
Apparently,
really
apparently
is.
the librarian is like the wife of the didact, who's like the archiver of all the different species before they fired the Halo rings. Somehow she was able to archive or like I want to say cartography for whatever reason. Basically got a sample of these time-traveling space fairies and put them on another Halo ring in order to keep their species alive if they ever needed to repopulate a planet of them. This is their first instance, and it's on the 6th game of the series, and they do fuck all. Like, I mean, they could literally time travel back before the Halo rings fired, before like the primordials or like the precursors got fucking wiped out by the Forerunners. It's just like it makes no fucking sense.
Oh my god.
But now we've got like fucking time traveler, time dilation, which I mean, in the book Halo First Strike, they kind of work with the idea of time dilation because not to get into too much, but there's this artifact on Reach that the Covenant are looking for, other than like the location of the portal to the Ark.
Okay.
That if you go into slip space mode on a ship, it dilates time to where you either go where you go faster, but time slows down for you and whatnot. It just like fucks with the logic of the universe. But in the First Strike book, it makes sense to a certain degree because they don't go into the mechanics, but they do have a reasonable explanation for why it happens. Because somehow Master Chief is gone for like a month on the Halo ring, and then shows up a week later back to Reach in order to rescue what was left of Blue Team, Dr. Halsey, and other survivors on the planet.
Oh my god. At least, like when you work it into the story and it's a part of the story, you can make things like that make sense and make it work. I hate like any space game, like if we need to solve an issue between like game 1, game 2, it's always time travel, time dilation, manipulation of time. Yeah. Well, now we've solved it, or interdimensional travel or some shit like that. Like,
hand waves stuff away.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like a really lazy way of like handling it.
Yeah. Oh man.
And it's, I mean, the whole thing is like there's also teleportation, which is kind of like how they explain the time.
We lost you. Or I lost you. Did you lose him, Jim? Am I just talking to myself, chat? Did my Discord die? What happened? I see myself lighting up.
Yeah, he can't hear us.
Oh my god, Pat, you can't hear us?
No, I don't think he can hear us.
No.
It's now deaf.
Okay, what the fuck is going on now? Stream went
That was
down and
Kiwi.
everything. Again, I'm hoping this is not like the
It's the
same.
Covenant.
I'm freaking out.
It's the Covenant.
343 sent the prophets after us. The prophet of truth has unplugged his router. Like, he's just like, nope.
Oh my god. Oh no, like everything went down. I don't know if it was just OBS or my internet having a hiccup, which I need to start streaming earlier because I feel like there may be like a system maintenance that they do, which kind of fucks with me.
Wait, we're coming across on stream there, Jim.
Are we?
Yeah, I just heard
Oh.
Kiwi in the replay.
So we're still going through, but he can't hear us.
Yeah, he can't hear us.
I'm having a conversation with you guys and
This is amazing.
There's two Strictly Patricks
I
again.
could hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
we heard you before. Kiwi,
Are
get
you-
out of here.
Are you okay?
What the hell happened?
He just removed Kiwi.
That was the
Yes.
weirdest shit ever. Okay, so like I heard you guys and thought I was having a conversation with you guys until you guys started talking, and while I was talking, I'm like, oh my god, I'm alone, and like I'm still trying to
Apparently we
figure
were on-
out.
Apparently, we were on the stream replay too, trying like talking like, can Pat hear us? And you're like talking, and like he can't hear us.
Oh my god.
You couldn't hear us, but we could hear you, and we were continuing our conversation in parallel to trying to get you to
Oh my
figure out.
Yeah, no, I'm sitting there and I even explained, I'm like, I think I need to start streaming at like maybe a different time, like earlier or something like that. Just from the sheer fact, I think there's a system maintenance possibly on my internet that regularly goes off around this time, which would make sense if they're like mountain based because that would be around 12:30 midnight. So,
Yeah.
but which is weird because
on
I'm Central Time.
Fridays.
But normally it's during the week, or you would do it on like a Wednesday. I don't know why they're running system maintenance on Saturdays. Anyway, I could hear you guys the entire fucking time. And like I was responding and it was lighting up in Discord, showing my voice active. And it's showing on stream.
Yeah, we can hear you, but
We could hear you, but you weren't responding to anything we were saying. It was kind of weird.
That's the weirdest shit ever.
you know what? We this is the time travel thing. Like it fucking, we were in different dimensions. We were in one dimension. Patrick was in
We
another.
talk about time dilation, and then it happens in real time.
Yeah, basically.
Well,
It's
I
like-
just had a fucking micro heart
Real
attack
life
because I thought that the channel was getting hit again. And I'm like, oh my god, again?
It's like we didn't have anything playing.
No, that was the thing. That's why I was like, do they just hate me now?
The Bethesda Death Squads were Microsoft got word that we were speaking ill of Todd Howard, and they sent their death squads through Windows
We're
to
revoking your
ice out Patrick. We're revoking your license, and you just pulls, and you're like, all of a sudden you can't log into Windows.
Yeah. We're revoking everything. You've got to use Internet Explorer.
Why are all my security certificates not valid? I can't do anything.
Oh my god. All right. So
I had
stream.
an update, and all of my shit's full of dead files.
I even
Why are
typed
they
in-
in the shape of a penis?
I even typed on stream. I'm like, the fuck happened?
And then it's Microsoft. It's like a picture of Todd Howard that says "Get fucked," with a picture, and he's holding a picture of a penis.
Fuck you guys. I'll go to Linux. I can figure out
no,
all that
Todd,
shit.
Fallout 3 was on the right testicle.
I'm sorry for speaking ill of our Lord and Savior Todd Howard. The canvas bag for Fallout was good. Like there was no issue with the canvas bag that wasn't really canvas. Starfield was Game of the Year for 2022, 2023, and 2024. Like you got 3 games in a year in a row, even
Yeah,
for the
25 years of trying, 25 years of toiling, 25 years of amounting to nothing but a piece of shit.
25 years of victory now for Todd Howard, so that way we can stay on stream.
This is like your apology speech to YouTube that I kept fucking up.
Well, I'm trying to,
it just works.
Here comes out giving a little
DDoS,
like, I'm
it just
trying
works.
to save us.
Oh my god. Shut the fuck up, stupid.
Sorry, but
your
DDoS
channel,
is supposed to
bud.
make something not work. They're devoured.
Yeah, but it's Bethesda, so they can't ever program anything right. So the DDoS just enhances his speed somehow. It's like,
Oh
oh,
my
we
God.
gotta patch our DDoS bots.
Oh man.
But yeah, with Halo too, you know what blew my mind?
What?
Halo Infinite didn't launch with SWAT.
Yeah, that was another game mode that was actually pretty good. That came out with Reach.
Yeah, they didn't launch with SWAT or Griffball.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I was mainly persuaded by the reviews when Reach came out, and that was around the time that I played it. And if you remember, Reach was not received well,
Yeah, I do remember that.
and I was like, oh god. And I'm like seeing the reviews on this, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to continue this. So that's kind of why I dropped.
Mainly because it was the Halo 2 purists that did it, really.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Because like the generation that grew up with Reach is now like in main focus for the marketing, which is why in Halo Infinite you have a lot of Halo Reach-esque armors coming back.
Okay. God,
It's one of those things where it's like, you know, we get like Infinite and Halo 5 and stuff like that. Like, you know what? Maybe Reach wasn't so bad comparatively.
I mean, hell, there's a group of people who are saying Halo 4 wasn't that bad, even though that was the game that they hired all the people who hated Halo and
When
wanted to make it
literally
more
was
like
Call of
COD.
Duty, like literally down to the class system.
Yeah, Call of Halo.
I liked Halo Duty.
Halo Duty. Halo of Duty.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's like it was also Duty, but then, you know, you also have the Halo Duty, so it's like you're kind of going at it with a pun and with like legitimate burning of it. So like,
I mean, the whole thing with like Halo 4, it was I don't know. It kind of suffers the same weaknesses that Halo Combat Evolved had, where it was like the 10 mission structure. However, whoever wrote like the like not the person who wrote like the overview of the story, where he was writing a story about like Cortana in chief dealing with her rampancy, being an homage to how his mother had dementia. It was more or less like the character motivations, because they kind of had to release like a live action film called Halo Forward Onto Dawn to introduce Thomas Lasky, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like one of the cadets at this cadet school that gets attacked by the Covenant, and Master Chief ends up saving him, and he continues on and gets on like the UNSC Infinity as like a commander, I believe. But the captain of the ship, Captain Del Rio, just has like these fucking fits of anger that just come out of nowhere, which makes no fucking sense. Especially for like his, like, as far as character motivation is concerned, because instead of like taking on the threat, like the logical thing that the games would have you to do, this dude's like, by the book. It's like, when in doubt, chicken out, basically was his strategy to deal with like the didact after Chief unwittingly released him from his cell, I guess you could say, the giant like orange Pokeball he was in. You remember that, right, Jim?
Yeah, it's like, congratulations, you just unleashed Mewtwo. Good work. Now we have this massive fucking like space Hitler. Good work.
Wait a
Good
minute.
work,
Did you just compare Mewtwo to Hitler?
Well, Didact is basically Hitler, but with Mewtwo's psychic powers.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
like, wait a minute. You're ruining the only Pokemon shit that I do know.
Well, you remember he cared about eugenics. Mewtwo was literally a eugenicist.
Yeah, true.
Well, Mewtwo was the product of eugenics.
Yeah, but he created all those clone Pokemon that
Oh
were
my
supposed to be
God.
genetically superior.
Mewtwo's-
Mewtwo was Hitler. He was a
No.
eugenicist.
Yeah,
Mewtwo's
that's right. He made genetically like superior clones of all the trainers' Pokemon.
Yeah, he basically made Aryan Pokemon. Like,
Yeah, with like perfect IVs and EVs.
yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
God.
Like, so now
Mewtwo's the fucking Third Reich, is what you're telling me right now.
Well, here's the thing: like, he learns his lesson and learns to love like the creations, and then he like fucks off to like an abandoned island, basically Argentina.
Oh, you mean like a bunker, like an abandoned area to be alone?
Yeah, like him and Ava Braun flying off to Argentina. You know, like,
Yeah, basically
we didn't
Mewtwo
see
is
that
like
happen.
like the fucking Pokemon movie with Mewtwo is like the good ending for Hitler. He learned the error of his ways.
Dude, that
And then lived
movie
happily
was
ever after with his eugenic experiments.
that movie was a dog whistle saying that Hitler was alive in Argentina.
Oh my God.
The Japanese knew the truth from their alliance, and it was trying to warn us the entire time, and we just ignored it.
Oh my
Well,
God.
it's officially Hitler hour, folks.
Yes, it is.
And you know what? You can't say that I didn't make sense there.
Oh, it makes sense. I just didn't think that Mewtwo would run the Third Reich and the rising of the Pokemon Aryan Brotherhood.
But I got it there.
But seriously, the Didact is kind of like the version of Hitler that doesn't do eugenics, but just does like extermination.
Thank you for taking us away from Mewtwo Hitler.
But he has like the psychic powers to levitate Chief and toss him against the wall.
Oh my God.
Kind of like what Mewtwo does to Ash when he's trying to fight him.
Right?
Yeah.
He just yeets him and launches him into the fucking dome.
And let's be fair, I think the Didact could have been a great eugenicist if he put in the effort.
Kiwi, don't tell me to shut up. You know this is true.
Kiwi also called you the bootleg N64 game of Breaking Bad character. I have no idea what that means, but you're it.
Wait, is he talking about my profile picture? Because that's from the 360, like Xbox One era.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yes, that's what he's talking about.
But basically, like, the Didact is practically Space Hitler, and this is like during the era of gaming where they had quick time events, and the way how you defeat Space Hitler is not by priming a nuke and charging at him. You literally you're hanging off of a hard light bridge while Cortana's fragments are like roping him down, almost lynching him, and you run up to him with a grenade and you plant it into his chest, and then it detonates.
Oh my god.
And then he falls into like his creation, but somehow he has the ability just from his armor to like slip space out of the ship that he's in before it gets nuked by Chief, and fucks off to another planet only to get killed off in a comic book.
Why did they all go to us this storyline? First Mewtwo, now Space Hitler. Why do they all fuck off to a bunker-like setting?
You know Hitler is bad, right? Like,
thanks, Jim.
You know what? You know
Wasn't
what they
sure
say
for a
that
moment
like.
there.
Well, what with the 0% unemployment rate?
Oh god.
I don't see Biden doing that.
I just say there's a lot of shit that 343 put into action that makes no fucking sense. Completely robs anything out of like you know as well. Robs any kind of satisfaction from the player base, because you want to know how they started Halo 5?
No, I don't know, but yes, go for it. Sorry, no, okay. I don't want to hear it. I said that and realized how that came out.
Okay,
he's still grieving over Mewtwo.
Yeah, well, instead of like the Didact being the main enemy in Halo 5 Guardians, they have this guy who's named Jul Umdama. He's the right hand of the Didact, and he's a character that was introduced into this 10-episode side story for a firefight replacement in Halo 4 called Halo Spartan Ops.
Okay.
He becomes like the new Covenant big bad.
Okay.
Kind of like the Prophets. And he gets away with like some Forerunner technology, kidnaps Halsey, and at the beginning of Halo 5 Guardians, you've got Fire Team Osiris coming in like fucking Power Rangers in the middle of an avalanche, taking out Covenant units, and then slipping and sliding in a gigantic fucking cutscene. Only to like go through like this meandering cliff edge like mission where you just work your way around the map until you get to where Julim Dama is at with Dr. Halsey, and they kill him off in a cutscene. You don't fight him. They literally just knife the bastard.
So he's Herman Goring.
Yeah. Like seriously, you don't get to fight Julim Dama in Spartan Ops or in Halo 5 Guardians, and he's supposed to be the big bad, and they kill him off in Mission 1 in a cutscene.
Yeah, you don't get any satisfaction as the player.
Can I just say, okay, one thing that you mentioned there that I do got to point out I despise with gaming is QuickTime events. I don't know how you guys feel, but like
I hate them.
Some of them make sense if you're trying to like give like, I don't know, if you want to limit the player in a sense, it shouldn't be a QuickTime event, but some of the things that they should do should be like removed. Like one of the QuickTime events within Halo 4 at the very beginning of the game is when you're going around through depressurized parts of the ship and you're trying to climb up like where an elevator shaft was at, and you've got like falling debris and you've got like limited mobility options. Like you can only press up on the joystick to go to climb up, and then left or right to switch to which side in order to dodge falling debris. Like, I can understand that as like a bit of a gimmick, but literally having a quick time event to kill the fucking boss, or at least the main bad guy, made no fucking sense whatsoever.
I think back to like, what was it? I think it was Battlefield 3. Like when you're actually playing the storyline, there's a point where you're supposed to like kill the main bad guy, and it's a QuickTime event series. So there's a series of actions. What I hated about
In Halo 3?
not in Halo 3. This is Battlefield. I think it's 3.
Oh.
But like
Battlefield 3.
there's a series of QuickTime events that you have to accomplish, and like if you don't accomplish them, you die. There is no
you're
other
talking about when
alternative.
you're on the subway, right?
I don't remember. It's like I think it's like a bridge or something scene. You're down on the ground. You're shot and wounded, and you're taking a pistol and you're trying to shoot him. And like it's just.
Oh no, that was Battlefield 3. That was Call of Duty 4.
Oh, was
Warfare.
that? Okay. Modern Warfare.
Yeah, that's
that would have been like
mission where you're down and Price tosses you or slides you a pistol.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Okay.
you're
Well,
trying to like.
They did the same thing in Modern Warfare 2 with Shepard and the throwing knife.
Yeah. Yep. But like I hated that because it takes you out of the story if you fail. Because then you have to restart it and re-go through several QuickTime events, depending on if there was even like a save point or not. And so it becomes a point of frustration, and it takes you out of the story.
Yeah, that's my feelings. Unless if you're playing a game like a light novel or like a David Cage style game where the gameplay is the QuickTime event for the storylines, I absolutely hate QuickTime event because I feel like they're sort of like the jump scares of gaming, where it's like you don't really get much out of it from the player. Like, oh yeah, I failed the event because I put my controller down to give myself a breather after like, a 10-minute firefight with a boss.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
I'm now I fucking now I'm done. Like I have to go and redo that 10-minute boss fight. That feels bad from a game design standpoint.
And the thing that I hate more with that shit is like the other side of it is that I've seen anyway, where like they remove controller functions, like you can't even pause. Like like when you're forced into an action and you have to complete that series of actions, like there is no like, okay, I need to pause because like I need to piss. Or something like that. Like
shit, nothing. I didn't know this was coming, so I'm gonna pause quickly so I can grab my controller and sort of like amp myself up to hit left bumper. And I have set it completely down. I have my soda in my hand.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it's telling me that I need to hit left bumper to save price.
Yeah.
Or the world's gonna nuke. You know what I mean? Like I always thought that's cheap when it's not like the main gameplay element, like things like Detroit Become Human or stuff that like lean on QuickTime events for its gameplay. I think is fine because you know what you're getting yourself into. But I hate when they just sort of jump out of nowhere, like, oh, cool, okay, I can put the controller down and just listen to some exposition, and all of a sudden it's like hit square to reload and then right trigger to kill the bad guy. You're like, fuck, like, this is like a jump scare. Like you're not
prepared for it.
Outplaying me.
Yeah.
It's not a difficult boss fight. You literally just threw me for a loop while I was trying to enjoy my goddamn Dr. Pepper. Like,
all right, I'll be right back. I need to do something real quick.
No problem.
Okay.
But like, yeah, I despise that stuff. Like, what's ironic is I think it would actually work very well in a multiplayer setting. Like, if you went to like knife somebody, and like there was like a series of like one or two buttons to like maybe make the knifing more successful. I think that would be cool.
A fighting game. That's basically a fighting game then.
Yeah, it would be. It would be taking like maybe like a Street Fighters or Mortal Kombat type mechanic.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where it would innovate is it would basically become a fighting game. You input a series of combos and you try to out combo your opponent.
Yeah.
But
and I mean only like one or two. Like if you don't hit those one or two, then it's still gonna be successful. It's still gonna be like a D15. Like, but it's not gonna be a D20 like totally eviscerate them kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like there's a chance they can survive it based on whatever their equipment is, say.
Yeah, well there's actually a game kind of like that. I think it's called Jump Kick, where it's like a 2D fighting game and you only have two buttons, jump and kick.
Yep.
And you have to try to like jump and guess how high your opponent's going to jump because you kick down at like an angle. So like at a diagonal angle. So you kind of have to like jump up to a certain height and then kick into your opponent so they can't kick into you, and it adds like that mind game sort of thing. So I can see it working in things like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I think like something like that would maybe add to it. But like, God.
I always found it as a cheap element of interactivity, like in my
it
opinion.
really is.
If your game isn't designed for it, like I said, like David Cage games, like Detroit Become Human or Heavy Rain, I think it's kind of fun because like you can add those different branching paths. Like if you're doing it like a light novel, but I don't like seeing it in my Call of Duty or my Battlefields or my
Well, the
role
other thing
playing
that
games.
I despise is like when games force you to do something, like say like they have a class system. Like I'm just gonna go off Battlefield because that's easy. They had like a sniper, a support, a medic, and or what was it? Support, medic,
Assault,
sniper,
medic,
and
support,
assault.
engineer.
Yeah, and like you build a class, and like you put all this time into building a class in the game, and then like all of a sudden none of that fucking matters for something you got to do.
Yeah.
Like, no, like if I'm a support, like if there's a sniper mission, say, I don't need to be the sniper. I would be fine at points. Like if I chose like an engineer role or support role, like gaining access to make the shot.
Yeah.
Like something like that. Like I always
like the
hated
spotter.
that. Yeah. Because I've always I either run like engineer or support roles because I do well at those.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been playing more like co-op looter shooters and stuff recently.
Yeah,
Because like I've been playing First Descendant. Like I actually really like that. Like if I'm playing Bunny, like I'm playing her as a speeding nuker that AoEs everything, and then my team can just get free shit. And I think that games like that lean well into it. But I think as far as like shooters and stuff go, that's kind of died because
Yeah.
people don't want to think hard. You know
No,
what I mean?
and
Like
I
it just
enjoyed
comes
that.
instant
I really did.
dopamine.
I enjoy tactical play. That's why I've been looking at like maybe getting in the Arma series because that's like extreme tactical play.
Arma
And
would be good. Another game that I think you might like and that I would totally buy it and play with you would be let me load it up on Steam here. It's like a new version of like SWAT.
okay.
Let me fucking look it up because I forget. Let's see here. I forget what it's called now. It was literally in my head, then it just left. And it's like, oh, don't do this to me. It's not Hell Let Loose. That's a good game though too. If you like World War II.
Okay.
Like, it's basically World War II like Arma meets Battlefield.
Okay. But see, like they've taken so many of those like points in games that I really enjoy away, like co-op play, like with a team tactical play. A lot of that's been lost to time. Like even having the classes has diminished. Like everybody's assault class now. You're automatically like you have no choice.
Yeah.
There's other things like the looter shooters and stuff like that you're talking about. Like I'm not really huge on that stuff. Like my biggest game in Battlefield 3 was Capture the Flag because those games could draw out for hours when you get two really good teams going at each other.
Push and pull and like the momentum of the match is something you really.
Yes, and like so it really becomes like a actual tactical, like you're having people protect areas while you have another team advancing, like you have an assault team, you have a support team, you have like a coverage team where they're trying to maintain at least a couple locations, and then you're talking about like actually working through a map. I loved it. And I loved like actually having to know maps. That's something that's like gone away a lot. Like Christ, but like back with Nuketown, like if you knew how to do stuff and get around Nuketown really good, I remember in like Call of Duty, like that was the best fucking map you could play.
Yeah.
And it was the most fun.
Oh, Ready or Not.
You'll have to send that to my way, and I'll check it out.
Yeah, let me share it because it's like a modern day SWAT, right?
Okay.
And I agree with you because like that was one of my favorite things to do with my buddies back in the old days was loading up Rainbow Six Vegas 2 and doing terrorist hunt.
Okay.
And you know what I mean? Like, breaching into a building, me being the sniper, him clearing, and then me like looking through and, okay, this guy's rushing, boom, clear. He would go in with the
Yeah.
SMG and like,
Yeah.
it felt fun. And you
Like,
would get
that's-
good at easy, then normal, then hard, then you would.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Like, I actually ran 2 different support styles, and depending on which one we needed on the map, like depending on what map, like Metro was a really technical one. Like if you knew the map well. And so what we would have is you would have a suppression like team that would advance, and then you would have a support hold team that would stay back with like one other person, and then basically you're moving up as the other teams clear an area. Like we learned how to do some really technical stuff. Like Christ, I was in with guys that were teaching us how to enter and pie a room. Like I loved it. I genuinely love that stuff, but there's like next to nowhere to do that anymore.
Well, that's because games like that have like shifted into
Fucking Fortnite. They've shifted in, like everything looks like Fortnite to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at Rainbow Six. If you look at
Your mic's still hungry.
Oh my god. This is really angering me because it's like, ugh. But yeah, like if you look at like Rainbow Six, look at the new like the current one, right? And then look at like Vegas 2 and
Yeah.
stuff like that, and you see that it's like a PvP. It's like a PvP thing now, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, a competitive. And don't get me wrong, Siege is great, but like it's not Rainbow Six Vegas 2. There's no like real big terrorist hunt I can do with my buddies. Like, I don't know. Like it's just I find myself becoming jaded, and ironically it ties back into the Ubisoft thing that we were talking about earlier with like Siege, right?
Yeah.
Siege is one of those things, and it's like X Defiant, right?
Yeah.
That was the Call of Duty competitor, and apparently numbers have dropped, and there's rumors that they're pissed and they might think about shutting it down. And it's like, okay, you didn't get Call of Duty numbers right away. You're gonna pull the plug. And when you asked about Bethesda versus Ubisoft, there's really no difference. Bethesda just takes 7 years to make a copy paste game, where
Yeah.
Ubisoft has multiple teams making them year after year. Like
Yeah, I will agree with
to
that.
me,
They
it's
are very
AAA.
cookie cutter.
To me it's AAA, right? Like it's the AAA gaming industry where it's kind of gross. Like Once Human, I've been playing that small team out of China.
Yeah.
Survival game like Rust with roguelite elements where you can carry on certain bits of progression after seasonal resets. First Ascendant, game out of Korea, heavy grind, looter shooter, kind of inspired by Warframe and Destiny. It's
That was another game that I
grinding.
feel like ruined the industry is Destiny.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, that's the issue with Destiny is, as much as I want to get into Destiny 2, its model is horrible.
Yeah.
And everybody gave shit to Activision, right, for the monetization. But when they got loose from Activision, it got worse.
Yeah.
Because you know what Activision wanted? They were popping bottles in the office because Activision actually wanted them to make content for their game to get people engaged and to pay for
Yeah.
microtransactions. Bungie just didn't want to do it. They just wanted to sell microtransactions. And now if you want to get into Destiny, you have to spend like $300 because unlike World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, you don't buy the latest game and get all the previous expansions. You have to buy every individual expansion, and some of them aren't even in the game currently. They take them out rotationally. So you could be buying for a $40 expansion that you have to wait another year to get.
Oh my god.
you know, because they sunset it, and
Well, that's
because they
like,
quote unquote don't have the player base.
well, that's like, what the hell was the game recently? You sat there, and a lot of people bought like the premium edition for like $100, $120, and all that, and then they came up with a DLC, and they're like, oh yeah, this is extra, and like
Tarkov,
even
Escape from Tarkov.
okay, Tarkov, yeah, like I couldn't believe that, and like the fact that they were like, oh no, just because you bought the premium edition doesn't mean, or whatever you want to call it, deluxe, the inclusive version,
Yeah.
like you don't get this.
Well, that's the thing. Escape from Darkness, right? It said that we'll have all future DLCs. Well, they were saying when they came out with the single player mode, they tried to twist it and be like, well, this isn't a DLC. This is a feature, a premium feature you have to pay for. Well, what the hell? Then what? Anything can be a feature. Then
Yeah.
what's to say? What's the difference between feature and DLC then?
Yeah.
Like that was another issue too. It's like, and that's, you know, self-published out of Russia. Like, just my mic is doing its mic thing. So
You're
I'm
fine.
just
It wasn't that bad. Like I could hear you clear enough.
Oh wow. So okay. So maybe you're not being such a douche, Mike. Okay.
Like it's
Good boy.
tiny bit garbled, but like I can't complain compared to what it can be.
Yeah. I don't understand it either, because it's like, I don't know. I need to maybe get either a new mic or a new cord for it. I don't know if it's the charging cord, the extension, the USB extension, or the actual just headset. But
Oh man.
but yeah, no. As a gamer too, it's been frustrating because like this has been my hobby. It's like, you know, it's when people like in my area and kids were doing drugs and shit, I was playing games, right? I was playing Pokemon Red and Blue and making teams and finding synergies and stuff. And now
Yeah.
it's like I've seen my hobby and my passion turn into this like disgustingly twisted monetization nightmare.
Yeah.
Where it's, I mean, you know, you're a car guy. Imagine like if, you know.
Oh yeah, I've even seen it with like, you know, Magic the Gathering and like
Yeah, that's another thing I dropped.
Pokemon and like just so many
Warhammer.
things.
Warhammer, too.
Warhammer's always been a pricey game to get into, so I don't know if I can.
They've made it
totally
worse
not, yeah.
because
I
one
wouldn't
of
be
the
surprised.
armies they just completely cut.
Oh shit! So,
So,
you
like,
could have invested tons of money and have nothing.
yeah, and be like, this is really cool, but this is a legacy feature now, and you can't play it in tournaments. And
Jesus fucking Christ!
yeah, it's gross all around. Magic the Gathering, like I stopped playing that because like you have your opening packs and you're getting foils that are so bent and degraded that if you get it graded, it's considered like a heavy played card right out of the pack.
Yeah, I've noticed that even with like I know this is not your type of thing, sports industry cards, like all of that has gone downhill. Like I remember like Tops and like a bunch of them used to be like very good quality cards, like actually nice carding and everything else, like the actual material even. And so like yeah, as long as the package was handled with care, which I had to learn how to do, like you can actually like get nice rated cards out of a pack, and now it's like they're junk coming out of the fucking package. It's like, what the fuck am I paying my money for?
Yeah, right. And it's like, and that's the biggest issue is like they're cutting costs, right? Like they're cutting costs. They're using cheaper cardboard, and the same thing was Wizards of the Coast and that. And did you hear about what Wizards was doing with D&D?
I've heard rumors
that they wanted to make it a subscription service.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they wanted you to play it online and shit because you know how they wanted to monetize it now because it was sadly unmonetized because really the only people you can monetize in Dungeons and Dragons is your dungeon masters.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they're the ones buying the rule books.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to make it so that when you play online, you have to play online, and then every member of your group have to have like a subscription fee to join the online session.
Are they even going to do like a player manual then, or like a skill book of some sort or something with
definitely.
it?
You still have to pay full price for that.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ!
That's in addition to the subscription because they want to, because their goal is to also like, you know, make pull that from their non-monetizable base, because like, you know, the DM has to buy it, or sometimes people will be like, I'll get this book, you get that book, and we'll just combine our resources. Well, that's their way of like trying to pull the Netflix, like, you can't share this with your family now because now everybody needs it, you know, haha, like, and it's fucking gross, like,
I'm
you
still
know.
waiting
It's,
for people to figure out what their whole password system works off of. If it's like the DNS or if it's the IP or what, you know, because you can spoof all that.
yeah.
I mean, but then there's the opposite side of it, which is like, okay, well, what if I'm paying for a service like, you know, NordVPN or something like that, and like I connect through a VPN, well, my IP is different, you know, is my stuff not going to function then?
Yeah.
And it's like, so now what? I have to pay for 2 subscriptions just because I don't want to have my information be very vulnerable? Like,
yeah.
Jesus. And those are typically like, unless you set a static IP, it's a rolling IP address, so it's going to change every time you connect.
Yeah, no, that's like one of the major issues that, like, you know, it's like I don't know if they're still doing it because I know they got heavy backlash to the point where even the Critical Role cast was like talking about dropping Dungeons and Dragons and just Matt Mercer doing a homebrew system.
You know, I noticed something with all those online streaming things now that you bring them up. Like, have you noticed that like a lot of them are now becoming mini networks?
Yeah.
Like, we're literally just slowly clawing back to cable.
Yeah, no,
Except
we
now
we
it's just
basically
internet
are.
based.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what it is.
You have Hulu is now partnered with ESPN and Disney. You have HBO with Discovery, whether you
Peacock.
want it or not. Peacock.
Peacock has WWE and all
Yeah.
that other shit.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like, so now we're just having micro networks. And then you have on top of that things like Sling, Hulu, YouTube TV, and all that then are charging you a premium to offer stuff that was before at least included with cable.
yeah, and now you have like even smaller things like Shudder, which is just like all horror movies.
Yeah,
Like, you know what I mean? You're
which
even getting your niche.
Yeah, but even with that, now you've got AMC and Shudder together, or were they? Yeah, they were with Shudder, and then there's like other things like, okay, the ludicrousy of this until recently has always bothered me. I'm a Whovian, and so like the BBC like network was nearly unobtainable online for Americans.
For us, yeah. We had to go through HBO Max now.
Have you ever seen actually how you obtain BBC in the UK online?
I can Google search it, I bet.
Well, do you want to know what it is? You have to prove your address. You basically have to like send in proof of where you live, basically like you're doing a fucking government ID in order to access this cable network that is otherwise free.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that they just let all the migrants in.
Well, that's how they solved other problems.
Yeah.
Well, that's how they also got
overthrow the Anglos.
I was lining that up for a joke where I said I could Google search it to find BBC in the UK. he went on to like, no, it's even more ridiculous, and went into like how bad like the actual thing is. It's like, oh well, you know, my dick reference could go way.
That did go over my head. Yes. In the heat of the moment, yes.
I thought you were skirting around it because you kept like getting more hypertensive whenever you said BBC.
Well, because I know how this is going to be interpreted.
Like even like what you're saying too, it's like then with us, like, you know, we have to go through HBO Max, or you know, it's like, and then it's like I'm supposed to spend what $15 a month on HBO Max for just Doctor Who.
Yeah.
I don't want anything else.
Yeah.
Like,
well, and then you're at the will of the actual network. Like HBO didn't always carry Doctor Who.
Yeah.
So then you got to figure out what network it's been switched to.
Yeah.
So then you're gonna double your payout depending on the time just to watch something that you should otherwise at least have access to. Like they came out with the whole BritBox thing. That was a fucking farce, and it has been. I don't know who the fuck would pay for that, but like it's always been like you've got these other sham things, and then the other side of it that's incredible and that I really appreciate is things like Tubi and Pluto. I use them to the high heaven. Like that and YouTube are basically, I could probably just cut down to those and watch them.
Yeah.
I think I pay for one auxiliary network, and I'm actually cutting that down and then getting a student discount now.
Yeah, you know what I respect is things like Nosy.
Okay, yep.
I like them because they're literally like, no, you want to watch your favorite episodes of like Jerry Springer, Steve Wilkos? Okay, here, and then you can watch advertisements like commercials.
Well, here's another one that
we're not charging you. We're not charging you a subscription service because we make money from the ad revenue. So enjoy your content. I'm like, I respect that. I'll watch the ads for that. If you're not trying to like tell me a $7.99 with ads or a $12.99 without ads, like what the fuck is that? Like, why am I even paying you for the?
For this, and then you're also getting ad payments. Yeah.
Yeah, you're double dipping off of me. Fuck you. Like.
Yeah. But yeah, I see chat going off about the BBC comments already.
I knew we'd get there.
Oh yeah.
Well, since we're still on like the Hitler hour.
Oh god. I was like, oh, we should
Jim.
Oh yeah, no, Pez actually brought it up too, like the Middle Earth one. Yeah, there was actually a miniature game that Games Workshop did that was Lord of the Rings. Completely dropped it. Just be like, no, we're not doing this anymore. So everyone that invested all those money into all those models, you're fucked. Sorry.
Jesus.
Anyway, Jim.
like you were saying, Gigi, yeah.
I was gonna say, there was this guy called Joe Goebbels.
Oh god.
Every time when your mic fucks up, we should call you Jim Garbles.
I mean, it's happening a lot tonight. It's kind of pissing me off. Like, I'm not exactly a big fan of what's going on with my fucking mic tonight. It's really, I'm gonna, drop kick it here shortly. Like,
sorry, I'm responding to chat.
I was thinking, like, if you have like an Amazon wish list, I could send you one of those 5-phone microphones like I got. And you wouldn't have to deal with the.
Well, I might have to check Amazon.
You should check your. Are you under warranty at all?
No, because my friend just gave it to me for free. He's like, I got another headset here. Take this one.
Is he under warranty?
Oh, it's a headset mic.
Yeah, probably not, because it's a Razer Black Shark V2.
You might be able to check out too. Is it a detachable mic?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like,
You might
either that or
peruse
getting one of those
eBay.
cable mics.
I would check eBay and see if you can't find a replacement mic for a cheaper option. I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be cheaper out of pocket.
Yeah, because the headset, like the actual audio, still works. So maybe I'll just get like a mic.
You could tell
I
what
don't
kind
know.
of frugal person I am. That's how I do everything.
Hey, it works because you've told me you've got some sick deals. So I'm like, I'm not gonna complain, right?
Man, I hustle everything. Christ, my
I remember the time you
PC.
were in a bidding war, and my other friend Kyle was also bidding for the same item, and I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, I didn't get a response on that, and it just timed out eventually.
Neither did Kyle.
Oh my
I think I think what was happening is he was playing you two to bid, and then you guys didn't go high enough, and they just dropped. Like,
Oh my god, that's funny. Because I wasn't even like taking a whole lot of money off the table. Like, I was like 10% or 15% underpriced. Like, so like I wasn't really like gouging, and that's how I do a lot. By the way, fucking eBay pissed me off recently. I had a fucking carburetor listed for sale. I thought I took the ad down. Somebody bought it the other day, and I sold it like 2 months ago. So then I had to figure out their refund system and everything else. Finally get the ad taken down.
Guys.
Well,
like, why did you keep this up, eBay? Like, I told you no.
Yeah. Well, and that's where he messaged me. I was like, I'm sorry. Like, I thought this was taken down. I did get the refund through, so you should get your money back. But, like, I had to pay 60 cents. I was mad about that 60 cents, too. I'm like, you're charging me extra fucking money just because
your fuck up, eBay.
you didn't take this down when I was, like, unlist. And now Now they've come out with, after I went through the headache of figuring out the fucking refund system, like an email last week was like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, we're making the refund system easier. Oh, really? Are you? Nice. Nice. Now that I don't fucking need it.
It was doing that just to taunt you. It's like, we're gonna wait to roll
I
this
had
out
to
until
Google the instructions and do a walkthrough for a refund.
Yeah, because it's so like convoluted and
Yes.
like irrationally like difficult.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize this brings up another irk with me. I didn't even realize until I just happened to encounter a message in my email, and I'm
that
very
actually reminds me
inconsistent
of a
with
funny
email.
story. I've had my own troubles with eBay before, but I've always found like an ingenious workaround for it. This
Yeah.
one time, this lady over in DC was selling like a lot of 6 Xbox originals for, I think it was $120 altogether.
Yeah.
And it was like you had to go there and pick it up, and I'm like, I'm not traveling to Washington DC, so I messaged them and I asked them, how much would it be for you to ship it? And they couldn't add shipping to their listing. So I told them, like, look, create another listing after I buy this, like, from you, and then I'll buy off of that listing for the shipping. Just make it have like the same picture, the same lot, everything.
Oh
I was
no,
able to
I
get
can
it
see
shipped
what
to
this
me.
is happening.
Oh no.
Can
But
you
yeah, it's
imagine
like,
if somebody's like 6 Xbox originals for $12.99 and like, oh, you click it and you buy it, you open it and like sold, and you're like, uh oh, somebody bought
well,
this.
Well,
the thing
that's
is like we did it like under time, like in a minute I was able to get it through. It wasn't up for like people to search.
oh, so it's like an
For that long.
unlisted listing.
Mhm. Yeah. So I
But
was able to pay them the shipping and it got to me. But the reason why I was buying 6 of them is because that was when I was like heavily modifying consoles and I needed either spare parts or a new build set.
yeah, see, like, I encountered a situation that I think may have been exactly like what Jim is talking about. And I think that's how I tried to attempt to buy my first 3D printer. Well, the new one that I got. There was a listing for $350. These things are 400 retail. I was like, okay, $50 off price. That's not bad. That's 15% roughly. And I was like, okay, cool. So I did the listing and like bought it. And like a week passes by and I'm like emailing them consistently, like messaging them like, hey, what's going on? Like my monies and stuff like that. And eventually it just gets refunded. No contact, no nothing. I mean, I found a better deal. I got one for 300 shipped to me. But like, Jesus, answer.
Right. Like, this should not be this
Apparently
difficult.
Devoured wants to know who among us is Dr. Mengele.
Oh God. Man, I'd have to think about that.
I mean, would it count when I was a kid? I used to bite like the heads and tails off of animal crackers and then make chimeras. Like, would that count? Would that like I was like Cookie Mangala?
Cookie Mangala.
You win. You win.
What the fuck?
Oh God! I sat there and I had animal crackers and goldfish.
I wish I was lying too for the bit, but no, I really did that. So I think that says a lot about me.
Have you ever seen an elephant with a tail?
I have.
It's a lionfish, Ma.
You've never seen a camel fin, but I have.
Camel Oh my God. Okay, do we want to go through this? I took pain meds and they're kicking in, so I'm good.
I'm here too. If you can forgive my cookie mangala.
I'm just gonna gloss over that and move on.
I would say that's probably for the best. To
For
be
a minute
honest.
there, you're like, I bite the heads and tails off, and I'm like, please don't say mice, please don't say mice, please don't say mice.
No, I'll leave that to my cat.
That's how I trained the cat. It does my copying. I trained him to be a killer, baby raper.
Basically, fed smoker.
Oh
The
my
cat
God.
fed smoker.
All right, for a second, since we're on the animal cracker thing, I fucking hated the frosted ones. I'm just gonna say that.
I love them.
Oh God.
My body hates them, but I love them.
Well, yeah, that too.
I don't know why, but the frosted ones tasted stale to me whenever I had them.
I don't like the frosting. The same thing with the new Dunkaroos. I'm not a fan of they make it super sugary, and I'm like, eh. I'm more of I like the creamy buttercream style frosting, so I'm particular, I'm fancy.
I agree with that. I'm not a fan of the new Dunkers because it's like I don't remember tasting diabetes when I was a kid, but it's like they were like, you know what? Let's pull a Mr. Beast and just support child diabetes.
I was gonna say, look at the back of the package, and there's Mr. Beast smiling. God damn it, he got to the Dunkaroos.
No, my childhood. He's molesting me, and I'm not even a child.
Oh my God. All right, well, I'm gonna play this. I do have to go AFK for just a moment.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're doing a stream.
Yeah. As we've talked for roughly 2 hours, and I now have 15 episodes of strictly tangents.
I like how it was originally supposed to be a pre-recorded show, and now it's literally a live clip channel because it just works that way. Also, you share screen because
it works better that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
it really does.
quite literally, we started the stream with the most retarded fucking nonsense I've ever heard. So.
Oh no, back.
Then we went into 343, which is about the game industry's equivalent.
Wait, which one is it? There it
I mean,
is.
at least that one you could hold down a fucking conversation about. Just listening to these fucking aberrant jackasses repeating themselves. It's
No,
just...
you're the pedophile. No, you're the pedophile. It's like, how about you both fuck kids?
Oh my God.
There, you both suck.
Yeah, well, this is the video where he explains the incident.
Okay.
So you'll get a good insight into him.
Alright, what's going on, you guys? Today we have another video, and today is going to be the first episode of Storytime. Our first segment of this video is how a midget tried to beat me up for apparently calling his girlfriend a bitch, when I never did. So, there was this girl that used to be in my school. Now, I used to know her since we were little kids. Like, I'd known her since 4th grade. Back in one of my old schools and whatever. We both were chill and whatnot, and I had a huge interest into her. Because, I thought she was cute, I thought she was nice and whatever. So, I had, feelings for her and shit, dude. But unfortunately, the problem is that one of my classmates literally started dating her. So, that was, kind of the big, problem that I had. So... me and that classmate, we used to fight for a long time. Now, me and him were fucking friends, He's working currently as a manager for McDonald's and shit, so that's good for him, because, yeah. And I'm glad he kind of got out of the relationship, because apparently it was way too toxic for him and whatever.
Wow.
So,
I'm glad he has a
last time I
job and
got
not a girlfriend. What a champ.
Sorry, I heard you guys talking, so I figured I'd pause it.
No, but I just love how he's like, I'm glad that he stopped dating her and got a job at McDonald's. It's like, wow, you're such a king.
Progressing in life like a champ.
Right? You don't need none of that. You don't need none of those women. Fuck bitches, get money. Am I right, boys? That's the kind of energy he's pushing off here. But he's also a feminist, according to his Twitter profile.
I don't know if that was just a poor joke or what.
see her was in 5th grade, and that's it. Like, in 5th grade, she was gonna move schools and shit, and it kind of kept me sad because I wanted to hang out with her, and, I wanted to speak to her. It was really sad to see her go. You guys want to know how I found my old friend again that I met in 4th grade? Well, get this.
By the way, do you guys, when you listen to this, do you pick up on like fake British accent at points? He's got almost like that the Tate brother kind of accent, where it's like rolling in and out of it.
He's like aping Andrew Tate because he thinks he's based or some shit. Like,
I'm Red Pill, guys. Subscribe to my channel, please.
that's how it feels. I mean, honestly, that's how it feels. Like,
yeah, it really does.
At the end of my 6th grade graduation, I was gonna like move schools and shit because my school did not have 7th grade and whatever. So I moved to this school where they call it specialized and shit. They had like brand new equipment, brand new shit, as opposed to my older school. It was a.
Did the school have a short bus? Like, when you were there, did you feel smarter than the other people around you? Did some of them drool?
I went to this really special school. They had all this technology, and he's not catching on that it's like a special ed school that's like learning tech, because like he doesn't understand the square block doesn't go in the round hole yet at the age of like 14. Like, he has no object permanence either. Like, they take the block away, and he's like, "Where's the block?"
Oh my god! Did this girl have an extra chromosome? I need to know.
Was she even real? Is she in the room with us now? Like,
do we need to get the human Ouija board?
Right?
A, B,
C.
C.
It's like, C. Oh, hi, Catherine. It's a pleasure you're with us tonight. It's like, well, okay, I guess her name was Katie, but we'll go with Catherine. Okay.
Don't
Jim, you got
forget
it
their
wrong.
names at points.
Her name was Catherine, but there were two of them. One started with a C and one started with a K.
That was I liked that game. Like, it was a solid game.
Oh my god.
Great school. I attended it. It was really great. But that's where I met one of my friends. Like, the same friend from 4th grade. I met her there, and I was there like, "Yo, what's good? I haven't seen you for a long time." And we both started hanging out and shit. But then there was this
It's
fucking
been
guy.
2 grades.
Short...
It's literally been 2 grades, so 2 school years.
I'm just gonna say this: if you go up to me and go, "Yo, what's good?" I'm going to hit you. Like, I'm going to enact violence on you. Like, if you literally go up to me, go, "Yo, what's good?" and I guarantee you, this little fucker has wearing like a basketball jersey while he's doing this.
Jesus. It's really funny. 4th grade was a rough year for me.
4th or 5th?
4th. Really? That was the year I got in a fight with the kid that was the cousin to Tony Saragusa. Like the NFL football player. Yeah, it was his nephew.
Huh.
That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I held my own, but he was in 8th grade, so it was a losing fight from the start.
I mean, the only bad thing that happened in 4th grade for me was 9/11.
God.
Jesus.
That'll ruin a Tuesday anytime. Oh man.
I was gonna make a joke and be like, "Was that the year that your diet consisted of tostadas?" Like,
I was literally like 9 years. When 9/11 happened, I was like 9 years old and in the 4th grade. So,
you know what? I have a funny story about 9/11.
Oh God, do you? Please enlighten us.
I forget what grade I was in, but I was in elementary school. And I wanted to cut school. Right?
Yep.
Because on HBO, the Street Fighter movie was on. I wanted to cut school to watch the Street Fighter movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh my God.
And then I I was there, and my mom picked me out. And I was like really excited. So like maybe she picked me up because she was like, oh, I felt bad about sending him to school because he doesn't ask for much, and all he wanted to do was watch this stupid Street Fighter movie. So I got home, and then I went and I opened the channel, and all it was is like the planes flying into the tower, and I was
Oh
so
my
upset
God.
because it's like I wanted to watch Street Fighter. I don't want to watch this terror attack. And then like I grew up years later and realized, wow, I was kind of a dick when I was a kid. Like this life-changing thing is going on, and I'm just here complaining that I couldn't watch Jean-Claude Van Damme's portrayal of Guile.
9/11 was such a traumatic just day for me. So I went from like we were in school and like we were told like, okay, a plane hit the Trade Center. We were then like everyone's kind of like just in this state of confusion for a while. We're eventually moved after the second plane hits into the gym because they don't know what to do and they just want to have all the kids in one safe space. So like now there's no classes for the day. Guess who has a doctor's appointment though? Hi.
You do.
So my mom has to do everything short of giving like a DNA sample to get me out of school because like they were under full lockdown before lockdowns were a thing. And like, so we get out of school. I have to go to this doctor's appointment in Hackensack, New Jersey. And so we have to take, it was the Parkway up. And when you take the Parkway up, there's a point near Jersey City where like everything breaks and you can see everything. So I actually legit saw the towers and saw what was going on. Have to go to this doctor's appointment, come back, same break in the same area. They're fucking gone. And like half the fucking island is just covered in like what looks to be smoke. And like, so you're trying to like put together what the fuck's going on. Go home. We're trying to get a hold of my stepdad who's on the George Washington Bridge in a semi. And he's getting yelled and screamed at by police to get the fuck off the bridge. And like, so he's trying to get home, but everything's getting locked down around him. So he's trying to have him to like negotiate a fucking semi with a 50-foot trailer back to his fucking area. Yeah. So like they're shutting everything down. And then so we get back and I remember like while all this is going on, like I turn on the news. I still remember it's ABC 7 News. And so they're going through all the stuff. Well, they're interviewing a couple firefighters and shit. And like this was like backed a little bit. Like they keep showing like what's going on currently with the towers being fallen and going back to like previous things where they were like talking to different people because they had all their people down there. This is like the New York station because I'm in the immediate area. So like we get it, like the local stuff. And so they're talking to like one of the firefighters and you just hear, and like it took me so long between that and then hearing the of the T-Pass shit, like that stuff bothers me still to this day. The smacks that we were hearing was fucking people coming out of the building the hard way.
Yeah, the jumpers.
And like it just, you hear that and like that footage is scraped from the internet. I've seen it exactly one time since then. But that stuff is so fucking traumatic. Like it's still like that's one of the T-Pass going off. It's still one of the things that like actually gets me to this day because you're
talking about the emergency sounds that the firefighters have.
Yeah, when a firefighter has been immobile for a period of time, it goes off. Yeah, and there's just a sea of them going off in all the footage that I'm seeing local, and so you just hear a sea of just repeatedly. And like that still is one thing that gets me to this day because that's all firefighters down. And like there's an incountable amount of them. And it's it's one of those emotions of like, where do you even start with that?
I mean, Devoured said something pretty funny here to you, Jim. It's like 9/11 was literally your own 9/11.
Yeah,
that Street Fighter movie.
Yeah, in a way it kind of was. 9/11 was the 9/11s we made along the way.
Oh man, like Here's the crazy thing is like when that shit was happening, I was in the classroom and we had only heard like whispers from the teachers because they weren't teaching like regular class.
Yeah.
They brought in a radio. They were talking about the first tower like going up in smoke. And when they finally rolled in like the TV on those stands and everything, and they got it hooked up and turned it to like channel 5, it was like maybe a good 5 to 6 seconds before we saw like the fucking plane go into the second building.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But like
that's what I remember from that day. But there was one other side story, like given how my dad is a truck driver too. He for a period of time was hired to do long hauls to Washington D.C.
Yeah.
From a steel plant up in the Rust Belt. I forget which town it was.
Okay. Okay.
And I think he was hauling, if I remember correctly, he was hauling down raw materials to rebuild the Pentagon.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got another weird story with that involves the flag from the North Tower. And that flag, like, I do want to actually cover it sometime, but like it's an emotional subject for me, so like I would need to have people like be able to talk at points. But like I've actually been like asked to, at some point, to go speak about like just how it like affected me, I guess. But so the flag with the North Tower survived the fall, more or less. For a flag going on a building that was burning and then falls down, it was pretty good shape. I mean, you could still see it's an American flag. It's got clear like singeing and burning and stuff like that. But the thing reeked of fucking basically like diesel, jet fuel, Jet A. And like, so it just, you had that like kerosene diesel smell, and it's just overwhelming to the point that it nearly makes you sick. And it's like, just understanding what it is. Like, this is the fuel that was in the plane that had the people, that crashed into a building that had people, and all of them were gone. Like, and there's people like, again, you know, the 12th, like the 12th, like a lot of people don't remember. I remember because like there was that moment where I was like outside and like it's yellow and shit. The wind shifted. They were blowing more westbound. And so like we got a lot of that ash, soot, smoke, whatever you want to call it. And like there was a moment, and I'm 13 years old, and it just like clicks with me, like I'm breathing in people and silicon and concrete and plane, and it's just in computers, and like it just
like
it
inhaling the
fire retardant furniture.
Yeah, like everything that you can think of, in off carpet, insulation, like I'm breathing this in, and like what is this? Like, it just trying to comprehend that. It's always been one of those things that is just incomprehensible, and I still will never forget the whole like taste and smell of it, because it was so unique and something that is beyond. But like the funny story with 9/11, a lot of us like were not concerned, because I want to say it was either the July before or maybe the year before in July. There was like a Cessna hit like the Empire State Building, and it was an actual air accident. Like they had plane trouble, lost navigation ability, something, right? And they hit the actual Empire State Building. And so when we hear plane hit towers, we're all thinking like the Cessna type stuff. It didn't like register for us that like, no, this is like a jet aircraft with people on it. And so it just, a lot of stuff with that is so weird for me to this day. Sorry to like drag down the conversation.
I mean, look, it's a more useful conversation than this fucking pedophile bullshit.
No, but it's one of those things too. Like we were kids, so like back then we really couldn't quantify it. But like, I think it's one of those things. Like as we get older, we joke about it, but like, also like it was like our the travesty of the.
It was a traumatic event for sure. I mean, it's something that like I remember like how clear the sky was, how crisp the day felt. Like I can describe things in intimate detail. Like it was just one of those things that like sticks with me to this day. And you're talking about what? Fucking 20 years later, 23 years later?
I mean, when it comes to levels, like each generation has like their own version of it, and like
Yeah.
some generations have like two of them.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Pearl Harbor was like the event for the Greatest Generation.
Yep.
Then you had like the Baby Boomers, which is like the assassination of JFK
Yep.
and
Saigon.
MLK and RFK.
Saigon, I think, was a pretty traumatic event too.
Yeah, so well, I mean, like stuff that just happens out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
something
true.
that's
Yeah,
like
true. I get what
predicted.
you're saying. Like an actual sporadic event.
Yeah, then there's the Challenger incident.
I would say Black Monday, or was it Black Monday for the 80s too? Because
Yeah.
that impacted a lot of people.
Yeah, and like the thing with 9/11, I know like
Well, even in the 90s, the World Trade Center. Again, you had the
Yeah,
bombing in
93.
93. Yeah.
hmm Well, the one that would actually be like the actual one would be the Oklahoma City bombing.
I would say either
The
Oklahoma
OKC.
City or Waco.
I'd say OKC because Waco was just kind of like dragged out for too long. OKC just happens out of nowhere and
Yeah.
just ties back to Waco.
Yeah.
Which
ties back to Ruby Ridge.
I mean,
which it all ties
yeah.
back to my intro song. Hi.
And then it's guest appearance by Timothy McVeigh.
We've
But
moved
yeah,
on
like
from Hitler
9/11
Hour to
is just
Terror
like one of
Tower.
those. It's just like it's any other day. You have like events that are going on that are like
Yeah.
locally important, and then that setting becomes like the big thing.
What would you say would be the one for the 2010s?
That's kind of hard because the 2010s, I don't think we actually ever had anything to that scale. Like, I mean,
Yeah, I'm like trying to think of an event that
I'd say Fukushima because Chernobyl
True.
would have been another one of
True.
those things.
That's very true.
Trying to think what else.
Even yeah.
But like I was coming up to like
tsunami.
the
there
tsunami,
was
the earthquake.
There was a tsunami that was in Thailand. That was 2014, I think, right? 2013.
Yeah, that one.
Yep. That was Christmas too. That's right.
The Christmas tsunami.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think what else. Like the only thing that ever came close for like the 2020s was like, Donald Trump's near assassination.
I don't even know if that's enough.
I mean, it's not enough, but if it succeeded, it would have been.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was like the closest thing I could think of.
Yeah, I would agree for
that
right
would
now.
have,
yeah, but I mean, you
that
still
would
have
like all the mechanisms of one of those events.
You still have what, 5.5 years left? 6?
Well, I would say COVID.
6.5. COVID is
was
another
the actual
interesting
pandemic.
one. Yeah,
Like, because while it might not have been like,
the functionality of operating through it.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
That and like the sheer like logistics of like we have never really had this like what happens if the world has to lock down.
I would actually have to say that I don't know if would you consider like a death in sports would be like something at that level?
I don't know if it has broad enough reach.
Well, you
Like-
remember when like back in I think it was in '94, Ayrton Senna died.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Senna, like Pele, things like that are like over renowned. Like, I mean, Tom Brady. If Tom Brady dropped dead, I think you'd have a pretty big reach with that.
Because one that happened in 2001 was Dale Earnhardt Sr.
Yeah,
Would you say that would be up on the level there too? Or would you say that's more localized because sports?
I feel like that's, if you take it out of context totally, and look at it like in the broad spectrum of the world, I think it's kind of localized.
Because if I remember correctly, I think even President Bush went to his funeral.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of like celebrities that came to his funeral after he died in the Daytona 500 on the final lap.
Yeah.
Like, it would be if Tom Brady had a heart attack in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It was weird because like I knew of people that weren't into NASCAR talking about Senior's death.
I've
right?
actually-
like,
You know what's even crazier is like if you've ever watched like the documentary from the Speed Channel, like NASCAR 2001, the year. Like, it's so fucking storybook. It's insane.
It really
Because
was.
because Michael Waltrip ends up winning the Daytona 500 because Dale was playing defense and then went in the wall and died. The next race was won by Steve Park in the number 1 Pennzoil car. And then when they get Dale's replacement, he beats Jeff Gordon in his first NASCAR race. And basically, it's almost like a mirror image, like a photo finish at the same track a year ago that Dale pulled off against Bobby Labonte.
Yeah.
Then when they return to Daytona, Dale Jr. ends up winning the race there. Like, he overcomes the
Yeah.
track that took his father.
Yeah, I remember
Then
that.
after 9/11 happened, the next race on the NASCAR circuit, Dale Jr. ends up winning that race for America.
You know what's really... I'm trying to think of something. Hold on. Go ahead and talk. I apologize.
But yeah, it was like there was a lot of shit that was happening in 2001 because like Michael Jordan was coming back to the NBA, Apple had dropped the iPod. There was just there was just so much going on that year,
Well,
which it just built up and culminated.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Spotlight?
I don't think so.
Okay, Spotlight is also another interesting story literally around that time. Spotlight was about the Catholic Church molestation stuff.
Oh yeah.
And what happened with that story is 9/11 happened and everybody got pulled off the story. And so the story went stale for a period of like 3 or 5 years. So that might actually have been in that time period too. I can't remember when they actually released everything. I want to say it was like 08, 07. Because it was like in that interlude of we've already invaded Afghanistan, and then we're ramping up for the Iran invasion or Iraq invasion. Sorry, Iran invasion's coming up.
one of those eye countries.
Yeah, the Iran evasion at this point.
Yeah.
One of the Middle Eastern apple countries,
Yeah,
Iran.
yeah. Oh man, but yeah, that was an interesting movie. If you ever want to watch it, Spotlight, very good. It's got Michael Keaton in it, and Mark Ruffalo.
2015.
Yeah.
But yeah, but like 2001 just had so much shit going on, especially in the realm of sports. Like Tiger Woods won the PGA Tour.
Yeah, and then you have the 2007 financial collapse, and then the bailouts and TARP and everything else. Oh, you ever want to get me on a subject that I could talk for hours about? That's it.
No. You've already terrified me enough about economics.
Oh, wait a minute. The BP oil spill.
Like, I don't want to talk about economics with you
That'd be
ever
another
again.
one.
Horizon,
then there was
yep.
the Enron fiasco.
Katrina.
The Boston Marathon bombing.
Yep. And you wonder why we're messed up, kids.
I made a power ballad about 9/11 and a trap song about Timothy McVeigh. Like, I'm coping with trauma here.
Like, seriously, we listed off a bunch of shit that could have gone into a parody version of We Didn't Start the Fire.
Yeah, honestly. But, like,
some of it is probably in the parody version, but just some of it, the others didn't even make the cut.
Oh my god. It's just, there was so many things. Like, I remember graduating and like, this has always been a big point of contention for me, by the way. Like, people sit there and they'll say, oh, well, we cannot grant to waive your student debt, right? Like, this is a big point of contention for me. When I graduated in 2006, do you want to know how much national debt I automatically inherited as an adult at 18? $60,000. Because of all the bailouts for TARP and all these other fucking companies that they handed money to, made into a mass fucking corporation type system, dissolved other things, merged them, and created this fucking insane fucking system that if we ever Get close, even. We don't have to hit it. Just get close. Our entire financial system will collapse.
I was gonna say, didn't it make it a stricter monopoly somehow? Like,
Basically, they had a boardroom meeting at one point. Oh, if you ever want to get into another one, read Hank or watch the movie. They have a boardroom meeting with all the heads of all the major banks. Like you have Citi, you have Wells Fargo, Wachovia, Goldman Sachs is there for investments. What's the other one? Like there was about 10 companies that attend to this meeting. It's only CEOs, only. They lock them in this fucking room and they're like, you're going to do what we fucking tell you. And they ended up that's where they took Wachovia and dissolved Wachovia. They're like, Wells Fargo, you're going to purchase Wachovia for this much. We're going to take on, this is what aggravates me with this. We're going to take your bad debt that forced you into a situation of collapse, and we're going to pay that off as the American government. Yeah, we all fucking agreed to that. Remember the vote on that? I don't. But, like,
right.
Can you tell I'm, like, radicalized on this?
You're having your Joe Stack moment.
Gas up the plane.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll be making an AI song about Patrick.
But, like, they sat there, and this is where they took all the credit default swaps, which is actually what led to the financial collapse, and took them in, and that's where TARP kind of came involved. And that's where we basically inherited this debt, paid this bad debt off, and basically that's where, like, you have the GM and Maytag and all that stuff, where we gave them money, the bailout money that everybody talks about. It was to buy bad debts. Mainly, the biggest one was Citi, because Citi was actually the liquidity functionality of all of the American banking system. One company, right? And so basically what they did was they did dailies, okay, is what they're called. Dailies means they would give a credit line to every company, say like $1 million, a couple $1 million, whatever, for like GM to operate daily, right? Well, what happened is they also insured these other things, the Goldman Sachs, the Bear Stearns, and all that. So when these credit default swaps went bad, basically they insured them. So then their company was at risk because they have to pay these things. They could no longer extend the lines of credit to these businesses. These businesses are dependent upon these daily credit limits. So then their functionality fails. That's how you got into the system we got, and now we've made it worse. Thank you for attending my TED
I remember having this conversation with you before.
I'm very passionate on this subject. It's something I've studied on my own intensely. And it is insane because everybody sits there and when they get to the credit default swaps, they basically say, oh, well, we can't explain it or it's ununderstandable. And it really isn't. Basically, they bundled things together. You had your prime loans that would get bundled together. These were like really safe investments. Think of them as bonds, right? Then they had like a medium risk that would have in some prime loan that weren't amazing, but then they would also have in like high-end oh god, what is it called? Subprime loans. And so it would be a blend of this. And so that would be like a more riskier investment, right? And then they had the worst, which was your ninjas, your no income, no job, no assets type loans. And those were like the high risk ones. Well, basically they had to have this model where they would have to have higher insurance for the ninja style stuff. And then they get lower insurance for the other ones. Well, they're paying Citi, and Citi's guaranteeing that, like, if these people are not able to afford their payments, they will pay that debt. They will cover it so the bank can then sell the asset, and then they make the difference and they make it up there, right? Basically an insurance company. And so what happened is you hit a bubble burst in the actual housing market. Housing declines for the first time ever. All these people's home values, now they owe more than the house is worth. And suddenly they get to a point where you also have inflation at that time. You're not able to pay your mortgage payment. You're defaulting. So as you're defaulting, you go into either a couple different things. Depending on your house, you go into foreclosure, short sale, or, oh God, I can't remember the third one. A loan modification. And so then with loan modifications, they also had two different systems at the time. They had HAMP and HARP. the home affordable refinance, where you're refinancing and basically restating a loan, or the home affordable modification program, which basically they took your mortgage, evaluated your home, evaluated your debt, and restructured your mortgage to make your payment somewhat affordable based on what they thought you could pay at your financial level. And there's so much insanity that came from this. I worked in the industry at the time. The most moral deprived fucking job I've ever fucking worked.
I know. I remember you saying that you like worked there for like 6 months and you couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. Like we think commentary is morally deprived. You should be in the banking system.
I prefer not to have a tiny hat.
Shalom. You know what? Leia
I
would do
prefer
great.
not to have a tiny hat.
Oh man, Leia would do great for multiple reasons.
Oh, look, she already has a tiny brain. What could that yank cover up?
She's great at yelling at people for no fucking reason. Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna play this.
Stack like 5'2" and whatever, who was like trying to rizz up on her, bro. Like, like dude was just trying to hit her up, and you know that got me like a little bit pissed off because it's like, bro, we just got back. It might be my fucking chance, and yet you just seriously want to take that away from me, bro. Like, dude, I just don't get it. But then she rejected him and then went with another guy who I just happened to meet, guess what, in 4th grade as well. And he was like a tall guy with like glasses and shit. I also met him through that same school as well, like years later. So, you know, everything was kind of golden. And they both dated, but the relationship didn't work out as I hoped. And they still stayed friends, you know. I tried reconnecting with her, and, you know, it like she just chose the fucking midget. Essentially, she was the fucking hoe of the whole school. And it was so bad, dude. And, like, I just stopped having
Oh, wait a
feelings
minute. I
for
just
her
thought of
'cause,
another
like,
one.
Oh god.
In 2003, the Columbia Space Shuttle.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would have been another moment when the world stood still, like Apollo 13 and Challenger.
Yep. That was basically the start of the end for the NASA program. Now we have Boeing.
Well, I mean, Apollo 13 was like the watershed moment.
Yeah.
After Apollo 11, it was pretty much donezo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had
I mean,
their
the only
science missions that they kind of moved towards, but yeah.
Well, I mean, the only way how NASA stayed in business for the shuttle launches is because of the NSA and the CIA launching satellites.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, you wouldn't believe how many like not undocumented, but like what's the word? Televised shuttle launches there were. Like, about 2/3 of all the STS missions were CIA, NSA satellite launches.
Yeah.
I mean, there are astronauts who have been into space that we don't even know the name of.
Yeah, well, another horror story with space and the Russian program. You ever hear the recording of the woman?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Wasn't that like but wasn't it where like 2 Italian kids were working like a ham radio and they were picking up signals from space?
Yep. Yeah,
yeah, that one.
Yeah, that is terrifying to listen to.
Oh, jeez, yeah. I thought that was more like creepypasta stuff or like a myth that was like debunked.
No, it's real from what I understand. Like, they actually, after, you know, the fall of the Soviet curtain and all that, they were actually able to substantiate, like, yeah, this was something that happened, but they wouldn't tell, like, anybody who or what, you know, like, they kept their privacy on certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Let's get back to pedophilia!
Damn, you seriously, like,
Yay! It's better than scary alien space.
This is one small step for man, one giant leap for pedophilia.
It's better than traumatizing Jim Garbles.
Yeah, I mean, you've already made me fear economics somehow. Like,
oh, I could tell you things that'll just make you have no trust in your dollar.
I already don't have trust in my dollar because of Joseph Biden. But
yeah,
like,
yeah. No, I'll scare you worse than Biden. Trust me.
I don't. I have enough trauma. Like,
The thing that I've traumatized Jim with is something called the New Diary of an Economic Hitman. It's a book, fantastic read. Will literally
it's
scare the
not.
hell out of you.
It's like if you want to, like, die inside, read it. Like,
just read the summary of the book and you'll see exactly what it's about. I'm pretty sure that's what Jim read.
it's like I know you were sharing like passages with me, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't like this. Like I'm not good with money, but I know enough that these don't add up, and I'm not a happy guy. Like
The story like kind of breaks down in simplistic terms to where there's big companies, obviously like ExxonMobil and stuff like that. They have these guys called economic hitmans. They will go to countries and pit them against each other, devalue the country, and then sit there and come in and be like, "Oh, we'll help you out. We'll give you money for this land and help fight the freedom fighters," or whatever, type of system they set up. Basically, it's kind of like a CIA op, but like definitely out in the public. Like you could find stuff on it, and they will end up like bribing these dictatorships in a lot of cases in like Africa and stuff like that, and they will then purchase land for cheap, and then they also set up the like everything really super cheap, they're low paying and all that, and the dictatorships typically do not disperse the money that they actually give out. So then it becomes like a whole nother like scary rabbit hole to go down. But yeah, it's kind of weird how you've got things like big oil, big pharma, and all that will literally go out and pit countries, entire countries, against each other in order to devalue whatever country they're wanting, to then come in and snake them.
At first, like, I thought I was reading, like, like the plot for the next Metal Gear game, like, because it's like, this feels like very Kojima. And then I'm like, oh, no, this is real. Oh, okay.
You know what's crazy? You know that channel I keep bringing up that I tell you about, Pat? The America's Untold Stories?
Yeah.
They're currently on the chapter of Watergate. And some of the stuff they dug up spells out coup.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, there's. I always found it funny, like if you really dig into the whole conspiracy theory thing, how the conspiracy theorists and being the wild people that they are was all drummed up by the CIA to discredit things. I think it goes back to like JFK assassination is really where they did it. That and the moon landing.
Well, that's where they came up with the term conspiracy theorist, is because of the JFK assassination.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was one of them, and it's like, yeah, it's a contrived naming schema. Basically, they came up with it so that when you hear it and you think about it, you think about crazy people, and not that these people are legitimized.
It's like news.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, like the whole idea is like when I brought up the definition of like first degree murder, someone had to conspire to commit murder. So basically, your average police detective that's investigating a murder scene is a conspiracy theorist where they find bits and pieces of evidence that lead them to a conclusion.
Pretty much.
Like,
yeah.
And like the CIA twist is like, oh, you're a wackaloon. Well, I guess, the police are all a bunch of fucking whacks, and like OJ didn't kill his wife, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
It's like
I see. It's okay when you do it.
Yeah.
You ever want to go down a dark rabbit hole? Look at the contrived accidents.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fucking rabbit hole I want to cover on stream sometime. That might be for like, I might do like a horror-ish thing on around October.
Well, hell, the contrived accidents list, you'd only have to do like the Hillary Clinton hit list.
Yeah.
Like the amount of like fucking horse shit that happens to people that are tied to the Clintons in one way or another is hilarious.
Oh man.
It's pretty
here's
amazing.
the funny thing, like I mean, you and me, Pat, we're big car guys. Like, they even have Paul Walker on that list.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, like Paul Walker from the Fast and the Furious.
Do they have a Porsche expert?
No. It wasn't that. The reason why they have a reason why he was killed, and it was because of the Clinton Foundation and some kind of natural disaster that Paul Walker had ran a foundation for and was either giving or receiving funds from the Clinton Foundation to take care of the people there. Well, there was like some funny business with the numbers, and he was going to testify in court. Luckily, Porsche fucked up on the manufacturing of their newest vehicle.
Yeah.
Convenient.
And put an overambitious driver in the seat.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the same thing with Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington.
Yeah, I've heard things of that.
Yeah, that they were about to expose like a pedophile ring, and then all of a sudden, Chris Cornell's hung, and then a couple of years later, Chester was rumored that he was gonna blow the whistle on it, and then he's hung.
Yeah, Devoured.
Interesting.
I watch Freedom Tunes. I've seen the stuff.
I'll have to watch them sometime. Oh my god. No, I've been talking with Devoured about the Zeitgeist movies. Do you ever see any of them?
Oh yeah, I used to watch when I
Some of
was
them.
younger. They were pretty cool.
They're interesting, but they're so utopian that it's like, yeah, this is never gonna happen. We're too capitalist for it to ever happen, and it's not a push towards either side of the voting system. It's just a matter of like, it's too idealistic for me.
I like the spirit of it.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just, I just don't think it's realistic.
The concepts of it are amazing, but like, it'll never happen.
Yeah, because you're fighting against human nature. Like,
Well, you're fighting against a huge capitalist system. Like, just you're trying to tell people like, don't make money doing something. Like, it's
that too.
It's that giving up that freedom and that power. I mean, it's a power dynamic. Even when you get down to like the simplest thing of like the power of the dollar in order to be able to feed yourself, in order to be able to move to that system, like and
Are you
stuff.
saying the government groomed me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and they groomed you with your wallet.
I'm a freshly 33-year-old. And the government is grooming me.
Oh god.
I'm gonna make a twit longer. Joe Biden touched my bank account.
Well, here's the thing: the government's version of grooming is called propaganda. So.
Oh my god! Yeah, true. I love how this entire stream has turned into like 30 episodes of strictly tangents.
Right? Someone out there, like, it's like Bill Clinton is like sweating another one, and then they see it's like, oh no, don't worry, Hillary, this one's about Joe.
Yeah, I've heard some
seriously.
stuff about Avicii and Bourdain. There's some interesting
Anthony
stuff,
Bourdain.
especially with Bourdain. Yeah.
I don't know. We just work better off the cuff talking about topics than just like trying to plan anything out.
Yeah, we do seem to just flow better. Like,
yeah,
because we could just like link in naturally to the next subject.
Yeah.
Off of just like a single word.
I mean, we went from pedophile to game industry talk to Halo to game industry talk to pedophile.
Oh, you got 9/11 in there.
Yeah,
to like major disasters that changed the world and,
and then we also
generations.
Have the Pokemon to Hitler pipeline.
Yeah, yeah. That's
oh yeah. Kiwi says they're not going to draw Hitler Mewtwo.
Kiwi says that, but Kiwi do that.
I think we ruined that for them.
Oh my god, we've turned so many people. We had Teddy with the Leia thing with the Silence of the Lambs.
Leia never got like the joke.
Yeah, no, Totally oblivious.
Like r/whoosh.
She likes it. It's like, oh, this is great. It's like, you don't realize that we're making fun of you with
Yeah.
that shit.
Oh, too subtle. Too subtle.
That's how you know it's good.
This is gonna be hell to edit. By the way, all of this stuff together when we actually watch the videos. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, you did say you wanted like content.
Yeah, we got plenty of it. Oh man.
Ling and crap like that. Both her and the midget started dating and shit. And you know, me and this midget, we got into
When did the midget come into the story?
I don't know.
So that's the chick that he liked, boyfriend.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh.
Before, yeah,
He's got midget envy.
So basically, he's like a retarded DBDR. Okay, so he liked girl. Girl doesn't know he exists.
Okay. So
Okay.
when's the strip club and Twisted Tea and Band Kids?
See, he doesn't get that far. He just see. Right now, he's just seething that like they got together, and then she moved away and went to another school.
Maybe she has a thing for midgets.
No, she already moved away and then went to a different school. Then when he went to the new school, she came back.
Oh.
Yeah. See, we're on that part of the arc
We're
now.
on the return. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, for anybody listening to this in the future, we have no idea because we've strictly tangented so much that I was lost with the actual story that we started 30 hours ago.
Right? We went off on some like DLC.
Oh my god.
heavy fight. We're talking about here, like, I got suspended for his bullshit, essentially. He tried to beat me up, and I beat him up, and I got suspended for 2 weeks because of that shit, dude.
Isn't there like there should be a law about beating up midgets? I feel like
Right? Unless it's consensual, like
consensual.
Well, I mean, midget wrestling, technically that. Right?
This
That's
isn't a
consensual.
South Park episode.
You know, like it's consensual.
He signed the form. Damn it.
Yeah,
It's like Cartman fighting the midget.
Yeah, he said it was okay, so we went along with it. Like, I don't see what the big deal is.
Like, wow. 7th grade, new to the school, and I already get suspended. All because of someone else. Like, how does that shit work? I go to a...
No, you stupid motherfucker. You got in a
You
fight.
fought back. You fought back against the midget. That's how it works.
Congratulations, you're the prick in the disabled school. Like,
Devour just like in me, myself, and Irene.
grade, and it was the usual, like, same fucking bullshit. You know, he caused fights with me.
Well, I mean, here's the
and,
thing.
you know,
And me, myself, and Irene, Jim Carrey becomes a cuck.
just like Nick Ricada. Hey, it's full circle.
So I try my best to win up. Hell, he even tried to assault me in one of the bathrooms and shit. Like, literally, he tried to fucking attack me with the equipment there. But I just managed to fucking...
What is the equipment?
Yeah. Toilet
Wheelchairs,
seats?
crutches, what?
I like how this like dime store like Andrew Tate makes himself sound like such a badass when he's like when it really boils down to is like
I'm getting assaulted by a midget. It's like
well, yeah,
how's
unlike Andrew Tate who claimed that he was like a real fighter, he's literally beating up a disabled midget in a bathroom. Oh boy, you're cool.
At what we've probably discerned to be a short bus-esque school.
Right? Like,
oh my god. This man's acting like he's a dwarf among midgets and getting his ass kicked by one. Oh my god. I hate him.
Get out of there.
Congrats, you're Snow White.
He's dopey. Oh man.
But overall, nothing happened. You know, we were both told to, like, stay apart from each other. Like, if it was like...
Oh, you mean
restraining order and shit
don't
like that.
fight?
In 9th grade, this is where everything changed, right? And this is where it gets to the main focus
Did you finally grow taller than the midget?
of the video. One of my
This
friends
is where
and I,
everything
we were
changed. I got on medication and the voices went away.
Oh my god, the midget got drafted.
Hanging out with her and the midget, which at the time they were still dating. I was literally gonna go out and shit because I was getting bored of being there.
You're
I
gonna go out
did
and
not want to
shit.
do anything. Like, I just wanted to stay away from people because I was going through like a really rough time. Like, I had a breakup and shit, so I was going through like a rough time. I literally got up and I walked away. I had to say goodbye to one of my friends because, I didn't feel well. And, one of them gave me a hug. And then the other one, which is that same girl I mentioned who was dating the midget, she also gave me a hug. But apparently the midget thought that I whispered in her ear, calling her a bitch and shit. And that's where the problems began, because in that very same day, right, I got out of school and I was hanging out with one of my friends. And it just happens that the tall guy with glasses, he was there, I was hanging out with them and shit. The midget decided to go attack me. He literally went on my own back and tried to assault me that way. Like, how the fuck are you gonna go behind my back and then try to attack me? Like, you could even move me forward and shit. Like, dude, he tried to fucking punch me. He tried to fucking climb on me and shit just to beat me up.
I just see the mini-me scene.
You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses now, would you?
What are you, humping my leg?
He tried to kick me and everything, but it failed. Like, it just fucking failed. And I managed to get out of there unscathed. Some people held him back. And, like, the principal...
No.
How many people had to hold back this, like, apparently unit of a midget? Like,
this alpha Chad midget.
Right? Like,
they're all on their knees just trying to pull him back.
we're like looking at the Chad Gable of midgets. Like, fuck, dude. Like,
stop beating the autistic child.
And whatever. They just gave him a slap on the wrist. And
it's
as for
not
me-
fair. He's intellectually disabled, and he's just standing there not realizing that they're calling him a tard, that they're trying to hold back this, like, intense, like, Hulk, like, fucking, like, incredible Hulk midget, like...
I want to know
Kind
about
of reminds me of that
I
one video
really
of the
wish
midget that's...
I wish we had a fight scene camera for this.
It kind of reminds me of that fucking video that went around line where I guess it was a redheaded midget who got like a red beard, and he's like in line at Subway, and he's talking about how what was it? Something to do with women, and then he gets like beat on by some black guys or something.
I have not seen
What?
this video. It sounds.
I don't know.
It sounds right up
I'm
my
thinking
Twitter
of-
algorithm.
Right? Like, I'm surprised. It's like
Hold on, I
pointless,
just gotta
violent,
look up
slightly
that video.
racist. Like this seems like it should be on my timeline. Like,
Don't give me any more ideas for channels. We can't handle strictly racist.
I mean, we could always do that as a spin-off.
Yeah, let me
But we
build
could
the
do
website
Strictly
first.
Hitler.
We already got Hitler hour, so
that needs to be hosted offline.
We'll have to do that. We'll have to do Strictly Adolf on Kick.
I'm just gonna build a website so that way we can do this stuff.
It's like Strictly Domestic Terrorist. Like, it's like what?
I was just gonna go
through the life and times of the legendary Timothy McVeigh.
I was just gonna go with Strictly Uncensored.
Well, see, we gotta fall in with like the YouTube thing of like having side channels for everything. So we have to do like strictly terrorism, like strictly racism, and like all forms of offensive content need to have their own niche.
Strictly Aryan.
I got an idea for the
Strictly
I got an idea for the strictly terrorism one. The intro bumper will be just that clip from Always Sunny where where those two idiots are pretending to be terrorists with a hammer to get rid of the...
Every episode begins with someone from the podcast reading a chapter of Mein Kampf.
That'd be strictly racist. I don't know.
I don't know. Or we could like read manifestos. So like Joe Stack, like Timothy McVeigh, like. You know, I don't understand how this one's not going to get demonetized, but yet Sam and Colby does. Like, I don't
Yeah. You know what's really funny in editing that and looking back? I watched more. Okay, so like I was really bad with like the actual fair use stuff on the EWU thing, so I cut that video heavily and edited that whole first intro history
my
part
fucking God.
edit so much because we didn't do much commentary. But then the Sam and Colby thing, where we had a total of 10 minutes of stuff because we had to listen to A, B, C, D, E.
We had to make it good.
A.
Oh my
B,
God. You guys won't believe the rabbit hole I just like got thrown into.
Oh no.
I type in midget at Subway and all I
Midget
get
at
is a bunch
Subway?
of yeah, all I get is videos of midgets pretending to be Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk.
You know, I don't hate it. Like,
well, there's the whole rabbit hole of the midget that impersonates Marilyn Manson. Have you ever seen that?
No.
No, but I feel like I need to.
Oh, wait a minute, there's a midget who's dressed up as Chucky.
As a fan of both Marilyn Manson and midgets.
I'm glad you specified on that.
I mean, I like both of them. Like, you know, I support my short brothers, and then
Was it this one? Hold on.
Hold on, I'm in the midget Marilyn Manson.
I think I found the.
Is it Marilyn Poppins? Oh, that's the actual
Oh
midget.
wait, it's this one I think. Instead of Subway, it was a fucking bagel shop.
yeah, I almost was hoping that it was a Quiznos.
Quiznos.
Just for that like little bit of nostalgia. Like, remember when Quiznos was a thing and actually beating Subway's ass?
Yes, we actually have one out here, and I love it. I have like one of the last standing freaking Quiznos.
I miss Quiznos.
Here, I'll put it in the side chat, but I thought it was a black guy he was fighting, but he was like really aggressive, and it reminded me of like what this guy is describing in the video just matches up with this shit.
Is it this? How do I share this? Nope. Do I gotta like go into it?
Coming this.
Yes. No, I just want midget content.
Do you ever think that you'd be at a point in your life where you would say that out loud? Like,
well,
say what out loud?
I'm really looking for midget content.
Well, I mean, you could say I'm really enjoying the short form content.
Oh man.
like I've like thought about shit. Like, I never realized that I would get to the point in my life where I'm making jokes about like a Down syndrome chupacabra or screaming the word pedophile ghost. But here I am, and I wouldn't change it for anything.
Oh, by the way, Jim, I did tag you. I did have a video in the side chat for you on that guy. Okay. Short man ran. Oh, I remember. There's a whole lot of shit that happened with this dude. Like, he got harassed to fucking hell and back. What? I know this guy. Not personally, but through, like, story form.
That would have been a plot twist in that. Like, I know this guy. Like, we literally ran into each other, like, last week.
Yeah, no, this was like one of the more famous. Okay, I gotta change. There we go. This is one of the more famous things. Oh, I gotta change for you guys. God damn, this is annoying. Just Discord mentally predict what I'm doing. You know, would be nice. Did it link? Okay, good.
Right? Just use your unholy algorithm to just
Why
guess
is it
my
okay
shit
for women to say,
already.
"Oh, you're 5
Like,
feet on dating sites? You should be dead." That's okay.
Yep.
Who said that to you here? Nobody. Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father or my boss.
Can't tell he's from New York at all. At all. In a bagel shop. Shut your goddamn mouth.
You're not my father, or God, or my boss.
I like how those are the three that have power over him. God, boss, and God, boss,
his dad.
and
You don't
dad,
talk.
yeah.
Do not talk bad about his fucking father. You hear me?
It's like, I'll contact your dad. A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D. I think he's saying, fuck you.
Dude, you want to step outside? You want to step outside? Huh? I'm not standing, pal. Enough. You shut up, too.
Yeah, this is an absolutely huge story when this happened. I remember this. Oh, wait a minute. Why is it? Oh, God. Audio was doubled. I apologize.
Oh my god. Bagels. I recorded the whole thing. Absolutely.
Oh, and a guy 3 times my size. That's okay? What happened? What, I'm sorry?
Just get your food and get out of here. Yeah, fuck your bagels. Stick your bagels up your goddamn ass. God damn it. I don't even like the fucking amount of cream cheese you put on the bagel. Not even a fucking enough. You cannot tell I live in this area at all.
You think that's funny? All you women drink shit. All you. Yeah, all you.
Yeah, I'll take one of your fucking bagels and fuck it right here on the goddamn floor in front of you. What are you gonna say then, huh?
No.
Oh my god. Oh, wait, okay, can somebody check stream really quick? I'm gonna go back like 15 seconds. And well, no, I don't know if audio is not coming through, like if I switch to the wrong audio source. Well, audio was doubled. It was showing on 2 audio sources here. I think I just gotta hit live. That's what it is. Let's do this. This might work better. I got it on desktop audio. This should work. All right, I'm gonna go back. It sucks because every time I switch sources, you got to switch audio sources too, and like I'm still like trying to figure out what works best with what to pick up like everything because I get different channels typically for Discord where it'll automatically pick up, and then I'm on a separate channel, and then all the stuff that I do on a computer is on one of 2 channels. Right now, Discord decided to throw a fucking hissy fit. Is not fucking working. So I should actually check that. Let me do that really quick. See if I can narrow this down so that way I don't got to keep running into issues there. All right, we need to talk really quick.
All right.
Yep, now it's picking up
All right.
Discord audio. Nice.
Gotcha. Nice.
I was
Okay.
like, is this the part where we say a slur? Like, and,
But see,
and
like,
test it that way? Like,
see, like right now you're coming through on my desktop audio and my Discord audio. My desktop audio is like a catch-all, like it'll pick up everything. But then it's just a matter of like, okay, is browser audio coming through on the desktop audio? Is it coming through on the browser window, or is it coming through on the browser audio? I gotta like get rid of some of this shit. It's like freaking confusing sometimes.
I was gonna say that sounds really needlessly complicated.
It is. It really is.
You hear nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same smirk with the biting lip.
I really need chat to hear this in its natural form.
The Man is
Shut
unhinged, and
your
I love
mouth.
him.
You're not God or my father or my boss.
Although they clearly definitely heard me go on an unhinged rant about fucking a bagel.
You know, I like that there's no context to that. Like, cause I'm gonna fuck this thing really hard, and chat's like, whoa, what's going?
He's just
what's
watching
going
this
on,
angry
everyone?
midget talking about fucking a bagel in his store. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
It's like all of a sudden Patrick is just sitting there, we're having fun, we don't hear anything, stream is silent, and then he gets so angry he wants to fuck a baked good. Like, he wants to have literal sex with a baked good.
Dude, you want to step outside? You want to step outside? Huh? I'm not scared of you, pal. I'm not. You shut up, too. Just shut the f*** up. Go ahead and attack me, Jake.
This is the 8th dwarf, by the way.
Oh my god. Bagels.
What, rage pig?
Well, I mean, you already had wasn't there one named Angry and Grumpy?
Yeah, there's Grumpy, but this guy's surpassed Grumpy. He's gone to Enraged.
It's like Rage Piggy.
This is the 8th dwarf. He's also one of the 7 sins, Wrath.
It's a Wrath.
So we got Dopey, Sleepy, fucking.
I am not about
Grumpy.
to. There's
All
what?
of them, and then Wrathy.
Itchy,
Yeah, Wrathy.
greasy, snappy, whatever.
Wrathy the 8th dwarf.
He's like the long lost one, like the Beatles drummer that was kicked out. They kicked out Wrathy because he kept putting holes in the wall. And like, Snow White was not having that level of repair bill anymore. She's done with that shit.
I was gonna go with Kyle, but I couldn't even think of the word Kyle.
You know, I have a friend named Kyle that's literally angry all the time, so it would work. I don't know what's with the name Kyle and just being an angry person. but
Kyle
it's
the 8th
so
dwarf,
true.
you know, he just sits there, slams monster, gets angry, punches walls, screams at his mom.
It's like he's like going extra testosterone.
Let's watch Kyle.
I recorded the whole thing.
Absolutely. Oh, and a guy 3 times my size. That's okay?
This was the part, by the way, chat with, yeah, fuck you bagels. Stick them up your ass sideways. You want to take a bagel, I'll fuck it right here. You never get my goddamn order right.
And this is the part where he talks, like, there's actually a reason that Patrick wants to fuck a bagel. Like,
Oh, man.
What happened? Well, I'm sorry. You know what?
Yo, a piece of this shit. You're always out of pimento cream cheese, the one fucking thing I like. I know what dwarf this is. I know it now. He's hypertension, the 8th dwarf.
Wrathy.
His full name is Wrathy Hypertension. Sounds like a World of Warcraft character right now. But like, it's like the hypertension has come to fuck your bagels.
Can you make a World of Warcraft dwarf and start playing as Wrathy the Rage?
I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna call him Wrathy.
And we'll just do
Wrathy Hypertension. I'm just gonna.
We'll do like weekly or monthly check-ins on Wrathy the hypertension dwarf.
You know what? I might go to a roleplay server and do that. And just roleplay as he just goes around flipping bagel stands. And just having genuine spurgouts in the middle of Stormwind. It's like, you're out of my cream cheese! Flips cart, bagels fly everywhere.
No, but you always got the goddamn locks for them damn Jews.
It's like, how am I supposed to get my food puff if you never have the fucking cream cheese?
So we got Wrathy hypertension. What's Grumpy? Low blood pressure. And then we got
Grumpy
Sleepy,
diabetes.
We have
high blood sugar, Sleepy or whatever.
Narcolepsy.
Sleepy severe depression. He's just sleeping because he doesn't want to live. He's not actually tired. He just wants to die but doesn't want to admit it. So he just sleeps all day hoping that the end comes.
Sneezy, the cocaine addict.
No, that's Nick Regatta.
Oh God. We're recontextualizing Disney. I don't know how they're gonna like this.
I mean, it could be any worse than what they've fucking done.
I mean,
Well,
hell,
at
they
least
stole
this
most
way-
of their stories from other stories, so it's not even their IP or like original idea.
At least with this edgy reboot, they'll get some fucking business. Like, you're welcome. And you have to admit, Walt Disney was a Hitler supporter. It all comes back.
Well, Walt Disney was more of like a commie buster than he was a Hitler supporter.
I mean, it's all the same.
He got devoured in chat saying, "Guys, he's not a monster. He's just misunderstood."
You know, I feel bad because of all the Nazi jokes. Someone out there is like gonna legitimately think I'm a Nazi.
Oh yeah,
It's
that
gonna
we
be
really
fucking
actually
hilarious.
sympathize. Yeah. Oh fuck.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious because it's like I'm the furthest fucking thing. Like I'm like the most hardcore like freedom libertarian ever.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
I mean,
foamy.
seriously, how are they gonna think that with Mewtwo being Hitler because of the genetics program?
Right,
He ran on a secret island and kidnapped people too.
A bunker-like island.
Like,
By
you
the
know
way,
what? Like, because I was piecing that together, I realized I was like really like, holy fuck! Like, no, this joke is real. I was like, I was having this like coming to light moment as I'm making it. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh no,
like,
no! I just thought of something like even funnier. If Mewtwo is the Hitler of the movie, the scientist that created Mewtwo is Dr. Mengele, and fucking Giovanni, who's the one who's paying for Mewtwo to get created, is
Well,
Mussolini.
Well, Giovanni's the Illuminati.
Well, Giovanni's Mussolini.
okay.
He's John Illuminati.
It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm closing out all the options to continue the pedophile file. We'll just go with this shit. If you got more crazy videos, send them. We'll just react to them right now. Especially Angry
so
Dwarves.
basically, we're converting to like a strictly tangents episode.
Basically, yes. I gotta go back to the Angry Dwarf. Disregard
Okay,
the Marilyn Manson midget in my timeline.
I gotta find the horse video.
The what?
Just wait.
I don't know if I like that tone. I'll show you the Marilyn Manson midget. Make sure it's paused. Good. This way I don't gotta worry about stuff. I'm just gonna close out this other one. I don't gotta worry about switching back and forth. I know it works. I just gotta
Maybe
figure
it's
out
a
the
cow.
audio.
Well, yeah, no, it's a cow. I'm sorry. I might have. I got Josh all excited.
Is it Juju?
I mean, it could be. I'll send you. This is one of my favorite clips on the internet. It's like 16 seconds. This is the old internet I miss.
Oh my god. I should get the horse video that I fucking love. Hold on. We'll get this. I want to pull out a separate tab. Because my search for this is gonna look awful. I love how it's a result. Oh my god, this one's fucking amazing.
Wait, doesn't she get kicked in the head by the horse?
Oh no, it's better than that.
Oh god.
Okay, I got. What is this? What did you send me, Belinda?
Oh no. The plot thickens.
She says, "Foamy the squirrel cream cheese." Oh my god, this will apply directly to the other one because she was talking about Foamy the squirrel with this guy. We'll finish out the angry midget.
The angry
midget. Unhappy, the angry midget. I I don't know. I'm gonna look for some more like what do we want to midget content or horse content? Which way are we wanting to go with this stream?
I thought we were just going with like our favorite like viral shit. Like I want to try to find that picture that Medicare makes Worski a meme.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh man, I'm trying to think. Like the viral videos that I like. I'm looking. I know dead air. Sorry.
Whoa, dead air.
Whoa, Kimo Sabi.
Patrick, imitate Chief Rolling Wheel of the disabled tribe. we might not have wheel, but we roll all the same.
I love how I've trained my algorithm enough that I looked up viral animals and I'm getting furry videos.
We're looking for real animals, not people that dress up as them and try to fuck them.
Oh my god.
Well, given how many sex parties those
Oh.
furries have, they sure are viral.
Oh, this is definitely going in.
So the girl come down.
Yes.
I like how we've gone into like a viral meme, not
Yes.
cringe.
I'm like just pulling videos.
Okay, there's
fuck?
a meme here of Donald Trump with the KKK.
Wait, quick aside here. Have you guys been up to date on the DSP shit?
Yeah.
Did you see that there's a detractor that threatened to sue him, and now he's trying to extort him?
Oh, I didn't
What
see
is he
that.
trying to sue him for?
I have
Here.
I now have a proud DSP membership. I can say that much.
I don't know if
Yeah, I
have
got
it.
one too for some reason.
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Patrick is happy, and then like Gigi's on the other end. It's like, no, I'm a fucking DSP guy, I guess.
Check the
Fucking
side
give
chat.
bullshit.
All right.
Maybe we should watch that instead because it's a stream highlight, not a stream itself.
Hold on. I got Jim's video.
Actually, what?
I gotta put in here. Go. Okay. We'll close this and then we'll do the stream highlight. Which now I gotta go back here. So much effort. Oh,
Okay,
no.
we're gonna have to wait for Scarlet getting BTFO'd another day.
Anywhere, okay?
All right. Let's finish the dwarf. Then we'll go from dwarf to dent to horse to black people to Andy Worski. I think that flows.
Well, 'cause, I mean, yeah, because then DSP's wife is a horse, so I mean, it kind of links.
Oh, we gotta put the Marilyn Manson dwarf before DSP, just for the flow.
Yeah, but I mean, Cat's kind of a horse, so that wouldn't work. You know, I mean,
Jesus
she-
Christ,
We're
Jeff,
trying.
come on.
We're trying to be nice to DSP. I would like to have him on. I messaged him.
Look, I roasted him. That's it. I have no hard feelings. I am still happy that King Phil is rallying his career. But you set me up for a roast. I would be not me if I didn't take it.
Oh, I gotta find that one that I sent you from DSP. Where the fuck is it? Okay, here's the retard. What else we got? Right here. This one. Got it. This will flow in nicely. Where's DSP? Yep, right there. So we'll show like a good detractor versus like a shit one. All right, back to bagel fucking. Oh shit, I'm on like half speed. What the fuck happened?
Already to bagel fucking at half speed.
So apparently, in the last 15 seconds, he became a wrathful midget to an extremely drunk wrathful midget. Wrathy hypertension seemed to be hitting the bottle.
That's okay. What happened? What I'm sorry? You know what?
Oh god.
You think that's funny? All you women drink shit. All of you. Yeah, all of you. You want to go? No, you women need to stop getting so stuff.
Based, you women.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this turned into a whole rabbit hole. Like the dude got harassed and like got shit threatened and all sorts of other stuff. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna replay this.
Unlike Slug, he's actually a little dude.
I'm gonna replay this and just turn the audio down so we could talk. But I just want to see what source we're coming through.
I recorded the whole thing.
Say what?
Okay, hold on. All right, chat.
Are we having audio issues again?
No, I'm switching sources so that way we can get you guys on one track, browser on another track, because I'm now back to my normal setup. So, chat, let me know if you guys can hear this or if you guys want to try and play it.
Almost sounded like Woody the Woodpecker laughing there.
Like you can hear the rage in him.
It's like if Ralph was from New York.
Incoherent.
No, I'm switching sources so that way we can get guys on one track. I'm listening to myself.
Gotcha.
So, chat, let me know if you guys can hear this. 2 seconds. Okay, I can hear audio for this. I just need to wait for you guys to talk on it. Yep. Okay, we're good.
Audio.
All right. Perfect. Perfect.
I'll mute you.
Perfect. We're back to normal. I have fixed all the cursed audio before we get into midget drama. Woo! What's really nice is that the audio didn't cut out at all. Oh, this is Belinda's thing. Okay, so this is the foamy squirrel thing. What? I have no idea what this is. Audio sounds lower, but okay. Oh, okay.
Foamy the squirrel sounds familiar.
Well, I can boost audio a bit for these two. But yeah, I know exactly which audio you're talking about. You're talking about the browser window audio. I'll boost it up, and then I did have the volume down for that one clip, so we'll see how these go.
Oh god, yeah, I remember
It's already
this shit.
4:15. You know what you gotta do? You gotta get up and drive me to the bagel shop. You wanna know why? Because I need a bagel. And you know I need a bagel. A bagel with cream cheese. Yeah, creamy cheese. Everybody likes the cream and the cheese and the cheese
Yeah,
and cream.
this is on Newgrounds.
And a cup of coffee.
Oh my god, this is a throwback.
I definitely need a cup of coffee, so you get up
Because
and drive
I remember watching this, like...
Oh god.
5 more minutes. 5 minutes? What are you, crazy? You know, if you were in the army, they wouldn't let you sleep for an extra 5 minutes, but I'll be nice. I'll be nice. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. Rest up, because we shall return.
It's Jim's cat.
You know, there was a crazy theory that was going around when this shit popped up on Newgrounds that it was the inspiration for that fucking squirrel in that one Red Riding Hood animation movie.
Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I think it's called. Is it called Red?
Yeah, I think it's called Red, or well, that's what they called the characters.
Yeah.
Red.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember who even did that.
It was like a whodunit mystery where they were investigating everything.
Yeah. Yep.
Time for you to rise and bring your squirrel to the bagel shop, because I need a bagel. And you said you would 5 minutes ago. So get up, get me a bagel and some coffee with the cheese, the cheesy, creamy cheesy.
5 more minutes.
You know, if I could drive a car, I'd go myself. You and your 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. I come back in here. You're not up. I start electrocuting you with a toaster in a bathtub. You were warned.
You were warned.
Okay, it's been another 5 minutes, and now I am even more hungry than I was 5 minutes ago. So now is the time that you have to rise and bring forth your squirrel to the bagel shop, where I can get the cream cheese, the creamy, cheesy cream.
Oh my god. I really actually miss videos and stuff like this, like, a lot. Like, it's just simple and stupid. Like, this was our skibbity, or skiddibity. I can't even fucking pronounce it.
Skibbity toilet shit.
Yes, that. Yes, that thing. That.
Fucking lazy. I mean, you don't do anything all day anyway but write in your stupid little poetry book. Like you have some kind of hectic life. Oh, I gotta go to school. Oh,
I forgot, this is also the inspiration for fucking Ronald Riz.
Homework.
It's the same fucking voice.
Life is hard, man.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say Ronald Reagan. I'm like, holy shit. Base president.
Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Or taste my squirrely wrath. I do have squirrely wrath.
Taste my squirrely wrath.
Nature things.
Rathy.
Hey, give me 1 more minute. 10 more minutes.
10 minutes? You did not just say 10 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I heard you say 10 minutes. That is complete bullshit. I already gave you 2 sets of 5. That's 10. Can you count? 5, 5, 10. Get your fat ass up and get me to the bagel shop. You know what? Fine. I don't even want you. I'm gonna get myself to the bagel shop. I'm gonna buy myself the bagel with the creamy, cheesy, creamy cheese. You get nothing. You sit there all day, relax your day away, or whatever the fuck you humans do. Piece of crap.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god, that was friggin' amazing.
2003.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel old.
Oh my god, I would have been second year of high school? Graduated in 06. First year? First year. I'd have been a freshman.
Yep.
Oh man.
Freshman, sophomore.
Okay, so this is from The Dick Show. Like, if you remember the Andy Dick Show?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I was like, Masterson? There's no way he has this much talent.
Huh?
When you said the Dick Show, I was like, Masterson? There's no way he has this much talent.
No, not Juju. The original Dick Show. You know, where he stole the name from.
That's a horrible amalgam.
Look! It's Merlin Poppins!
I smell children. Mary Poppins was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I thought I was just begging to be brought to the stage as a hardcore, industrial, postmodern, goth rock opera for kids.
This isn't what I thought it was. I was looking for the fucking midget. All right.
I unironically want to see this in make reality, though. Like, I don't know if that's just the edgelord in me, but I would love to see like goth Mary Poppins.
It's a whole skit, and like there's like, yeah.
Investing your mind with decaying religion. The beautiful pigeons. We're trying to conserve on
The beautiful pigeons.
The beautiful. That doesn't sound like a parody song RTU would come up with.
It couldn't be. It has too much talent for RTU.
Yeah.
The beautiful pigeons.
Oh man.
Blood makes everything okay. Everything A-okay. This show is my baby. It's my little dead baby. Because I'm not only the star, I'm the director and the producer and the lighting designer and the set decorator and the hair and wardrobe and makeup and the...
Okay, so from being from this era, did you guys ever hear the rib rumor?
Yes.
Yeah, where he had like a few sets of ribs removed so he could suck his dick.
Yeah, I love how we all know this rumor. I have no idea where it ever stemmed from. It's something I've always wanted to look into.
I don't know either, but he's confirmed that that's not true.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but like, where did it stem from that we all know it?
If I remember correctly, it was right around the time when a lot of fucking music creators were getting nasty rumors made up about them.
Well, yeah, because wasn't that the whole Napster time?
I wonder
that was the whole
when
Napster.
he was fighting with Trent Reznor. And I can kind of see Trent Reznor saying like he sucks his own dick.
Oh my god, Napster bad. You guys remember that shit?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I gotta show chat this. If they're if they're uneducated, we have to watch this. Oh,
More
my God.
Newground shit.
Oh yeah, we're going full fucking E-Bombs World Newground shit. This fucking
Good afternoon. My name is, Lars.
the fucking
This shit so much.
You know, like, this is the shit that the whole artist time during YouTube kind of killed. Like, we could have had more of this.
Ulrich from Metallica.
Now we get
Some art commentary bullshit.
Yeah.
We get art commentary and pedophiles.
Oh,
We're in the
man.
bad ending.
By the way, Pez, I thought you said you sent something. I was looking for it. I can't find it. Let me know where it is.
Where I am today. Years and years of playing clubs and recording demo tapes. Me and my buddy, like James Hetfield here, have shed blood, sweat, and motherfucking...
I like how he looks like an ogre.
Oh,
like
yeah.
a fucking ogre.
Yeah, well, that was
just
the whole thing with him at that time. He was this big fucking dude, and the fucking... Oh, my God.
Beer to get where we are today.
Beer! Good!
And now we're fucking wealthy beyond, belief.
Napster bad.
And the other day was, obvious to me how much money we have, because our basis, motherfucking Jason Newsted bought his very first gold-plated Ferrari, and the fucking thing came with, a crew of naked Filipino sex slaves, and this Mexican houseboy, all free, just because he's from Metallica, That's...
All free because he's just from Metallica, yo.
It's just the way they freaking did this shit. It's amazing.
Fucking rich, man. So
the fucking eyes is what gets me on this.
where was I? Oh yeah, all you post-pubescent boys
Fucking
who bought
Crazy Frog.
Yeah. By the way, did you ever see the whole freaking the whole lore with Crazy Frog, where that actually came from?
Yeah, I have actually.
Oh my God, that's a fucking amazing story. Where in the hell? Why?
It's like they
everything so
took
hard?
Crazy Frog's face and just put it on Lars Ulrich's head.
Okay, what the hell? Where did I move this? Oh, right there. I forgot where I moved things. Okay. Pez sent this. I'm gonna put this in the listing. I copied it instead of opening it. Let's open it. Pause it. Pause. Okay.
our albums and our T-shirts and our concert videos and
T-shirts, good.
Yeah, T-shirts.
I love how every time we fucking you just see the fucking armpit. It's like it throws me off every time.
I just cannot get over the fucking eyes though. Oh
You
my
loyal
God.
fans who like bang your heads at our concerts and pay like $200 for a ticket, $20 for like a CD, like $50 for a Metallica T-shirt, and like $100
T-shirt's good.
dollars for a genuine Metallica cock ring. You're all fucking awesome. And we'll never forget you. You fucking made us rich. You fucking made us popular. You got us under the cover of, you know, like Kerrang! Magazine. I worship you. You, the Metallica fan.
Beer, good.
Unless you download it until it sleeps from Napster. Then you're
Oh God, there's an Napster.
going to motherfucking jail. You're motherfucking meat. You'll be some fat, greasy tattoo.
Your ass meat. You know, it'd be great and like a real throwback meme right now. Take this and then put fucking Aaron and Molte's face over it. Oh God.
You bastards, buttery cornhole. Who do you think you are? I mean, just, you know, because you like made us rich.
This fucking part I forgot about. Oh my God. He does the whole train spotting.
You think you can get free stuff? Songs that we spent upwards of, like 24 to 48 hours writing and recording? I mean, James blew up for you. He ignited into a fiery inferno for you people. Fire bad! Fire bad!
He's like a caveman.
Fireman.
Oh my god. Can you imagine this versus Tonka song?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They could.
Donga, no.
Kumite bad.
Chief Rolling Wheel, no like Jim Tribe. Earl Big Rock, like Mundane Matt before me.
Oh my god. Like mundane Matt before me. Oh god.
Team of lawyers and researchers have your names, and we're gonna hunt you down like the table scrap pilfering grab asses you are. Grab asses, bad! So to conclude, rock on, Metallica fans. We'll see you on tour this summer, and you Napster users, we'll see you in jail getting gang raped.
Oh my god. I remember all this shit, and like he got so much flack for that. Like this is when they were really starting to go after Napster and everything, and they called everybody a grifter that used it. Oh, that did not go well.
Yeah.
You know what was really bad too around here? Fucking Trent Reznor came out and said, "Steal my music, just come to my concerts." So you have Metallica like over here saying this, and then Trent like literally on the other end of it being
he's like, I don't care.
"Yeah, no, steal my shit." Like,
yeah, it helped
Well, wasn't
accessibility.
Didn't like South Park do an episode about it too?
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember, yeah, that was the one where fucking Cartman, Butters, and Token make like a Christian rock band.
Oh my god.
Napster users, we'll see you in jail getting gang raped. Money good, Napster bad.
Oh my god.
I miss this stuff.
I miss E-Bomb's World and fucking Newgrounds for this shit.
Why TMND?
You know what? I should see it. We should watch sometime like the Battlefield Friends and shit like that from that era and just do it.
We should like react to it.
Wait, okay, hold up. We just deleted a previous playlist, and now we're creating another one on the fly. Because we were out of time.
Oh my god. But yeah, like
we're
this...
having a strictly tangent.
A tangent for the tangent. All right, so getting into the DSP stuff, I think this is the best detractor video I've seen recently. And yes, I know I'm going to get claimed for the music.
So here we go, pull number 1. Oh, we're getting a character. 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6 stars? What? I got a 6-star character on the first pull.
The ending. Phil would become the greatest WWE
I never got to go on a honeymoon.
Of all time, on 2 accounts, Cat never got to go on a honeymoon.
Oh my god.
This is how you do detractor shit.
See, this is the type of shit that we did back in my day.
Yeah.
Like, we would, like, mock him, but, like, not, like...
Yeah.
Harshly.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't want him to die, or we didn't hope that he got cancer or anything. We just made these, like, light little, like, jabs at him, you know, just to, like, you know...
Yeah, it was like Happy
fun.
Gilmore stupid bullshit where it's just like, you're happy for him, you're making it uplifting, and then you throw in the punchline.
Yeah, like, it's just, it's...
This is good trolling. I mean, it is. Like, there's no, like you said, no harm to anybody. You're not wishing death because you think Phil's a grifter and shit like that, like stupid stuff. Like, it's playful.
That's what it should be. It should be fun. Like, it should be fun. It should be funny.
Like, this made me genuinely laugh, and I was like, this is the best shit. Like, I would not mind, like, okay, if I ever got to a big enough level, if somebody made shit like this about me, I would laugh my ass off at it.
like DS Puppet. Did you ever see that?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah, like stuff like that, like just retelling the story of like, no, you can't take her to the hospital. And just like the puppet mouth flopping, all like that's the type of shit that's like,
Oh my god.
that was the fun stuff. But then
Yes.
all the like hardcores come in and like, we want Phil to die and we're gonna dox him and blow his house up. It's like, or could we just maybe make fun of him about spending money on Hulk Hogan?
Dark side, Phil, bad.
Right? Like fire on Phil's house, good.
Oh man. All right. So from this we go into bad detractors.
So during my day off, one of my moderators actually contacted me and said, "Hey, are you aware that he went on someone else's show and went on this like crazy 2.5-hour long interview with this guy about this?" Of course I'm not aware. It's my day off. I don't have time to waste on these idiots, right? And so
Did he just call his mods idiots?
No, he's talking
The
about
detractor.
yeah.
Well, the way it
King-
comes off, the way he says that, it sounded to me like he was calling the mod the idiot.
Yeah, no, King Phil does not have the time to worry about poor knaves. He has to run the kingdom.
The kingdom.
hour-long interview with this guy about this. Of course I'm not aware. It's my day off. I don't have time to waste on these idiots, right? And so apparently this super crazy guy, again, if you're going to sue someone, probably the best number one piece of advice a lawyer would give you, don't talk about it publicly, right?
True.
If you're going to sue someone,
Very true.
do it behind the scenes, get your legal case together, and do it properly, because everything you say on the internet can be used against you in a court of law. So every time he speaks publicly about it, he's just shooting himself in the foot, but he thinks that it's helping his case, but what it really is, he likes the attention. He knew if he made that video, he'd probably get some attention. He did, because I talked about it on the show. So now he thinks, now's my chance to go out there. I'm going to be interviewed, and I'm going to be a star on the internet, the man who's going to sue Darkside Phil, right? So he goes on this show, and basically, for 2.5 hours, he has a conversation with this guy who's called Pescatore, I guess. I don't know who he is. I've never heard of him. I don't know.
Wait, Pescator?
Pescator? Yeah, Josh Pescator.
Pescator is oh my god. Okay, so
Oh wait, I remember watching that stream because that was on like last night, wasn't it?
I have no idea. I don't watch Pescator because I just know there was a bunch of bullshit with him, Keem, and a bunch of shit in the drama community, and I just never watched him.
I just remember him
build the
wanting to
house,
buy
burn
Nick-
the house, build it
Yeah, I
up
was gonna
again,
say-
burn it down again.
Yeah.
I just know him from wanting to burn Nick's house down like 3 times. Like,
yeah.
It wasn't Nick's house, it was his own house. It's like, I got so much money, I could burn my house down in Florida, build it up again, burn it down again, build it up again, and burn it down again, you know.
oh, I thought he was wanting to buy Nick's house and burn it in front of him.
No, well, maybe I could be misremembering, but I thought he was talking about his own property.
I mean, you're
flexing
probably
how
right.
much money he had.
I probably just have like some sort of headcanon that I really wish was real. Because I just like the idea of him buying Dioreo's house and like burning it and be like, "Who's the unhinged one now, Nick?" And then Nick
Well,
just sitting there
Diorio
like,
doesn't have a house; he has an apartment, I think.
As he's foaming from the mouth.
yeah, who's the unhinged one now, Nick? And Nick's just like, still you, like still you.
Why are you so serious, Nick?
The Joker Pescator arc.
Oh my god. So let me understand this correctly. So what he's saying is that his mods reached out and let him know that Pescator had a stream with a guy that's attempting to sue him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure
One
I
of
got
his
this straight.
detractors went on Pescator's stream.
Okay.
I don't know if he's a detractor of mine or not. I have no idea. But during the show, Super Crazy says some of the dumbest things you could possibly do if you actually are thinking of suing someone.
Oh man.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
I like Super Crazy. Don't do this, bro.
I just muted his ass. I had like, I'm not kidding you, close to 24 detractor accounts that for some reason like started fucking pushing in my timeline. Probably because I follow Darkside Flow. And like, holy shit, they're getting to like the unhinged point. So like, I started muting them all because I'm not gonna block somebody, but I just don't want to see it. So I just mute them all.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the show. And we have a couple clips that I'm going to play here. Some highlights from this show that are going to showcase some of the things he said. And let this be a 100% case, public case, and example. If you're actually planning...
By the way, I read the fucking Sargon case that these guys keep referring to. Have you guys ever read that?
Yeah, I remember that drama going on because I was watching Sargon regularly.
Well, okay, so to summarize the drama for chat and everything, so there was this channel that had this video, right? This video, Sargon took 6 clips from it and then made a video. And they're sitting there saying that this is the case they can use for using videos to make a video with no content. The thing that they keep fucking missing is Sargon took 6 clips, made a new video.
Yeah, and he also used the title as criticism.
Yes.
Like, he used criticism in the title and the actual description.
Yes, and now, like, if you watch some of the stuff, like, with Duty and all that, he doesn't fall under that. And when they actually rendered the judgment, they were sitting there and saying they weighed in how much he took from that stream against the whole video.
And
that
because
he
his
didn't-
video was significantly shorter than hers.
Exactly. And in comparison, he did not take that much. So, like, it doesn't translate. So, say if he took, if it was a 20-minute video, and he took 5 minutes of it, that's 20%. Okay? When you extrapolate that onto, like, DSP streams, most of them are, like, an hour and a half, an hour max. When you're talking about, like, Duty taking 35 minutes... That's an exorbitant amount. That's 50% plus in some cases.
I mean, hell, just look at the whole Side Scrollers episode where we got that clip of Rich from.
Yeah.
Like, that was an hour and 30-something.
Yeah. That's a whole straight, like, you're not taking and doing anything with that. Like, you're just straight stealing content. And it's something that's bothered me that all these detractors are like, no, it's right. It's fair use. It's fair use. It's not. You're not doing anything to transform it. You're not taking clips from it and making a video. You're putting no effort into it. You're literally sitting here with OBS, and you can set up, and I do have ways to do it on my own. I could set up to just have it trigger to record on OBS and just have the screen open. I don't even got to be at my computer.
Yeah.
I can do shit remotely too.
And that's the thing. Everybody like wants to like say like every detractor that's doing this is equal, but it's like no, not everyone is doing like secrets level of like Phil's top 10 worst moments of 2024 and like ranking his controversies and adding context to it. Like that would be considered fair use.
Yeah, or even The Outsider with this is how you don't play stuff. Does a lot of context with it. Some of it's written, some of it's spoken, like mainly it's a lot of written context, but that's still like he's putting in a lot of effort into those videos.
He's still adding commentary.
There was also one other thing that kind of lines up with the case that they're referencing and what they're trying to do to Phil is because, or well, not what they're trying to do to Phil, but what they ultimately want to have happen to Phil, which is where he gets no money and he can't support himself. Because the chick that sued Sargon back in the day was trying to make him go bankrupt to where he wouldn't be able to support his kid, and she made a video expressing that
dislike,
that motive
for
the lawsuit, and it almost got thrown out on that, like at the first stop. Yeah, that alone almost got it thrown out because her reasoning for wanting to bankrupt Sargon and not like and basically wanting to make his kid destitute is like, well, it ain't my kid.
Well, here's the other side of that people in this sphere are not understanding. That video existed on her channel. Sargon took it, made a video. Sargon is not a clip channel. She is not a clip channel. These people are promoting themselves as clip channels, right? Like they're just, it's not even the same context. Like, they totally miss that this is not the same context. Like, you cannot apply, oh, well, I'm a clip channel, and say that and use that as an excuse either.
Like seriously, what Sargon did for there, it was satirical in nature because it's kind of like the setup to Always Sunny episodes, you know?
Yeah.
Where they have like the cold open, and then they talk about like what they're going to do, and then the title credits roll. It's like, Charlie does not go to town or whatever the fuck. Where it's like, I'm going to town, and it's like Charlie does not go to town, and then you get the intro.
Yeah, well,
like that's quite literally the joke that he was doing because. If I remember correctly, it was because of the 2016 election with Hillary Clinton and everything.
Yeah, he was taking clips about showing how like Hillary Clinton
It was a DNC
voters
party.
were unhinged.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah. And it's just, here's
Yeah.
the other thing that like blows my mind with this. So you had this woman that she had the intention to bankrupt Sargon. Again, Sargon's not a clip channel. She's not a clip channel. If you apply the same thing, you attempt to apply the same thing to DSP stuff, you literally are going to bankrupt yourself, you fucking morons.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like for this law to apply in your favor, DSP would have to sue you.
Yeah.
It's like you can't like use this as like a legal defense and then threaten to sue him.
Well, their whole thought process is that if DSP copyright strikes them, they'll then appeal it, and then DSP has to take them to court or eat it.
Mhm.
That's their thought process behind this. And it's like, well, you're taking that and like, that's all good and all, but YouTube can still sit there and take your video down, even if you lose.
Yeah, because I mean, this court ruling, YouTube's going to rely on that to look at whether or not you broke the copyright.
Yeah. And it's just going to be
So,
one of those
like-
things that like YouTube can still put the strike on your channel and keep the video down, even if you appeal it.
Mm-hmm.
And like, yeah, it's your first strike. You might get the 90-day like warning period, take the class, blah, 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 which is what I kind of had with the fucking Husker shit. And I fought it because obviously the thing that he fucking went at me for was the description, which is entirely uniquely my own. But like, if I didn't fight it or if I didn't do the class, that strike would remain. Even if I lost the appeal, like if I do the appeal and I lose, because YouTube is going to look at it, supposedly, I could still lose, and it's like, yeah, I would have to then go to court with Phil, but lose and still get to strike on my channel. So then if that happens like 2-3 times, you lose your channel. I mean, 2 times if you're smart because you don't want the third strike, you abandon the channel and start something else. 3 times if you're fucking psychotic and you just want a DFE.
Yeah, because I mean, like I don't know why I forget if it was the UK court or the US court because
It was US.
Okay, because Sargon, like he could have legitimately had it thrown out because of the malicious action or the malicious intent alone for why the lawsuit was being formed.
Yeah.
But they ruled against it for whatever reason.
Here's the thing that like they're also not taking into account. Phil could just privately sue them. Or sit there and try and get a motion. I almost wonder if he couldn't get a motion for a what is it? No contact order or something like that. Kind of like the Desolin shit that you showed me, Jim. For harassment.
Probably, and then just be like, no, this guy's taking me out of context. He's clipping me and basically trying to ruin my reputation. And like, I'm having a career upswing.
Yeah.
So like,
and this is reputational damage, and I am losing money because look at their monetization, and they're putting these clips up before me, so they're superseding my monetization and my even ability to earn the money.
Yeah, because they're taking my place in the market for my own content.
Yeah. All right, keep going.
On suing someone, do not do what this man has done because he has self-destroyed himself multiple times in this interview. And I'm just going to show you 2 instances where he did this. I'm not going to show you more because there's more, but I'm going to show you the 2 instances where he did this. And he's destroyed any chance he ever had of having a case against me. Okay? By the way, I still don't know what the case is. I'm still lost. All right? So here we go. First of all, we have this highlight. I think this is it. Let me make sure. We'll go full screen. I guess that they literally opened up a PowerPoint presentation discussing how a court case goes. This is fascinating. Okay? So they think because they opened up a PowerPoint doc on how court cases go, that now he has a case against me because they looked at this. Okay? Everyone knows that once you open up a PowerPoint, that's it for the other party, man. They have no chance. Things are starting to get a little weird, don't you think? Anyway, so let's have a little here. So this is Super Crazy talking to Pescatore, and it's going back and forth. And I think this is the moment. Let's listen in.
For the record,
Is it a PowerPoint or is it just a flow chart?
I think it's just a flow chart and he's mislabeling.
Okay. Because I know what he's referencing, but it doesn't look like it's PowerPoint. Because wasn't there like an art commentary YouTuber who just did PowerPoint presentations as responses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't remember their name. But he's referencing that meme.
Oh man. Oh, the one that did the strike on me was Husker. The one that is threatening with all the strike stuff that they were talking about was Duty recently. Duty streams when he was talking with Keemstar. And Devoured, I think that's funny. Yeah, I'll pro bono for Phil in court. I'll help the king. I'll be the king's liaison.
Is look, if he wants to offer me some kind of shit out of court, whatever as they say, you have to refund every single person that's contributed, and then you have to make me whole as well, and we'll drop it, man. But you'd have to talk to me for that. You'd have to invite me on. I'll go onto your stream. We don't even have to be in a neutral place. I'll go to your stream, and I'm gonna grill you, man, and I'm gonna tell you, I'll drop this, Phil. But you have to admit 3 things, buddy. You have to admit WWE Champions is true. It's your account. You have to show your fucking.
The audio's too low. I thought so. I don't know why their stream volume was so low when they did this stream. So I guess I'm gonna try to like massively pump the volume and I'll go back. Their entire stream volume is so low you can barely hear it. So let me go back a little bit. Let's go back like 30 seconds. Okay.
Look, if he wants to offer me some kind of shit out of court, whatever that.
Hold on. Let's go back a little bit. Okay.
Or is it just fuck this, we're going to the mattresses, you're done with it?
No, I would talk to him if he wanted me on stream, but he has to understand, with all due respect to Keemstar and to Null and to whoever else he's talking to, I know the day-to-day shit, bro. You're not gonna hoodwink me. You're not gonna pull this bullshit on me. I know the lore, man. I know everything that goes on. I've been here. I've been watching. I would speak to him. And for the record, the only way this would get settled without me going through with what I'm doing is, look, if he wants to offer me some kind of shit out of court, whatever as they say, you have to refund every single person that's contributed, and then you have to make me whole as well, and we'll drop it, man. But you'd have to talk to me for that. You'd have to invite me on. I'll go onto your stream. We don't even have to be in a neutral place. I'll go to your stream.
Wait a minute.
And I'm gonna grill
Who's
you,
the
man.
guy
I'm
on
gonna tell you,
Pescators?
I'll drop this.
Super Crazy.
Okay, and how much is he in the hole to Phil?
I don't know. Because he's not even like really saying anything.
Well, he says that Phil has to refund him like what he's invested or something like that. So I'm wondering like how much into the hole is he like with DSP?
I think I'm wondering if he's saying with a civil suit he's gonna try and claim losses on his channel.
Well, he's saying that you have to refund all your supporters for the WWE Championship.
I don't get it yet. I don't know if it's
like the donations.
Yeah. Oh, I get that, but I don't get the full context yet.
Well, it sounded like he had donated to Phil, and that donation went to WWE Champions, and that's why he's butthurt. So he's in the hole for that kind of money. Just from the train of logic you just presented there.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just wanting to chat.
Phil, but you have to admit 3 things, buddy. You have to admit WWE Champions is true. It's your account. You have to show your fucking account. That's number 1. Number 2, you have to admit you've been feigning distress for years. And he's partially kind of admitted it, but he's kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge type thing. He's admitting it.
Yeah.
He's been feigning fucking distress for. There's so much proof of it. Like, why are you? And then the third would be, the bankruptcy fraud. And even if he doesn't want to say he committed bankruptcy fraud, maybe the judge or the attorney for him fudges the numbers a little bit. I can understand that, bro. But three perfect examples off the top of my head if he would have to come out and admit to, cop to, and then say, yeah, I struck you. I did it because you hurt my feelings. You made a video about my fundraisers that I did. Next day, he literally flew across the country and got married after holding one of his fundraisers.
I bet you he just saw.
So anyway, and then they continue on. So what Super Crazy just said, if he doesn't realize, or actually probably doesn't, because that doesn't sound very smart, it's literally disqualified him from any chance of ever having any.
I will say, I think this whole fucking video right here is a bad idea. I think it's really bad because I don't think Phil should have interacted or reacted to this and just been quiet about it. I think this is a potential negative mark in his book.
I could see it, but I don't know.
Well,
he might pull it around.
It's one of those things that, like, now they're going to try and catch him on the opposite side of stuff and sit there and say, well, you said to not talk about stuff on air, and here you are reacting to me talking about it and saying things. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to continue to contort.
But that's just like a fucking nitpick argument.
Oh,
like,
yeah, it absolutely is. But that's something they're going to do.
Yeah, well, that just shows that they're just as pedantic as he is. Like,
They're worse.
They're two peas in the same pod.
They're worse. They're these mortal crusaders that think it's wrong because Phil sits there and has a goal to try and, like I fucking do with my beer fund, like, to get money for daily life, and he tries to hit a daily goal so he gets some money to function in life. And, like...
Well, yeah, but Super Crazy here, just, like, what kind of tripped me up, what he just described, was that, oh, Phil has to admit that he bilks, like, his supporters, like, you know, he begs when he doesn't need to. Like, he had a fundraiser one day, and then the next he flew off to get married, and it's like...
There's no law against that.
Well, yeah, there's no law. It doesn't make fucking sense to me, because usually people plan out marriages, especially when they have their wedding dates.
Yeah.
He could have just had like a fundraiser and it's like, guys, tomorrow's the big day. I'm tying the knot. I'm flying out of here, you know?
Yeah, who knows? They could have got the tickets and been paying on them. I mean, that's something we're doing with my cruise thing. Like, and he could have been using the donation money to help pay on it. Like, you have no idea the context behind this.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, he took money and then he flew off and got married. It's
They're basically kind of like
Vegas.
Like, they're trying to like trip him into like almost embezzlement. It sounds like.
Well, yeah, I mean, they always like he's bilking his fans. He's like making money left and right by begging, pretending that he's broke. Embezzlement, just shifting. I mean, embezzlement would just be like shifting funds around, but he would have to repurpose funds, and they don't even have a fucking paper trail to go off of.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It just sounds fucking retarded to me, because the way how he described it sounded like, oh, it's like, guys, I'm having a fundraiser, and then he's like off to Vegas to, you know, get wet in a fucking drive-through chapel with Elvis Presley presiding.
Yeah, I'm going to try and work on a couple things here. Hold on. I'm just changing the screen so nobody accidentally clicks on this, expecting Scarlet shit. I'm just going to change it to Mamamax's new video plus tangent stuff. Oh, man.
Case against me. Did you hear what he just said? He said, I would consider canceling this whole lawsuit against Phil if he has me on his show and if he admits such and such and such. Okay? That's extortion. He literally is saying, I'm going to issue a frivolous lawsuit against you to waste your time.
Well, then it would come down to, you know, is Washington where Phil's at is at a slap state, because then it could just dismiss the whole frivolous lawsuit, because they would have to sue where Phil is. I don't think it matters where this lawsuit is coming out of. It matters who's being sued and where they're at.
To waste your money, to cause you stress, and to hurt you, unless you do these certain criteria special for me. It's the equivalent of blackmail or extortion. And he literally just publicly said it in an interview. Do you understand why if you're going to have a lawsuit against one, you should never speak publicly like this ever? So now the moment, if he actually did file suit against me, the moment that we got to, okay, everyone, let's get together, this is the very first piece that I would present before it went to court. The judge would see this video and would say, so you have a grudge against Phil and you're extorting him with this lawsuit, case dismissed.
Yeah, this is exactly what that one chick did to Sargon.
Yeah, it really is.
Except she had already started the lawsuit, and then she was trying to cover her ass publicly, and just dug the well deeper, or dug the hole deeper for herself.
Well, I don't know. Did he already start the lawsuit, or is he just threatening the lawsuit at this point?
Well, he's threatening, which, I mean, the anti-slap measure, or, well, what is it?
Yeah.
Is it anti-slap?
I've just always heard it called slap.
Okay, well, slap measure would come into play for this specifically and would get ruled out.
Yeah.
What are you even talking about? Right? Like, what? Why would you go on this show and say that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's such an ultimate self-ownage, self-felting, right? To go on a show and say, well, I would just dismiss this whole frivolous suit that I have because I just really want attention. I want to go on his show and have him publicly bow to me and admit a bunch of shit. So that's what it is. You know that you don't actually have legal grounds to do anything. You just want to annoy me with a lawsuit, and now you're threatening to make it go away unless I do things for you. That's illegal. You understand what you literally just did? You just did something illegal. You tried to extort me publicly on the internet. And I have the evidence right here. It's in this video. And I just played it on my show, so even if this guy deletes the video, it's still documented. Okay, let's continue, because ladies and gentlemen, that's not even the end of it. I have a little clip to play you guys from the very same show. This is later on in the show. Let's listen to this one.
A ton of videos about this guy. I have slandered him. I can publicly admit it. I've slandered him, but it's for cause, man. It's just cause.
I don't even have to go further. Did you hear what he just said? That's super crazy. He says, I have made a ton of videos about this guy. I have slandered him, but it's slander for a good cause, a just cause. He just publicly admitted to multiple crimes against me because he says, I've made a ton of videos. So he's made a ton. Oh, you guys couldn't hear it? Okay, hold on. What is it? To go back 10 seconds, Jay? We'll go back 20 seconds, okay? And I'll make it louder. Because some people said they couldn't hear it. Yeah, I know. Their video volume is so...
I didn't know about Jay. This is a new button. I have a new button.
There's also the arrow keys.
Well, that's what I use all the time. That's a 5-second burst, and then period and comma are frame by frame. I didn't know J, and I'm guessing K or L, probably L, are
It'd be
10
J and
seconds.
K.
Is it J and K? Well, here.
Yeah.
Solo.
No, K plays. It's L.
Really?
Yeah. J is back 10 seconds. L is forward 10 seconds. So versus the arrows, which are 5-second bursts.
That I have my volume maxed, and you guys probably still can't hear it. Let's try again. Ready?
He just read it out.
And
then he was like, "Oh, I feel bad for this guy."
Mm-hmm.
It's clown shoes.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good, man. Like I said, if he wants to talk to me, I will talk to him. I've made a ton of videos about this guy. I have slandered him. I can publicly admit it. I've slandered him, but
That is the dumbest shit you can say looking for a lawsuit. I've publicly slandered him.
But I haven't recently.
Phil should just sue him just because he could win off of that shit alone. Take his fucking monetization. DSP should actually get into the auto-claim stuff. I mean, it's a big enough channel. And start auto-claiming shit. And take their monetization away.
it's for cause, man. It's just cause.
I have made a ton of videos about this guy, and it's all slander. I have slandered him, but it's for a cause. It's a just cause. He literally admits to a crime on this interview. He admits he'll make it all go away if I have him on my show
a civil
and
infraction.
give him a venue to talk and get attention. So that's what it's all about. He literally just twice admitted, first he extorted me. He's trying to blackmail me into being on my show. And then he admits that he committed crimes against me. I mean, again, guys, did I not say all this will come to fruition, all the karma will swing back, and I don't have to lift a finger? I didn't tell the guy to go on this show. I advised against it. Do you remember the other day when we covered this at first? I said, I advise this guy, if he's going to do a lawsuit, he's quiet. He just stays quiet, and he just does what he needs to do, but I advise he cancels it because he has no case. Instead, he went on a show and completely destroyed any argument he had. He has literally no case against me because twice in here he has admitted to extortion, blackmail, and slander. What judge in their right mind would say, I like this case? This sounds like a slam dunk, right? So anyway, now we know what it's all about. It's not about that he actually thinks that this is going to get me to change for the better. He's some kind of a crusader for good. No, he wants to be on my show. He wants to be the...
Phil's algorithm is entirely randomized. He's got recommendations for a suspect accused of rape at Kirkland's, a nostalgic radio music, a live channel, the most powerful frequency in the universe, and Washington makes major progress on crisis of mentally, I'm guessing, ill people.
The detractor that got on the Level 1 podcast, and the king bent the knee to Super Crazy so that he wouldn't sue him. No, you're never going to be on this show. You're delusional. Your name is Super Crazy. We need to get you a jacket because you're a harm to yourself and others around you. It's pretty obvious at this point. Your behavior is not rational. I mean, it's either incredible stupidity, which I would hope it's not. I would hope there's something else going on there. Maybe it really is just incredible stupidity. Maybe that's what it is, but man, you're dumb. Like what you just did, this is the last thing you should have done, is go on to this guy's show. And by the way, what's hilarious about this is, all you need to do is scroll down to the comments on this show, and I swear to you, I didn't filter these comments. I just clicked on the ones that were available. First comment, man, this is just my opinion, but Super Crazy lost the fucking plot. I was under the assumption detracting for DSP was something we did for fun and to laugh at Phil, right? In the beginning, he said something like, if you're just going to trash on me and lie about it, I'm not going to take that shit. Other people might, but fuck that. Bro, Phil lies. Every detractor knows this. Plenty of other detractors have gotten struck and subsequently reinstated. Funnily enough, not a single one of them ever begged people to donate a total of $10,000 for a frivolous lawsuit. They call it a lull suit, by the way, against Phil. I can think of one other person who said they were going to sue Phil, Pasta Miller. That went well for him, right? I don't even know who that is. I've never heard of Pasta Miller.
That is insane. You're trying to crowdfund a frivolous lawsuit. Like, you're basically like, this is worse than the shit that went on with the Magnetar situation. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, and they're trying to crowdsource a lawsuit to get him to donate the money.
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense, this lawsuit.
It's just about ripping the money from Phil.
Yeah.
Like, with putting a middleman there just to hurt Phil.
Yeah, it's like a partial demonetization.
Yeah, it's like everything you have earned, I want to take that, but I also want to give it to charity, but instead of doing the charitable work, I want it to come from you, so you don't have it.
Yeah.
Like, it's like one of those things, like, do you look in the mirror and, like, see that, like, you can't label yourself the good guy now, like...
Oh, man. I think I'm going to finish this out, and then I got to go lay down. I'm in serious pain right now. So, yeah, so I'm going to just finish this out. We'll save the other ones for a later point.
Until this very moment. Continuing on. I can tell Josh was trying to help the guy out by managing his expectations about the legal process, but it doesn't seem like he wanted the advice. His mind was already set on going forward with a lawsuit. I do believe him about being wronged by Phil, but I don't think he has enough hard or conclusive evidence for a case. I'm not a lawyer, but even I can tell that this case will either get thrown out or Super Crazy could lose everything with a countersuit. It would be different if Phil sued him, but that's not the case. That's right, because if Super Crazy tries to sue me and it doesn't go through, I have means to file a countersuit. And I have outright evidence of him saying that he slandered me. So I would win the countersuit. And since Super Crazy has no money, that's why he has to do a fundraiser. It means that basically for the rest of his life, every single time
he would have to pay a judgment. God, that's a big fight. This is like the Desolate shit.
Yeah, he'd have to basically be garnished forever.
earned a wager.
That's a fuck you and a half. I hope Phil does it.
Paycheck, I'd get
if it goes through.
Garnishment from that. I want you to think about that. This man is going to dig himself such a deep hole. He's already obsessed with me and he hates me. Every single dollar he makes for the rest of his life, he's going to have to pay some of it to me. He's going to see a garnishment on every single pay stub where his money is going into my coffers. His coins into my taxes. This guy is nuts.
I love the change in DSP's personality, though.
Yeah,
I'm
we could
glad to see
keep
him
going,
this
but there's
way.
no point. You know, we could go to all comments, but they're all kind of the same. So yeah, I think case closed. At this point, is there even another reason to address this man? I don't think so. Right? At this point, I think we've now talked about it enough where we realize this guy, he's pretty either stupid, nuts, or bull. And that's not slander. That's observations from facts that we've seen on the stream. This is not, oh, Phil's just saying shit. No, this is from us actually like looking at what he said and done. His actions betray logic. So he's either really dumb or he's crazy. Super crazy. Get the jackets for super crazy. Everyone jacket him up. Get those arms attached. Make sure he doesn't hurt himself or anyone around him with his crazy unhinged actions and his insane irrational thoughts that he's spewing all over the internet. Jacket the crazies, man. That's all I have to say about that. All right, so I guess that's it for that.
I'm really on Phil's side with this. Oh man. All right, yeah. I'm starting to feel kind of sickish. So
Yeah, go. Well, we should cut here then. And
yeah, I'm going to end the stream.
I just had a good Patch Adams joke.
What's that?
He was a horrible doctor. He left all those kids in stitches.
oh my god.
Oh my god. All right, well, we'll end on that. I appreciate it again, Devoured. I know you already left. I appreciate the dono. Yeah, I'm gonna get that movie. We'll watch it at some point in Discord and all that. Thank you guys for coming out as always.
No
I do
problem.
appreciate it. And thank you everyone in chat for coming out. I appreciate the support. And I'll eventually get the 57 VODs cut up and posted for the next full year.
Content for days.
Yes. All right. Well, everybody have a good morning, and I will see you on the next one. Thank you so much.
Yes.